Here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, happy Pride Month, happy Sunday Fun Day, Space Fams. Here we are once again. Great to see you all. A lot to talk about tonight, but first some quick shout-outs. Horologist HBX, Quaximus123 in the YouTube chat. Fishbone, close fourth. Reference frame, also here. Green New Deal, Ducky, and Domenistar. Over on the Twitch chat. Well, like I said, beautiful to see all you people. Gonna be hopefully value-taining stream this Sunday Fun Day. We got Pride. We got Pride to talk about. Raids happening across the nation. I can't hear that. I couldn't hear that. But thank you, Omega Star, for the bits. Yes, we've got a lot to talk about here. What was I saying? Pride. We got Lego, Caper, Bricks and Minifigs, Scandal. We got Knicks 2-0 in the NBA Finals. And the preparations for the World Cup. People's homes being poisoned across the nation by corporate greed and lack of government intervention. And then big news, Donald Trump giving an interview to the NBC Meet the Press folks, Kristen Welker, and that on the 100th day was a very fascinating listen. Oh shit, did I put those? I forgot to put these in order, didn't I? Son of a bitch. Screwed that up. Anyway, yes. Let's start here with Pride.
Before we go back to the beginning, it's important to understand what exactly Pride is. It's not just an annual celebration where people dress in bright colors and dance on parade floats. Pride is a month-long LGBTQ celebration, protest, and act of political activism in the U.S. Nearly every city has some sort of big event to commemorate Pride, usually a parade featuring a ton of colorful floats driven by local companies and organizations. But to understand where Pride is now, we have to take a look back at how it all started, in 1969. That's the year most civil rights historians say the gay rights movement in America began. 1969 was the year of the Stonewall riots in Greenwich Village, a neighborhood in Manhattan. At the time, homosexuality was still a crime. Men could be arrested for wearing drag, and women faced the same punishment if they were found wearing less than 3 pieces of feminine clothing. And it was common for police to raid gay bars and nightclubs in big cities. On June 28, 1969, police arrived at the Stonewall Inn to arrest the people inside. The patrons resisted, rioted, and sent a loud and clear message about their frustrations that lasted 6 days. 1 year later, Gay Pride was coined in New York to commemorate the riots. That first weekend of celebrations in 1970 would eventually turn into a month-long series of events and parades that would be celebrated annually for decades to come. And the Stonewall Inn still operates as a gay bar today. In 2015, the city of New York designated it as a historic landmark. A year later, President Obama named it a national monument. It wasn't until the 90s when certain pride parades started focusing on specific cultures within the community. In 1991, Washington, D.C. had the first Black Pride Parade. Since then, several famous culturally focused prides have become mainstays, like Detroit's Hotter Than July celebration and D.C.'s Latino GLBT History Project.
Okay, I figured we would just get ourselves into it by reminding those unfamiliar with it or who have forgotten some of the history of Pride Month. Many point to the Stonewall riots in '69 being the sort of genesis. Now let's do this. Before we go, there's Pride festivals and Pride parades happening across the country. You know, in LA, in Portland, in New York, well, Buffalo, New York, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, I think Boston. But first, let's go to a very well-known, I want to call him member of the LGBTQ community, and I guess technically he is, although ideologically, I do think Dave, that is who we're talking about, does have some struggles. Now, I've been avoiding doing this one because I'm worried that we're gonna get in trouble with Jubilee for discussing the discussions that they have on their channel. And to any Jubilee copyright hounds listening right now, this is commentary, otherwise known as protected fair use. Write that down.
Yeah, just pick it. We're going to pick it. This is like a random Reuben is what it is.
Imagine a dartboard that's only a bullseye.
All right, here is, this is the final, I think, Jubilee run.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to try and pause this like every 5 seconds since we know what Jubilee is going to try and play. Oh, how dare you talk about the things we talk about on Jubilee. We care so much about the political discourse that we don't let anybody else talk about it. Or maybe it's something else. Dude, he's wild, dude. Oh, I love how you people like to bring Israel into it. Okay, Dave. Which people are you talking about exactly? Like, I mean, that's the current war that's being fought, right? It's the joint Israeli war against Iran and Iran's proxies. So, I mean, it's the military engagement. Call it whatever you want. The United States is involved in it. And if you're 18 years old, technically, you could be sent over there to fight. Even though the draft hasn't been implemented, it still technically exists.
Already.
First of all, there is no chemical castration of 5 and 7-year-olds. And I think there may be, like, we're talking single digits for any 12-year-olds receiving like things like, I don't know if he means puberty blockers or chemical castration. I don't know what he means by this.
Or maybe top surgery.
I knew 2 girls in high school who had top surgery. We called it breast reduction surgery at the time. I don't remember there were being marches or people upset about this in any way. It's really a question of like gender at that point. It's not the surgery, but 5, 7, 12. The reason why he's going to say that is because they need an argument, but that's not true. Go ahead. Pause it for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it's not that the school decides, hey, we need to fill our quota. So we need to have a certain number of trans kids and line up. We're going to give you each a, you're going to pick your name out of a hat and you're going to be the trans kid. No, it's a kid who comes into school and says, I'd prefer if you call me Bob.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is what's happening. And no chemical castrations are happening. You know, this is the right-wing talking point of the day. Oh, they're chemically castrating the kids. No, they're just stupid. Okay, Republicans are just stupid. They don't like science, so they don't like looking into the details of things. They hear something and their mind goes to the worst possible thing immediately, right? Like puberty blockers. They hear puberty blockers and they go, they're chemically castrating the kids. Like nobody's doing that, right? Nobody is fucking doing that shit.
Instead of Betty.
Like chemical castration is like what they do to like what do you call them? Fucking hell, my brain just broke. All I can think of is sex perverts, but that's not a very technical term. Oh, my brain just fucking broke. Oh god. What is this fucking term for people who do sex crimes all the times? Why can't I think of the fucking word? What's wrong with me? Oh my god. My brain's not fully on yet. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Betty instead of Bob. And that's it. That's what they're talking about without informing the parent.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I waited after the coverage of Dave Rubin being curbed, stomped, breaking. Nithya Raman surpassed
What are you
Trump
doing?
for second place in the LA mayor race.
What are you doing?
Crab dance, crab emoji,
What are you
crab
doing?
emoji,
You
crab
are killing
emoji.
it. You are killing it. Okay? Okay, I love you, Columbia Rican, but you are... I mean, you're stepping... you're stepping on the toes of the stream, right? You're getting ahead of it. You don't think we're going to talk about any of that later? You don't think it's going to come up? Not everybody knows. Now everybody knows the good news. Come on. Come on! Ah, it's true. Columbia's right. Great news, actually. I'm just sad that we can't... We're doing this... This is not the time for this. We'll get into that later. God damn it, Columbia Rican.
They don't have a problem when you...
I appreciate the bits, but for the love of God, could we not hold off just a little longer on that? Just for the effect of surprise. Maybe sad.
And you read off Samuel. Actually, it's Sam. Well, we need to tell your parents. We need to tell your parents. You're going by Sam. They named you Samuel, and you're going by Sam. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Except for the implications are the danger is if the parents don't know, there's generally a reason.
Yeah.
And it's because
It goes beyond just trans, social, changing your pronouns. This same thing animates this, which is new laws target LGBTQ students and put pressure on teachers to monitor and report sexual orientation and gender identity in schools to their parents.
I wonder if Dave Rubin knows anybody
Why is the reverb on so hard?
well knew they were gay in high school, but hadn't told their parents yet.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
And then,
Accepted by friends before the
and that
family.
the schools were obligated, if they have any clue that this kid is gay, to tell the parents. I wonder if he is okay with children being outed as gay. I wonder if he's okay with any outing.
That's the job of the teachers now, is to
That
out
is
their
effectively
students
what
that
it
they're
is, though.
supposed to teach and have trust in.
That is what it does. It makes it so the teachers are like the gay monitors, right? Like they they get to report back, to the parents about what their children's like every like every little fucking thought about this child might be having has to be reported back to the parents now, even if those parents have repressive views about those thoughts, right? Because that's the thing about school. It should be for children to grow, however they're going to grow. And if parents have a very specific way they want their kids to fucking turn out, send them to a private school. You know, but in public schools, there shouldn't be some fucking, you know, secret police, like, monitoring your children to make sure they don't turn gay or trans. Let you know in case they stray off the path that you were hoping for them sexually, right? Or gender identity-wise, right? Like, it's fucking crazy. And it's going to be detrimental to kids, right? Who are just trying to experience themselves, because they really don't even know who they are, right? They're still growing and relating to their peers, relating to their classmates, right? These are important things for them to be able to experiment with in a way that's not being repressed by parents that have, you know, like fucking old-fashioned views. Okay, I hate to say it, but that's basically what it is. It's just a bunch of old-fashioned people who are still stuck in like the 1800s and refuse to bring themselves into the 21st century, and are, you know, just insistent upon their children being a specific way. And that's fine. Look, people should be able to parent how they want to, okay? I believe freedom-wise, like, that is your right. It's your child. However, it's not, you don't own, like, public schools are a communal sort of ownership, right? And it's not just about you. It's about all the kids, right? And it's just, like, so long as there's one gay child, one trans child, you know, like, then we have to be like cognizant of that fact and act accordingly, and not be acting to repress these kids because a couple of fucking Karens came to a school board meeting and started fucking screaming at people, right? Like, that's not the world we need.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to a Rock 121.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. But, you know, like, if people want to send their kids to Catholic school, private school, whatever it might be, go right ahead. All right? These things exist. I don't think we should be funding those things. But if you want to do it you know, if a group of people want to do it themselves, fine. But as a country, we should not be funding those things either, right? Because it's intentional it's intentionally exclusionary.
Go ahead.
You are who you are, and you do the best that you can, says Dave. Oh, David. He's a special guy, isn't he? Like, I feel like Dave lives in this sort of chasm, right? It's like a rift in his own mind, where many of the facts are incapable of meeting up with one another, because when they do, they collide, right? Violently.
Columbiarican_9505 just shared 100 bits. Crab emoji, growing heart emoji, crab emoji.
Thank you for the biddies. Hype train started over on Twitch. It's an early start to the hype train. Oh, Bronfman just got taken down. I was about to respond to Bronfman, who was saying some very stupid things about how gender conversion is big business. How big is that business?
Columbiarican_9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, Columbia Regan Schmegley. I believe the beneficiary of that. Oh, no, sorry. No. Undi Nifan. I can't. Undying fan? I think that's what it is. I was about to respond to that stupid ass fucking comment. It's a big business. How big is it really, though? How big is it? And what are we counting? as gender conversion. And can we change it from gender conversion to gender, like gender conforming? Or like gender... What's the word? I can't think of the word right now. God damn it, my brain just fucking broke. Like gender affirming? Can we change it to gender affirming? How much is the gender affirming industry, would you say? Right? Like, because would you say that like makeup, that's gender affirming, right? That's a huge industry, right? What about like protein powder and like bro branded products? That's gender affirming. Like, you don't need to know, like, it doesn't need to say men on your soap for it to clean your ass, right? Like, you could have gender neutral soap and you'd be fine, but they sell gender affirming products like crazy. Right? Like, oh, bro, your soap is too feminine. When you put that on your hand, you look like a fucking chick. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're not buying the right soap, you fucking pussy. Like, that's like an entire industry. So, like, what are you trying to get at? Oh, just surgeries. And it's just okay. So only surgeries. I see. That's all you want to talk about. How about gender affirming surgeries like, I don't know, penile enlargements or breast enlargements or facelifts or tummy tucks? Are any of these on the list as well? Is that also? I mean, because, you know, what do you perceive as being the difference between those things?
Listen for a second. Now, look, this is incredibly telling. Wow. Because I actually do think he thinks it's magic. He thinks it's magic. This is a political commentator who thinks that there is marriage equality and protection under the law for gay people because of magic. Now, I know he's just using that term. I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just using that term. But
I think Sam's being too generous, honestly. Because it feels like to me he almost does seem to think that that's what happened. It's just magic happened, and then we had laws. It's like, no, there was a bunch of shit that happened. There was like a ton of stuff for literally decades that happened. Day in, day out, people living with less rights, trying to achieve those rights that preceded you having rights. And it's just so, and it's like, I know that he knows this, like, inherently, because he waited 30 years to come out, right? So like, I know inherently, like, subconsciously, Dave knows that it hasn't always been, you know, and, like, but he's just unaware of the concept, like the path.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Dave Rubin and his pick me ass can fuck straight off.
No, he's trash. He's trash. But like he's completely unaware of the multi-decade path. But he knew inherently that it could be bad for him coming out. And he waited until he was like 30 years old. But it's like he's completely he's like completely incurious and just blissfully unaware about how any of it ever came to fruition. It's very strange. Bunch of donos happening over on Twitch right now. Columbia Rican gifting 2 more subs. Omega with the bits. Thank you, all of you. I didn't even start the galactic content goal yet today. I didn't even do that yet. Hey, and now I don't even know how far we've made it. I feel like we've already made some serious progress on the galactic content goal today. Go so far as to say like a third of the way through.
Inside that black box that he calls magic were woke activists fighting state by state for marriage equality, fighting against housing discrimination, job discrimination. I'm not even talking about like discrimination on the streets, medical discrimination.
But like, this is the thing. This is the thing.
Not even
about
talking
Dave.
about like.
This is the thing about Dave Rubin. That is why he is so useful to the right. Because he does not see that Republicans were the ones fighting tooth and nail, including some Democrats too, were fighting tooth and nail like against this stuff. And like the people who now occupy the Republican Party, like are like vehemently are against like him like existing, essentially. And he just doesn't see that he is just a useful fucking tool for the right, because he doesn't care to know about the history of why he as a gay man has rights, so he can be a token gay man to basically laundering all of the talking points of the right for a, you know, I mean, I can't imagine he has a very large gay audience, but you gotta assume there's some. And like, that's basically, I mean, but it's not just to those people, right? It's also to non-LGBTQ people who need that, who need to have that person be like, oh, look, but what about Dave Rubin? What about Candace? What about, you know, like they want to be able to go like, oh, look, we have one of them. They agree with us, right? Like that's all it is. And like, he's fine with that. Or like, at least he seemed to have been fine with that for like the last decade. And what was fascinating, we watched a clip yesterday. We're not going to watch it again today. We watched a clip yesterday of him basically realizing this, like in real time, talking to Glenn Beck, where Glenn Beck was like, look, you're the gay guy that I know. Tell me if James Tallarico is a homo, basically. That's basically what he did, right? And Dave was just like, oh, yeah, well, I didn't realize this is what my career became, but yeah, let me do that for you right now. And it was fucking crazy, dude. It was crazy to watch it. It was fucking crazy to watch. I could not believe, like, just how stupid he really is. I think he genuinely has not understood this dynamic this whole goddamn time. Like, he's not understood that he has been a useful tool for the right for like 10 years, maybe longer. I don't know exactly how long this guy's been going for, but like guys like Glenn Beck have been using him, and he's obviously he's benefited from it financially speaking, but he has utterly undermined the movement itself. He's like, you get what I'm saying here? Like, it's just whatever. It's very frustrating, man.
People on the street beating gay people to death, harassing them,
ignoring AIDS.
He calls it magic because he wants to elide the fact that what is going on now, whether it's trans rights, a whole host of other rights, is somehow different from the rights that allows him to sit there and not think about his sexuality. Because if this was 40 years ago when he was a 50-year-old man, I got news for you. He'd be thinking about his sexuality because he'd be careful
he doesn't have
not to reveal to certain people.
Exactly.
Or if he did, he'd be reminded of it every single day.
He is walking in the footsteps, riding on the shoulders of people who stood on the lines and put their like bodies and lives on the line to have rights. And he has taken that privilege and just been like nobody deserves any thanks for this, and there's no reason like this could never go the other way. Like this could like it is so blatantly ignorant and like stupid and just lazy. He's just like he's taken that privilege that's been basically given to him by others that he didn't fight for, and is undermining it actively. And the only way he's able to do that is because that exists, because of those, like, right? Like the reason he's even able to have the mindset that he does is because of all those people, right? That he can walk around and to some degree forget that he's gay, you know? Although I feel like there's got to be some instances during his political career that must, like, that's the other thing about it that I don't even, it frustrates me, but it's like also just doesn't make any sense to me. How has he made it this far when, and still continuing to think this way, When you got people telling him to his face that they wouldn't make a cake for him or go to his wedding, and you know, because everyone else around him is saying all these fucking super hateful things, like directly to him, like over and over again. It's just so strange. And the fact is I remember Dave. I've been watching political YouTube stuff for so long. I remember Dave back when he was a contributor on TYT.
I'm staying in the race.
Yes, I'm old.
The failure of his, like, or his inability or his determination not to know the history about this, or to just simply say, it was magic. Go ahead.
What I find interesting is the next thing that comes up here. Because she asks him the same question. When did you realize you're gay? And I think his answer is quite revealing. Now, you'll notice that he says, I came out. She said, I realized I was trans, right? Like, there's a difference between, like, realizing you're trans or gay and coming out as trans or gay, right? And it's something of a process there, from my understanding. And Dave is like, oh, I came out when I was like 30. But like, how long did he go? That's the thing that we were actually trying to get. He just skips right past that. He's like, oh, well, I came out. Yeah, we all know that. It's like public information, Dave. Like, that's not an answer. And he's trying to avoid that. That's just how I see it. I don't even understand why. Like, I genuinely don't even understand why. It's like he's still like ashamed of it.
Okay. Oh, look, I made him laugh. There you go.
You know, I think...
Wait, I'm not... Wait, hold on. I'm really... I think I'm granting you an awful lot.
Pause it. Hold on for a second. I wonder what those whole host of other reasons were. That why he came out so late.
Yeah.
Like, this guy, it's just... I mean, I don't know if he's just so stupid, although I think he is. But I also think that, like, it's just... maybe it's also... he's disingenuous. I just, like, how can someone ignore all of this stuff? It's just fascinating.
Man, he came out at 29.
I don't want reality.
I wonder why that was. Go ahead.
The only thing that I would say...
Okay, actually, I think that's probably a good spot to end this clip. Keep this moving. We've only gotten through 2 clips, so we gotta get going. I've got a full show ready for us tonight. This one is just wild. I would like to listen to this whole thing, but she utterly decimates Dave, like over and over and over again. So I'm gonna skip way down here. Trying to remember which spot. I think around here. Part where she just made clear just every single argument that Dave has been making here is completely bad faith or just false. And like, nobody's being chemically castrated. Like, just look it up. Like, it's in single digits, not percentage wise. I mean, we're talking about like 1 or 2, right? And it's fucking insane that these people want to make this fucking panic. It's like this fucking satanic panic over the existence of trans people, right? And that Dave is lending himself to this effort, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, I watched this whole thing from Jubilee. I thought about trying to do like a full like rundown of this. Not worth it. Dave just proves that he's always been either too stupid or too disingenuous, like Sam was saying. It's got to be one of the two. And to be able to engage in these conversations, to be like in a way that, you know, doesn't completely embarrass him. Okay. You know, I remember thinking when I was younger that by the time I was older, all of the hateful, like the racists and you know what I mean? Like they would just all be gone, right? The racists, the bigots, they would all just die away. All the old guys, they'd be gone, and then we'd just be left with normal thinking human beings. And then time happened. All right, let's move away from Dave. Shameful man that he is, and celebrate Pride. Rather than debating it. Let's start here at KGW News. Oregon. Grand Floral Starlight Parade takes over the night. Okay, now technically the Starlight Parade in Oregon is not technically a pride parade, but so much fanfare and costumes and music, and it's on a weekend where a lot of pride festivals are happening. Might as well pride parades are already happening. I might as well throw this one in here. Now let's go south to West Hollywood. CBS LA 7 hours ago.
All right, happening today, one of the largest pride parades in the world kicks off in West Hollywood in just a few hours, and it's all part of WeHo Pride Weekend. CBS LA's Elise Martinez live in West Hollywood, where they are getting ready for the Pride Parade. And Elise, you still haven't found colors to wear. What's going on?
Rachel, good morning. Well, I did find the parade route. So we are on Santa Monica Boulevard and Robertson, and it's very active this morning. So take a little walk with us. We're going to walk and talk. Behind you, you saw the stage, and now you see all these workers. They've been putting up these barriers. We're expecting thousands of people here today. Every year, as you know, West Hollywood turns into a sea of rainbows, celebrating its long history and ties to the LGBTQ community. You can also see some of the businesses here. We've seen employees opening up shop early. They're expecting a lot of business today as people come for that parade. And last night it was busy here too. The party getting really loud. Take a listen.
Oh.
That was the scene from last night's performances at the Out Loud Music Festival at West Hollywood.
Good God. Look at the size of this celebration.
That was the scene from last night's performances at the Out Loud Music Festival at West Hollywood Park with the Pussycat Dolls as the headliners. Now, as you know, this has been going on for decades. It's one of the largest annual Pride celebrations in the world, drawing hundreds of thousands of people every June. And people that we talked to, they told us that WeHo is a place where they feel seen and heard. Take a listen.
Seeing all of these people here is an amazing thing.
It really feels good to be like around a bunch of people who are like-minded and just supportive of me.
I love this place so everybody can be themselves.
Just trying to be fun and colorful today, you know, it's like just to support my fellow friends and neighbors.
Now, this WeHo Pride Parade starts at noon. The parade will run where we are along Santa Monica Boulevard between Crescents Heights Boulevard and San Vicente.
I'm glad that all of chat is amused by the phrase gay for a day in relation to West Hollywood. Look, the news likes rhymes, even if they don't fully make sense. Let's go to the parade itself. Here is the live stream coming out of KTLA 5.
Are you ready?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to get hit for that music. I thought about this earlier. I was like, oh no, it's going to be filled with music. It's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. Okay, there we go. Sorry, look. Look. I've been getting shit over copyright. It's one of the reasons that YouTube is claiming that we're demonetized right now. It's having other content on here. I think the music, I've been trying to go through it and figure out what things like need to stop happening, like that are like causing the biggest problem. I feel like to some degree the music might be the big thing, because I think it's hard for, I don't know if there is a good argument to some degree. Like the music itself, that's not necessary for the fucking political commentary or whatever that I'm doing here. Sad, but I think technically true.
Happy Pride.
Trixie Mattel.
Gay people are very happy.
The stars of...
There you have WeHo Mayor John.
You can still get a... First off, I mean, the copyright system is quite complicated, and there's all sorts of different rules that YouTube has. You can get copyright claims without getting a copyright strike. There's two different things there, right? Like people can identify their content in your video and make a claim on it so that you don't get ad revenue and instead they do. Or nobody gets, in some cases, nobody gets ad revenue and you can't show the video to anybody, but it's still not a claim. I mean, still not a strike. But then there's a copyright strike, which takes down your video and puts a blemish on your YouTube channel. But then we were hit for this low effort thing, classification, which includes like pretty much, I've been going through it and I've been planning on making a list of all the channels that I think fall under this, because I think it's most channels, and I was gonna start like compiling just a massive list of all like the channels that should be demonetized based upon this low effort, inauthentic designation, because I think it's insanely broad, and without specifications being given from YouTube, it's almost impossible to follow and like to know for sure that you're following it, especially for content creators like me who do political commentary, right? And for like a whole bunch of other people too, honestly. But like included in that is use of other content. right? You look it up. Low effort content is like includes all of this shit that basically applies to all internet videos on YouTube. Like 80%, maybe 90%.
We all know him well. It's so nice to see him cut the ribbon and get the festivities started. Melvin, oh my God, Nick, it's so much fun.
Yeah, it's so much fun. It's so great to be here.
This is all public information. Look it up. You can Google it. Seeing as Google owns YouTube.
We're not alone. We got the team. They are spread out all across West Hollywood this afternoon, to give us that inside look at all the action.
That's right. We have Megan Tellis. I mean, we also have John. We also have John Benolio.
My boyfriend.
Yes.
I think everybody's boyfriend.
Gene Kang as well, and we also have the KTLA party bus that's going to come through with some KTLAers that you love and some of their family. About 60 of us on that bus. Plus, what else do we have coming up this way?
We have so much. I mean, look, I'm really excited to see these floats. That's like what I'm really excited to see is the floats. I have a friend who's in the Star Wars, who's walking down the Star Wars. One of our entertainment producers, Monica, she's going to be with the Kings today in their float. So it's going to be really, exciting. I know. He's got friends and I got friends.
And we also got to talk about our Mr. Cam. Our
That's
Mr.
right.
Cam, sponsored by Mr. We've got a nice jib that's going to give you a really great view of what's happening.
Oh, there you go, people. Pride happening here in West Hollywood.
And it is
parading.
Right. Oh my God, now the comedy store's coming pulling through. They are pulling through. Now, some legends tell jokes, and some become part of Hollywood history. Look at them. Once again, it's like the comedy store, like the Abbey. They put it on wheels.
Yes. Quick break. We'll be right back.
All right. That's it on LA. Gotta keep this puppy moving. All right, let's go to Utah. Salt Lake City, where thousands gathered in downtown Salt Lake. The annual Pride Parade. Here's KUTV. All right, that's it on Salt Lake. Not as exciting as West Hollywood, I'm afraid. It looks like people are having fun out there. Also, not a great camera angle that they're using. Not gonna lie. Now, unfortunately for those down in Texas, Pride in Houston was postponed. Here's Fox 26 Houston from 8 hours ago on the situation.
Well, the Houston Pride Parade was canceled because of the weather, but that did not stop thousands of people from attending the Pride Festival here outside City Hall in downtown Houston.
It's a pity that we don't get to have our parade today because I was looking forward to it.
The parade was set to begin at 7:30 p.m. Saturday, but due to severe weather and flooding conditions, organizers say it will have to be rescheduled for a later date, and they say safety comes first.
Considering the heavy rain that we had, there was some flooding that was down by Montrose and Allen, and that is where our staging area is. So Cup Car flooded, and because of that, we had to make the very tough decision.
We spoke with some people attending the festival reacting to the parade postponement.
It's unfortunate. I was looking forward to it today. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
So I was hoping to celebrate, you know, being proudly gay, which I'm still doing.
I think it's messed up
Still
because
doing
the
it,
sun's
still doing it.
out and
Okay,
it's-
okay.
Yeah, you know, we're already here. Everything's set up, so why not just continue with the parade instead of making us wait even longer?
Organizers say they've spoken with the mayor's office about exploring options to reschedule the 2026 Pride Houston 365 parade.
Well, a little confusion here. Everybody showed up for the parade. But no parade happened. Instead, they just sort of turned it into a party in the park. Eh. By the way, I'm just looking at this. Is this bad weather? I'm just like, it's like sunny. It looks sunny and beautiful. I don't see any rain. So what in the hell are they even talking about? A sign of serious weather in Texas is if Ted Cruz goes on vacation. Good old Cancun cruise. Was it a bad storm? All right, I'll take your word for it. We got Texas chatter. All right, checking me. Look, this is what's so great about having such a diverse group of space fans. Geographically and otherwise. All right, let's go to Milwaukee. Yes, indeed. Look at people turning out here. In Wisconsin. Families. People all gathering here to celebrate Pride. Marching through the streets. Strollers included. Is this the only view we're going to get of this? It is the only view we're going to get of it. That's not helpful. Okay, all right. Wow. There we go. A lot of people here in Wisconsin. Although I'm a little sad that the view is like off of a truck in the parade. So you only get one slice of the parade. You only get one slice of you don't get to see the rest of it. You get to see only from the vantage point of this one float. It's sort of an immersive experience, really, when you think about it. It's like you're there. It's like you're in the parade. Beautiful to see all these people out here celebrating one another. People in their community. Look at all the flags. Hearing some whistles out here. Everybody's dressed up colorfully. Vibing out. Okay. All right, let's go over to Buffalo, New York. Home of the Buffalo Bills. And the 2026 Pride Parade of Buffalo. Here's WKBW TV streamed 7 hours ago. Got any feed from the one in Buffalo, New York today? Ours was lit. Ask and you shall receive, Christy. Ask and you shall receive. Voila.
Oh! cheering here today?
I think he's marching or something. Yeah.
Look at all the beautiful people. My God. Bubble gun, okay, bubble gun. Very nice choice. And I think that's a good time for me to pause it because the music is coming. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Oh my gosh, look how many people. So the parade is so long.
Thank you so much.
I like how at the Buffalo Pride rally, they still can't help but do the Let's Go Buffalo, which is basically, I associate with the Buffalo Bills chant. Really can't give up on that, can you? Well, there you go. A glimpse of the Buffalo Pride Parade here that happened earlier on Sunday. I'm going to keep going through them all, at least all the ones that I found this afternoon after waking up. Actually, I put part of this together before going to bed and then the rest of it together after waking up. It's sort of combined effort. I often can't go to bed without at least working on my list for the next stream when I know I have a stream pending, like on the day. All right. From Buffalo. Where the fuck are the floats? I don't know. Where are the floats? Part of the problem is I have to like skip the floats because the floats are where all the music is. And that's where all the copyright strikes are. So that's part of the problem, I think, that you're experiencing. Because I'm skipping them. That's why, basically. I'm sorry. Look, listen. It didn't look lame. It looked awesome, okay? It looked great. I think you're not. I think you're selling it short. I think that was an immense crowd, especially for a mid-sized city like Buffalo. I thought it was beautiful. All right. A little southeast. Philadelphia. The city of brotherly love. Philadelphia Pride and Festival. Pride March and Festival taking over Ben Franklin Parkway earlier on Sunday. Here is CBS Philadelphia.
Happening today, our region's biggest LGBTQ+ celebration will take over the Ben Franklin Parkway. CBS News Philadelphia's Chilakasi Adele is live there right now ahead of today's Philly Pride March and Festival.
Okay, I'm sorry everyone for engaging us in Bills and or football related discussions. I take everything I ever said back about the Bills.
The new spot for this celebration this year. Good morning, Chilakasi.
Good morning to you, Jan. Yeah, by the time 11 a.m. rolls around, there's a chance the room around here is going to be minimal, right? Right now, it's pretty quiet as the city gets ready for a day of celebration. Let's give you a rundown of what today is going to look like. 11 a.m. is when everything gets started. The march is going to begin at 13th and Locust. It will go to 21st and Benjamin. The march will move through the neighborhood on its way to the end of that route. The festival comes after the march, which will run from noon to 7. That will be along the Parkway and Aikens Oval. Now,
did he just say neighborhood? Sorry, please hold. Fascinating. This is a real thing that I was unaware of. Philadelphia. It's got its own neighborhood in Philadelphia. A vibrant 16-block LGBTQ+ district. Located in Midtown Village. Fascinating.
It's kind of the culmination of a big Pride weekend here in the city. A 1,000-foot Pride flag went around the city on Friday and made a stop at Independence Hall, the Art Museum. It really was a way to kick off this weekend.
It's a symbol of visibility, symbol of unity, symbol of hope for many different communities that are looking for hope in this moment.
We're everywhere. Queer people are everywhere. We're in the neighborhoods. And so the more visibility that we have, the better that it is for these different neighborhoods. So we're bringing the pride to the neighborhoods that also represent who we are.
For the festival, there will be 3.
Okay, hold on. We'll hold you off no longer. Let's go. Wait, where is it? Didn't I put in the... oh, what the hell? No, where's the Philly one? I could have sworn I added it in here. Son of a bitch. Hold on, Philly. I won't leave you behind. I won't leave you behind, Philly.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Philadelphia Pride Parade. Where's the live stream? Hey, this is the problem. Was there no live stream? Is that why? Did CBS Philadelphia not do a fucking live stream? What's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you guys? Did I look for it and I just didn't find it and I just added that in? Well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Philadelphia. But can we at least agree it's not my fault because this doesn't exist? I'm looking for they didn't do it. CBS Philadelphia hates you. And that's not on me. Okay? I love you. CBS Philadelphia hates you. There's no live stream. I looked. It's very rude.
How rude.
Although now that I'm thinking about it, they probably did do one. Then it got taken down by copyright. I can actually not. I'm thinking I can almost guarantee that it's been taken down by copyright and is not visible to any of us. You can almost guarantee there was some banging music at Philadelphia Pride? That's most likely, you know, the kind of music that gets your stream in trouble, right? Like the kind of music that people are paying attention to the copyright for. Shut down. I don't know. I don't think it's No, it's not about. It's not about the advertisers. It's about the content holders. It's the content holders that are taking it down, right? It's whomever's song was used at the Pride Parade. It was probably what took it down. Whoever it was, like the big ones, tend to be the ones that are just, like the biggest artists are the ones who tend to be the most sort of just dick. I can't think of a better word. They're just assholes about their fucking like music rights. And to some degree, I understand that. It's your living. But get a little crazy with it sometimes. Because like the thing is no one's going to, like, here's the thing about it. Like no one's going to go to the CBS Philadelphia Pride Parade live stream to hear the songs, right? Like on a consistent basis, right? Like one time they're gonna go watch it, and then they'll go back to listening to the songs as they normally do, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, it doesn't actually, if anything, it introduces people to that music rather than like losing you revenue, right? Like, because that's really what it is. It should be the issue, right? Is it creating an easy way for people to just consume your content in a way that doesn't pay you money? If so, that's a problem. But in this case, that's not what's happening, right? People are just like enjoying the music in the moment, and then it's like done. Like maybe somebody will watch it one more time after the fact, like if they're in it, or like in this case where we're just covering Pride, like, and then like no one's gonna come back to my video to watch those songs. But it still gets treated like that. I'm sorry, I'm going off on copyright. Let's go to the History Channel. To New York. Greenwich Village. Manhattan. Talk about the history of the Stonewall riots, which sparked a movement.
In the early morning hours of June 28, 1969, a riot broke out in front of the Stonewall Inn in New York City. The violent protest became known as the Stonewall Riots. The Stonewall Riots...
I just realized I've never used a History Channel video here before. I wonder if they're going to give me shit for this. Have I ever used a History Channel on television before? I'm already worried about it. I'm just trying to avoid... Like, the fact is, I've got a bunch of copyright claims that I'm like going through, because I think that might be part of the reason how like they're making this argument of low effort. So like I've like been trying to take them down, like all of them down. I think we get fucked over for this. History Channel is like a fucking major network. They're not really news. Like the news networks tend not to be dicks about it. Like all the other like major networks are insane about their content. I'm sorry. We're going to stay in New York, but we're going to go to the Queen's Pride Parade. Maybe we'll find another way of talking about Stonewall. I think is next weekend New York Pride? I can't remember. But there's multiple Pride Parades happening in the 5 boroughs this month. And today, Queens had a parade in Jackson Heights. Here's CBS New York from 9 hours ago.
Well, John Elliott is live in Jackson Heights, Queens, from the 34th annual Pride Parade there. The weather is much better today.
Didn't all the organizers already pay fees for playing the music at the parade? They may very well have. I can't speak to that. I can't say whether or not they paid those fees. But what I can say, I think almost definitively, I'm not a lawyer, but CBS and Philadelphia Pride, I think, are separate organizations. I think I can say that definitively. So when CBS, right? When CBS uploads the live stream, or when the live stream finishes, right? The copyright claims start filtering in. And or if they don't take down the stream during, they come in after the fact. Content ID starts going through the whole video. And it's on CBS's channel. They didn't buy the rights. And that's how it's being treated. Right? Do you see what I'm saying here?
Oh my goodness, the weather is so much better. Hey, David, you're live on TV right now. You're live right now.
God.
How tired are you going to be by the end of today?
Oh my God, very, very, very.
Okay,
but pumped. It's
so
Pride.
Queen's Pride today. Parade starts at noon. Where?
It starts down on 37th Avenue and 84th Street, or 89th Street, sorry, and it comes all the way down here to 75th.
To right here. This is the stage. What's going to go on here after the parade?
Oh my God, an amazing festival, multicultural festival. There'll be vendors all over the place, good food, all over, and an incredible stage behind us that is going to be elevated a lot more than it has in the past. It's going to be all digital, but beyond being beautiful and digital.
What do you mean? What's digital? What do you mean? You're setting up big monitors?
Big monitors behind the screen, on the sides, on the top. So it's going to be a nice show digitally, but more importantly, the show's going to be even better because it's all New York City homegrown talent. So everything from musicians to dancers to drag artists to performers to cultural performances showcasing the world's borough. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah,
It's going to be amazing. My God. Oh, no. Wait. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's just fucking John walking around before the parade. I didn't watch this ahead of time. No, don't tell me it's just John walking around. No. No, don't do this to me. This is the pre-parade. I have the pre-parade clip. God damn it. Why do I am trying my best, people.
Very upset to hear that people were surprised by the storms. You know, we use these first alert days just to avoid that. So that's why people need to watch TV, like Dr. Sunny. I met you a minute and a half ago. Say your whole name.
My whole name is Dr. Sandeep Singh Boparai.
Now, I noticed, too, Ken Reed, you're one of 3 grand marshals. How cool is that? Why is it important for you to be here today?
I think being a Grand Marshal at Queen's Pride, especially in 2026, is really, really vital given the political climate that we're enduring right now. I think being a provider for gender-affirming healthcare, it's a time to recognize and represent our transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming communities and amplify their needs.
Is everyone in your family tall? You're wonderfully tall. How excited are you for the weather and for the crowd you're going to get?
I'm super excited. I'm a little worried that I'm going to be sweating profusely because I am Indian also. I'm so sorry.
I didn't know he was Indian.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? You couldn't tell?
What now?
You couldn't tell?
David,
yes.
First off, it's the parade, it's the show, and it's the outreach. What are you guys going to be talking about at NYLGBT Network?
We're going to be talking about all the different programs and services that we offer, volunteer opportunities, so to make sure that everyone who's watching on CBS 2 New York now knows that they're not alone, that there's help, there's services, there's ways to get involved, ways to be active, and hey, you could work for the New York LGBT Network too and make it a career.
And I like what our founder said. You're seeing more, everybody showing up.
Everybody loves Pride, so come out and celebrate with us, especially here in Queens. It's the Pride in New York City.
All right.
Oh, well, there you go, people. Pride Parade and the festival here in Queens. I can't find the live stream. It's the same exact situation. Look, I'm trying my best. My very best. By the way, we need to start the galactic content goal. We're an hour and a half into the stream. Although, actually, I need to do the math on this. So just assume that the galactic content goal has been started, but we've made some progress. I think like a third of the way through already. But I have to go through Twitch donos. Where did I leave off? Queens. Left off in Queens. Let's go now down, not down, up to Boston. Where thousands flooded the parade there. Boston 25 News from earlier on Sunday.
I'm Melissa Azara on scene in Boston for Boston's annual Pride Parade. Thousands of people marching Saturday in what has become a decades-long tradition of empowerment, education, commemoration, and celebration. 3, 2, 1. Governor Maura Healey, Mayor Wu, and Pride for the People organizers cutting the ribbon, marking the official start of Boston's Pride Parade.
This is a place that has always stood up for truth, for what we need in the future, and for doing what's right.
Colors of the rainbow filling the streets of Boston Saturday. The parade of 12,000 people kicked off in Copley Square before finishing at the Boston Common.
It's the best day of the year.
300 different organizations participated in the parade. These two have been riding on the real estate company's float for the last couple of years, fundraising for the LGBTQ plus community.
We're here fundraising for an organization called Break Time, which is a LGBT youth homelessness prevention center.
This year's parade theme, Pride as Protest, since 7.
Now, do you know what I found interesting this year? I noticed a trend that a lot of these companies who have been like slashing their DEI programs or whatever else are all of a sudden doing LGBTQ marketing again. Oh, it is so shocking. It's what, it took them like a year? Took them a year. And they're back to trying to do good old rainbow washing activities, which honestly, whatever, you know, like do it. Like it's honestly, it's just, it would be nice if they would just be fucking consistent, you know? And so I'm not going to celebrate them for it. Like, you know what I'm saying here? Like there's been so much wishy-washiness on this issue. Okay. Should we do this one last? Actually, yeah. You know... No, actually, no, we gotta do this one. We gotta do this one, just because of the way I have this set up. Alright. To the last of the Pride Month celebration clips of this portion of the stream. I don't know what state this is in. But it felt like it was right up our alley.
Oh my god, it's June 1st and he doesn't know how to fucking act. In the rain, dude!
Shut your bitch ass up straight! This is the blind time to shine!
Dude, you're scaring the neighbors, they're Republicans!
Fuck the Republicans! I have the power of God!
With the rainbow Jedi sword. Don't ask me how I ran into that fucking video. I was just getting ready for that stream and it happened to cross. I just happened to cross it and I clicked it. And I can't lie, I was not disappointed. I thought it was fucking hilarious. There you go. And I lied to you. We have one last clip. Let's go here. The Majority Report.
Who's this? 817.
Hello, is this Sam Cedar?
Yes, it is. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Sam, this is Dave Rubin. I just wanted to say I'm sorry that I walked out of that podcast the other day whenever somebody brought you up. I was just, I was kind of scared that if I talked to you, it might put my brain into recovery mode. But, I thought about it a lot, and I decided, Sam, that I'm going to be the bigger man and call into your show and, finally, just crush you in the free marketplace of ideas.
Great.
Wow. Sam, there's a lot of things that you've said about me that I have a pretty big problem with. I know that you said that you weren't a big fan of my flat tax idea a while back, and you generally just you mock my predictions, you call me stupid, you claim that I irresponsibly platform people like Stefan Molyneux, and I just wanted to hash a few of those things out.
Okay, where do you want to start, Dave?
Start somewhere.
Well, Sam, what was your problem with my flat tax idea? I thought it was a pretty high level idea, personally.
Well, it's regressive.
Oh, God.
Flat taxes are regressive because if I know this is amazing. This is amazing. We have entered into the future. It's regressive. Flat taxes are regressive, right? Because if everybody pays I guess, if you're talking about on income, the 15% tax, you're still going to have a tremendous wealth inequality.
Well, Sam, isn't it wealth inequality that drives all of the best innovation in America? This is the thing, Sam.
No, Dave,
really,
it's not.
It comes down to
wait, Dave.
People like you are pushing all this. What?
This is amazing. Dave, can you please explain why wealth inequality is necessary for innovation when we had the greatest expansion of the economy in the 50s and 60s during what was known as the Great Compression, where we had the least amount of wealth inequality in this country's history?
Well, Sam, you see, whenever the rich get to do what they want to do with their money, it just results in the best thing for everybody. Now, we can get into, the nuances and, the details of economic policy, but, really the main point here, Sam, is that it's really about freedom. It's about freedom to be, do, and say whatever you want. And people like you push this woke crap and this communism and this control, and people like me are pushing freedom. And this is really
Dave, you just changed
that is behind Trump right now.
Dave, you just changed the topic, right? Didn't you ask me about flat tax and then you changed the topic to freedom?
Listen, Sam, I hang out with really smart people, okay? Like Brett Weinstein and others. And listen, say what you want about me, Sam, but people respect me, okay?
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
Other people's opinions, on the right. Now, we can get into nuances of gay rights and, civil rights in general. But, the point here really is freedom. And that's kind of the broader point.
But David, why did you bring up flat tax and then change it to freedom? So you're just against taxes.
Well, Sam, I'm not sure if you've heard of this little philosophy called libertarianism, but, ideally, we would have the lowest amount of taxes that is possible so that the rich can innovate, and people like Elon Musk, who's a very smart guy, by the way. I actually personally, he's a good friend of mine, and so he can take us to Mars eventually.
Let me ask you a question, Dave. When are you concerned about the Republican Party attacking IVF? How do you square the fact that you have two children, but the party that you support, this so-called freedom agenda, they're assaulting people's right to determine what they're going to do with their bodies.
Well, Sam, that's just one of those differences of opinion that some people on the right have, and it's, that's one of those things. It's, it's a nuance that we can sort out later. But here's the real thing, Sam.
But wait, David, excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you.
You want to make
what's so incredible about this call? Because I rewatched this recently, and if, for anybody who hasn't figured this out, that's not David Rubin. Okay, that is a very good impression artist, right? And like the fact is, after having watched the Jubilee debate, like going back and listening to this was like, oh my god, this is exactly what Dave Rubin sounds like. This is how all of it. This is exactly what his arguments are, and or lack thereof. Like when he runs out of it. Look, we can get into that discussion, but right now I want to talk about freedom.
Personal.
David, I'm not making it personal. I'm asking you how you reconcile that. You say it's a difference of opinion, but there's literally now operating law in one red state, and you have Project 2025 that wants to make that the law of the land.
Well, Sam, I guess we'll just have to cross that bridge whenever we come to it. Because listen, Sam, I can look my partner in the eye and I can tell them, babe, I am making so much goddamn money, and no matter what happens, I'm going to be okay. And listen, Sam, if you want to make this about my personal life, I can make it about yours too, because quite frankly, your set on the Majority Report looks like shit. I'm looking at it right now. My set looks so much better. So not only are my ideas better than yours, but my show just looks better too. You really lack a sense of, what's the phrase? I believe it's mise en scene.
Oh, nice!
Oh my god!
You gotta be kidding me! Hey, Dave, would you react to this take by Daily Wire host Michael Knowles on IVF treatments? Here, tell me your opinion of this.
Oh god!
The reason surrogacy and IVF are immoral is because they interfere into the family. They break up the nucleus, the very building block of political society. They separate the reproductive from the conjugal act. They establish the domination of technology over the origin and destiny of human life. And they can have all sorts of unintended consequences.
So, Dave, let me ask you, how do you react to that? How do you react to the fact that you are assaulting the nucleus of our political society?
Well, I don't know much about nucleuses, but, I think that states should be able to do whatever they want. And so if there are Christians who want to have a Christian government in their state, I'm totally okay with that. I'm all for freedom. And,
But what about how does that,
people love the gas.
How does that allow freedom? Are you saying that there should be no Christians in that state? Because those non-Christians wouldn't have freedom, would they?
Sam, what have you done in the past 20 years? Aside from Bob's Burgers, honestly, I mean, it was that movie that you were in the 90s, or I believe it was C. Thomas Howell that said that he only hired you because you had this Jewishy accountant look, I believe.
I am just, my mind is blown, but that's accurate. But to be fair, that happened more than 20 years ago.
So Sam, listen, here's the thing. I have to go here in a second. I just want to say that, the Dial of Ideas has been turned down for a long time, but it's quickly moving into the hot position. And I'm not sure if you've ever heard of this person, this philosopher named Ayn Rand. But I think if you would read her work, it would really be enlightening for you and your general, little political cause over there. And I hope that one day you see the light, Sam, and that you too become a libertarian.
I just want to thank you because this has been one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced in my life.
Yeah, thank you.
And email us and tell us how you did this, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam.
Goodbye.
It's incredible. You can see Sam. He doesn't want to end the call. He's like holding on to it for dear life. He doesn't want to seem too needy, but like this is like, I think this is a level of catharsis Sam was not expecting on the show. You can just see it in his eyes. He's like, what just happened to me? Does this have to end? I mean, can it go on for a little longer? How long do we have on the show right now?
Thank you, Sam.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, that was amazing.
I mean, it was indistinguishable from Dave Rubin, except he was a little bit too intelligent.
He was very, but that was amazing.
The fact you could actually...
That is so terrifying. Benjamin sent me a AI generated thing of him singing "Did It My Way" as Bob's Burgers, and I was just like, dude, fire your agent and hire a lawyer, because that's where this is going. But that is nuts. Would you want to make it clear? As far as we know, that was not Dave Rubin, because Dave Rubin's not that intelligent. Dave Rubin couldn't put together those sentences.
Honestly, though, he really did do quite a job. I don't know if it was AI or it was impression, but it felt like art. I know that much. Some sort of acting talent I felt had to have gone into it. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Maybe it was AI, but that was years ago. And it was... I remember, I think I was watching that live stream when it happened. Well... hopefully you're all being value-tained here on this Sunday Funday. If you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Got a lot of great ways for you to help out. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon. By the way, if you were thinking, hey, I'd love to contribute to the Galactic Deficit, that looks like a big number. Well, you could contribute to the Galactic Deficit, financing of the Galactic Deficit and of the Galactic Content Goal simultaneously. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. 3 ways to do that. 2 for 1 with your donos when you go there. When you think about it. All right. That was quite a cultural experience. The individual had quite some talent, I would say, if they didn't use AI. Let's go to another acting wonderkind, legend, Jeff Goldblum. He's got a new talent he's exhibiting.
Must go faster.
Jeff Goldblum is just one of those ubiquitous guys, whether it's in Jurassic Park, Independence Day, or Wicked. The star has always captured imaginations and the room.
Everyone deserves the chance to... Very lovely to meet you, Minnie Stevenson.
And you've taken your glasses off. That feels official.
Yes. This can be a dramatical move in the middle of a scene.
It is very good.
Yeah, it's useful.
I like it.
Yeah, if not cliche.
For the tiny % of the population who are not Jeff Goldblum groupies, which is only tiny,
many
tell us about the band. How was it born? How did it come about? Your orchestra.
I played when I was a kid. I took to it, especially jazz. But I kept a piano around. And played, and then snuck it into a couple of movie parts. Buckaroo Banzai, this movie with Peter Weller. He had a friend, Miles Davis, who said, oh yeah, I know you and Jeff, you should get a gig with real musicians, and you'll get better and you'll enjoy it.
And the rest is history. For more than 30 years, the band have brought out albums, gigged, and as we speak, are on their first ever UK tour.
We just came from Wolverhampton.
Well, I was going to ask you, how have you found the delights of Wolverhampton, Jeff Goldblum?
Fantastic.
Yeah?
I loved Wolverhampton.
Did you?
My love to you Wolverhamptians, if that's the right word. Yeah, that was great.
You reportedly said Wolverhampton would, quote, complete your life. Has it completed your life?
Yes. Yes, if nothing else were to happen from this point on, I'd be a happy, happy man, as happy as a bowl of steamed clams.
Apparently on the set of Wicked, you and Ariana Grande would do jazz numbers together when you were in your downtime.
One day I started to sing, I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why I just do. And Ariana said, Jeff Goldblum, why are you singing that song? My grandfather sang that to me all the time. I said, really? It's not my strategy. I have no agenda, but if, we have a band, and if you want to record with us, it would be really great on. And she said, yeah, I would.
We spend so much time sort of doom scrolling on our phones, don't we, or on social media. What is it about kind of being in the moment and live music, which is kind of needed more than ever, do you think?
Well, we're trying to keep our kids, 9 and 10, off of screens entirely. And I've always had the spark of connection. There's something about that seems importantly an antidote to the poison of isolation and getting lost in another world of some kind.
Some countries have already banned social media for under 16s, and I just...
Okay, well, there you go. Jeff Goldblum doing his musical act. Hidden talent, I think most people were unaware of. All right. Now to the big screen, where a cartoon hero is coming to life. Masters of the Universe. He-Man.
By the power of Grayskull.
Come on, if you're of a certain vintage, 2 shots in the air. Here's a blast from the past for you. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe hit television screens in 1983 to battle the evil Skeletor and sell a lot of toys. Now He-Man is back with a new movie out in theaters. Except this time, it's no cartoon. It's a live-action flick starring Alison Brie, Jared Leto, and a talking cat. CBC's Eli Glasser has decided to take a look at this movie last night. And
Okay, no spoilers. That's where we're gonna end it. But boy, oh boy, it's looking pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Master of the Universe. The big screen. Yes, Alison Brie is in the He-Man movie. The actress who played... what's her name? In that show. I can't think of either the name of the character or the show. But I can think of it right now. It's about community college. Community, that's the name of it. Keep that little smug. Keep that little smug. All right, for more in the world of entertainment, if music and film is not good enough for you, how about physical art? Let's go here to South Street's Magic Gardens in Philadelphia.
Well, for this edition of Founded in Philly, we are exploring a very popular South Street space that feels like really stepping into another world. Magic Gardens. It is part of the vibe here in Philly. The sprawling mosaic landscape is built from everyday objects and also from imagination. Our Madeline Wright takes us inside.
Magic Gardens is one of Philadelphia's most colorful landmarks. It's a mosaic masterpiece created through the vision of artist Isaiah Zagar.
Magic Gardens isn't your traditional art museum. It's an immersive experience reflecting Philadelphia's creative spirit, drawing visitors from around the world.
When I saw this, I was like kind of blown away. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the, the giant drip castles down in Florida. Like, it's not actually drip castles, but they look like it. Coral, I think it's called Coral Castle. It kind of reminds me of that. Like, it looks like just an incredible amount of effort went into it. Hold on. I can pull it up for you if you don't know what I'm talking about. This. Some guy down in, I think this is in Florida, built this shit. It's insane. And this reminds me of that. Like some guy just put his like entire life into building this thing. Tile by tile.
I was not expecting there to be so much art in Philadelphia.
The half-block space is filled with winding tunnels and mosaics made from cement, bicycle wheels, and ceramic shards covering nearly every surface.
Oh, I love this place.
Education manager Olivia Edlund says the space reflects Zagar's vision and his deep connection to the neighborhood.
This is uniquely Philadelphia.
When the site faced development threats, community support led to the creation of a nonprofit that preserved Zagar's work.
People were donating money, they were volunteering their time, there were lawyers who stepped up.
Following Zagar's death in February, Magic Gardens continues to honor his legacy through tours, workshops, and community programs year-round.
I just thought that was a great story for a Sunday fun day. Showing one man's lifelong effort being kept together and celebrated by a community after his death. A beautiful Philadelphia landmark. All right, we're not going to go too far. Like right across the border from Philadelphia to basically Trenton, Central Jersey. You hear that, Jerseyites? Let's go to Central Jersey. Whoops, I went one too far. God damn it. Denton? What's it called again? Dentonville or something? Bordentown. That's it. Bordentown. Which I think is technically south of Trenton. Walk into a Revolutionary War era tour.
Bordentown has a fascinating history. We were a hotbed of rebel activity during the Revolutionary War. We actually had a signer of the Declaration of Independence living here. We were attacked by the British, 1778. They came here to Bordentown, marched into the city, and started arresting people, burning buildings. I'm fascinated by local history. I just wanted to share my passion with other people. This was the home of Thomas Paine, a famous rabble-rouser. He lived here in Bordentown, which makes this place even more special. Hi, my name is Mark Newroyd-Pierre-Powley. Everybody calls me Mark NP. I'm the owner of Bordentown Walking Tours here in Bordentown, New Jersey. I'm a high school English and history teacher for most of the rest of the time, so it was like a side gig for me, a summer job, and from there it just kind of started to grow. We're standing in the Christ Church Parish Churchyard. This is Joseph Borden Sr., he's the founder of Bordentown. And then this is his son, Joseph Borden Jr. He was involved in the Battle of the Kegs. Farnsworth Avenue is our main street. That's the historic district. We're gonna see Francis Hopkinson's house. If you don't recognize his name, you'll recognize the document that he signed, the Declaration of Independence. This is the home of Patience Lovell Wright, an American artist, a sculptress. She was one of America's first spies. These historic homes serve other purposes these days, but you can still enjoy them outside. So this is Bordentown's Veterans Memorial, going all the way back to the Revolution. The names in gold are the ones who died in service.
Well, there you go, people. Bordentown, New Jersey. A Revolutionary War walking tour. Feel like I learned just a little bit of history just now. Goddamn Brits. Only thing worse than a musical is a Brit. Wow. Strong opinions about both musicals and Brits in the chat. Why did my video stop working on Twitch? Somebody else having problems over there? Oh, yep, it's good. Okay, thank you. All right, good. Glad everybody's video is working well. Well, we're not going to leave New Jersey. We are going to talk some actual news stuff. Let's go north to New Jersey's 12th district, which includes, I think, a portion of Newark. Talk about what ICE has been doing there, and the man running to represent that district, Adam Homowy, who is now the Democratic nominee for the House in New Jersey's 12th. He will be going to the general in November. He spoke with... My brain just broke. He spoke with Emma Vigland, I think a couple of days before the election. This is a clip from that interview.
I wanted to just quickly, though, turn to the ICE protests, not in your...
Hold on. I need a drink. I'll be right back.
It's north of you in Newark, about the conditions in this detention facility in Newark, run, of course, by a private company, Geo Group. It's been a real flashpoint right now in politics in New Jersey. I was encouraged to see Senator Andy Kim show up there, and he was actually pepper sprayed. Unfortunately, Cory Booker, no show, even though he used to be the mayor of Newark, interestingly. What would your leadership look like? Would it be more, what we're seeing with, say, Representative McIver and Mejia, Representative Mejia, or are we talking Cory Booker, no show?
Well, I was there. I was.
Oh, you were there. There you go.
I was there. Yes, I was there on, I'm losing track of the days now, but I was there with Andy Kim, and Anna Leah was there as well. We have, so many of our, the delegation actually showed up, which is like great. And that makes the absence of certain people even more apparent. And if we're not going to go and stand up to fascism and tyranny when it's right here at home and in our state, then how could we expect to be able to stand up for it in Washington? Because we are supposed to be the voice of the people. We're the representatives here. And whether it's in your district or not, it's all connected. And it's like you said, Geo Group is a for-profit group. Again, we're talking about allocations and money. We've spent $170 billion giving it to ICE. And that's not including the $9 million a day we're spending for these private, for-profit prisons that are just, making money day after day off the misery of others.
Exactly. It's disgusting. Can't wait to see this guy in Congress. Now, who probably does belong in jail? Perhaps not in those conditions, but from everything I'm learning about it, sounds like these Bricks and Minifigs guys. At least the owner of the one in Oregon. That's right, it's time for us to get into the Bricks and Minifigs debacle. And it is a debacle. It's quite a situation going on here. Let's start in Fox with Fox 54 News Huntsville from 3 days ago.
A nationwide Lego aftermarket resale chain making headlines after being sued for allegedly stealing more than $200,000 worth of Lego products.
Illegal.
Bricks and Minifigs, which has a store here in Huntsville, accused of stealing Lego Star Wars products from a family at an Oregon store. YouTuber Reckless Ben got involved, creating videos about the situation and accusing the franchise of stealing. He was arrested twice in Utah after visiting the home of one of the franchise executives multiple times. But Reckless Ben tells a different story.
We were just sitting in our Airbnb, just coming up with a game plan, and all of a sudden we see like knock, 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 everyone outside, and like there's like this giant gun pointed at my face. I'm like, like what the heck? Just like what did we do? You know, because it turns out they didn't like the fact that we made a GoFundMe, and I think they also got a call saying that we were the ones that stole the Legos. So they had a search warrant searching our house for the stolen Legos, when I'm the one investigating the other people for stealing the Legos. So like, why did they get a call that we stole the Legos if they're the ones that stole the Legos? It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a very strange situation.
Scandal has impacted stores nationwide, with many reporting a dip in sales as a direct result. But Ben is asking for those stores to be left alone.
It is very sad to see corporate make such terrible decisions where now all these innocent franchises are now basically ruining their businesses because like the corporate is ruining the Bricks and Minifigs name. So this whole time I have been like, don't go out and harass the innocent stores. Like most of them have done nothing wrong, you know, and they're probably very ethically run. I want to urge everyone not to harass the innocent franchises in this.
Now, unfortunately, some people have been harassing innocent franchises. And it has gotten a little out of control. We got a lot to unpack with this. Because first, like, I wasn't sure which way to start with this. I think it's best to do it this way. We'll talk about the people who are taking this the wrong way. And then we'll talk about what's going on with the actual case itself. Because that goes even deeper. Like, this one's quicker. That one is, I mean, oh my fucking God. Like, I cannot believe what I have heard now at this point and seen with my own eyes. Like, over Legos. Over Legos. Stop saying Legos. We're going to be saying Lego a bunch. I am so sorry, but that is going to be unavoidable during this story. It is a Lego-based story. Let's go here to Voidzilla. Coffee time.
Hello! The Bricks and Minifigs investigation is coming. It's 51 minutes at this point. I've talked to everyone involved, the McNeffs, Reckless Ben, the Gormans, everybody. And honestly, I found out a lot of new stuff. Pictures no one has ever seen before. Inventories of what was there that night. But while I was doing some digging, I was leaked some...
Oh, is the debate between Lego or Lego? I see. Is Legos with an S. That's the issue. I see. Lego is the singular, and I get what's happening here. I'm now understanding. I missed it, a little bit of it. Look, I'm trying to do the show. I'm also trying to read your chats. Sometimes I can't do both. Because you're all so beautiful, and you have so many beautiful things to say. But then, I'm put in a difficult situation.
Which kind of disturbed me, and I'm not going to be able to have the chance to address it in my main video, so I want to address it here while we're editing that mammoth of an investigation. But I wanted to start by saying I am heavily involved in this whole thing. I don't want to give you the perspective that I'm saying, oh, nobody's allowed to be interested in this case, no one's allowed to ask questions. That's not what this is. I was leaked videos from inside Bricks and Minifigs stores, other locations that have nothing to do with, like, the Reckless Ben missing Lego collection. People are going into them trying to be vigilantes and trying to get justice, by going up and harassing store employees. And in one case, I'll show you, they actually get in a physical fight with not someone from the store, not someone involved, but just a random guy who's trying to ask them to leave. It just devolves into a huge fight. And so I just wanted to talk about this. Please don't go into your local Lego store and get in a fight over this. It's not worth it, okay? Again, I am as interested in this case as anyone else. I barely slept the last few nights talking to all these people. But the kind of behavior we're about to see, I mean, guys, you're not Reckless Ben, right? Let's just admit it. A lot of these people, you can just see they're trying to channel that energy, but you're not that guy. You're at the wrong store. Okay, let's start there. You're talking to the wrong people. You're physically fighting with the wrong people. These people are having a UFC match on the floor of a Lego store over another guy's Lego collection that has nothing to do with any of what you're about to see. So,
It really is an exercise in the utmost futility. Like, watching this go down is insane. I honestly, when I watched this, I could not believe what I watched. Like what I watched. Like, people need to chill. Before making IRL decisions, do a little research. That's all I'm saying. Especially big ones like this. You know, like taking to any sort of measures like this. Maybe just do a teensy bit of research. Maybe a little bit more than a teensy bit of research, and then only then should you be considering any kind of action. And I think we'll get into the violence part of it. I mean, we'll talk about that in a second.
Anyways, I just wanted to go over a bit of this footage. There's 2 clips that I want to address. Here's the first video that I saw. I'm going to be blurring out some of this just for privacy reasons, and also because there are children in some of these videos, and I just want to make sure they don't get caught up in this.
You cannot talk to children in here. You cannot talk to children in here. Not in my store. Look it up. Not in my store. You cannot talk to children. Call security. We're calling security. Call.
Did you hear what he said? He said, you can't talk to the children in the store. He's like, yes, I can. No, not in my store. It's like, then I'm going to call security on you, dude. And, I mean, yeah, you shouldn't be going into stores and talking to children. Like, that's what's crazy about some, like the way the internet is becoming right now. Like, you see, like, people like Nick Shirley just, like, walking into random daycares. Like, with like, film equipment and shit. And, like, mobs of, like, you can't do these kinds of things, people. IRL is not the internet, okay? You see something on the internet, you need to check on whether or not, for A, it's real, B, like, you should be considering whether or not that you should be transferring this behavior to the real life in general, right? But like this is I feel like it's like a pattern these days of people just sort of doing this kind of stuff, but not even having a real grounding in the facts at all, and just sort of doing it to chase clout, right? Like Nick Shirley with the daycares, you know, like honestly, the what's it called? The speed runs at the like the Mormon, what's it called? Is it the Mormons? The Scientology? I can't remember who it is. But like those are fucking dumb. I'm not gonna lie. None of those people know what like the problems with the thing that they're. I can't remember if it's Scientology or the Mormons. I think it's Scientology actually. But like none of the people, like I've seen the videos, none of them fucking know what they're doing. Like, or like who, like the people are, like, or like what the problems are. Like they're not even doing it as like a protest, right? But this is just a whole other level of just like irresponsibility. I feel like of like internet gone IRL gone wrong.
Sir, if you are harassing our customers, they steal from people. Look at Reckless Ben's video.
Okay, so a guy.
Oh, thank God. You were about to go on a bricks and minifigs. Start yelling at children, but now you're not going to. Thank God. Finally, at least I've gotten through to one person. Don't do that. That's a great... Yes. Thank you.
Sunglasses and a sleeveless shirt, walks into a random bricks and minifigs from what it looks like, and decides to tell one of the store employees, hey, go look at Reckless Ben's YouTube channel. Go, as if he probably hasn't seen it already.
Dude, you need to... God, it's so wild. But basically, there's a bunch of these. And then this is the craziest one of all of them. This is when things hit 10, or maybe even like an 11.
That's just kind of very silly. And you'll see that the White Knight actually is the first one to put hands on the instigator in this case. But regardless, everyone just comes out looking horrible in this.
I am. Cool. Oh, what? No. Cool. Here in public, yeah. You guys are liars. Get out my store. No trespass. Hey, you call 911. Yeah, I did it. Call 911.
So you can hear a little bit. He starts talking about something, and then you guys are liars. And then the guy responds, look, I'm going to trespass you. The other guy laughs and goes, yeah, do it.
Get on my store. No trespass. Hey, you call them one. Yeah, do it. Let's make it it's already at least like why are you in my store? You gotta leave next to you. Get out of here. Get up. You're gonna have a serious attack.
All right, so you can see the walk up, the heroes walk up. You know, people like this always fantasize.
Oh, God. That's exactly what's happening here. The hero has entered. A wild hero has appeared.
Intervening, he was kind of biding his time. Over by the Lego section, he overhears what's going on, and he decides he's going to stroll over and make it right.
You're gonna have a serious attack. You're going on your side one. Leave.
Such an idiot.
Who are you? You work here? No, I don't. Who's fucking you? I'm here. You know why I'm talking? Yeah, I do. You know why? Now get out. You want to wrap this up in this shit? You know what's here. I don't work here. You don't either. Yeah.
So our altercation really is one guy going, you don't work here, and the other guy says, well, neither do you. This ain't gonna find the Legos. Brian Mansell.
This is such a dumb argument. Like, neither of these guys should be having this kind of. They're both. Hey, green jacket dude shouldn't be here yelling, and tank top boy over here. He shouldn't be also yelling. Like, this isn't helping. Like, him coming over and getting in his face and yelling isn't de-escalating the situation at all. And you'll see that he fails to de-escalate in a really unfortunate manner.
Collection ain't in the store, guys, okay? So I know we're all excited on getting to the bottom of it. But going about it this way just makes everyone in the situation look like fools. And if you're harassing people at their place of work, or you're trying to be the superhero and save your local, Lego store, it's just ridiculous.
Ow! You! Who are you? Okay. Come on.
I don't know if you could hear it. The guy's like, okay.
Okay. Come on. Nobody wants people to even throw up and job. Okay. No. Because it's not their issue. It's not state altogether.
So I don't know if you just heard that, but he's like, oh, it's not their issue. It's the state. And the guy's like, oh, it's corporate. Again, right. Why are we doing this at a random Bricks and Minifigs franchise location? It's like being mad at the CEO of McDonald's and you go in.
Yeah, he's the voice of truth. He's the one guy who's actually thinking straight. He's like, guys, you're arguing over the wrong thing right now. Like, this is a completely different store. Stop yelling at each other, please.
Go into your local McDonald's and throw over the tables. It's like, who do you think you're hurting here?
People want to be in your shop. Okay. That's right. I just want to speak with you. Then you leave. Dude, who are you? You have no authority. Why don't you tell me what's wrong with what happened? But why are you not listening? Why are you not listening to someone listening?
Yeah. And then Tank Top became an episode of When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong. He gets his ass beat on the ground on the floor of this Bricks and Minifigs store in whatever state this is. Well, suffice to say, he is in a state of shock right now after grabbing a guy. Goes wrong for him. He gets punched in the face, thrown to the ground, and then is pummeled. Just pummeled. No, it's not a slap fight. This guy gets ground and pounded by this guy. From everything I saw, Green Jacket is trained, and he just blasted off on this guy. Like, he is left bleeding on the ground at the end of this fight. Like, this whole thing could have been avoided with a little bit of research. And once again, not bringing the internet to the IRL before thinking about it. Just a little bit. So yeah, there's this whole thing of all these people taking this video and going out there and doing very stupid things because of it. But simultaneously, there is the video itself. And the video and everything I'm seeing about this seems quite problematic. And, like, I'm not saying that, well, just to be clear, I'm not saying that Reckless Ben, I think that's his name, Reckless, honestly, I don't think what he did was actually reckless. I know his name is Reckless Ben, but I think what he actually did was try and solve a crime that wasn't getting solved. But let's get into this a little more deeply, a lot more deeply, with the great Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker.
Patreon CEO said they rejected a Bricks and Minifigs request to remove YouTuber Reckless Ben's account. We have, in fact, unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. Jesus Christ, dude. The Bricks and Minifigs saga is crazy. The second video apparently has a summary of the first in it. So maybe we just do the second video. I was just watching. It's so funny checking up on my political commentator streamer and he's watching the Lego drama. I mean, this is like beyond... This is beyond just Lego drama. This is like cops.
Step outside, everybody. No, don't move. This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. Illegal. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back. But we ended up taking them to court, and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us.
Damn, Reckless Ben is shredded, bro. Jesus Christ.
Since Josh only lives like 15 minutes away, they must have informed him that we're in the area, because a few minutes later, this happened.
Dude, the police just showed up. What the heck? Why are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
3 cop cars?
Oh my gosh. Cop cars.
Why is there 3 cop cars at his house? We didn't even walk up to his house yet. The cops are following us. What the heck? That's so crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law.
He's got his lights on.
That's Utah, baby. Look, you see that in the backdrop?
What the heck? That's so crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law.
He's got his lights on.
Oh, shoot.
He's pulling us over.
Poop.
My name's Officer. This is Americorps Police. The reason I stopped you is the stop sign. You didn't stop that.
I didn't? No. I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped. You said you ran a stop sign?
Huh?
You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like...
Because we definitely stopped at the stop sign.
Stopped.
Yeah.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
Illegal.
So who's Ben?
Me? Ben.
Who's Ben?
It's good.
Like it?
That is highly irregular. That's highly irregular. So who's Ben? For a traffic stop, normally the cop would come up after having checked your plate, and then the driver, the owner of the vehicle, would probably be, if they know any names of anybody, the one that they use. Instead they go straight to, so who's Ben?
A what now?
What the fuck? They're
That's
talking about
really
him. They're
weird.
calling him out. He's not even driving the car. That's fucking nuts.
Obvious that the police know why we're here, so I just explained to them the entire situation. This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set. The only problem is it's a crazy story, and the police officer did not believe me.
$200,000. $200,000. It sounds crazy.
Since the cops don't believe my story, they trespassed me from the property.
Everybody today is being trespassed from that property.
I gotta say, and Hassan mentions it as well, but this kid, talks to cops like they're his fucking friend, dude. It's it's real fascinating. Like especially when you're like in a situation like this, like being relatively like whatever, like in passing with the police officer, but when it's like a legal scenario, like cops are not there like as your friend ever, right? And he doesn't even like push on that at all. Like he's like, that sounds weird. Well, it might sound weird, but just look it up. Just look it up, genius. It might be weird to you, but all it takes is a little Google search for you to realize that this is a real thing, and that there's Legos and Beanie Babies, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, Beanie Babies aren't really worth anything anymore, but like, I mean, how weird is it really? Right? Like, people know that Pokemon cards are worth an incredible amount of money. There's like crimes over Pokemon cards. Like, this guy's playing stupid, right? And he's just like, oh, like, that's weird. And then he just sort of like doesn't respond to that. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, get in there. Argue your freaking case right now. Because that's what's happening. You're defending yourself. I don't know if you realize that yet, but you're in the middle of defending yourself. They know who you are. The fact that they know who you are should lead you to like believe that they also understand what's going on here. And for you to let him play stupid like that in the middle of this is kind of bonkers.
Okay. Yeah, we were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have. Josh does not want to do the easy way. The only option left is to go the hard way. Yeah! But before going the hard way, I actually remembered that there...
Legal Eagle said the same thing. Well, it's just true. I didn't even watch that video. But the fact is when I was his age, I interacted with the police a lot. Mostly from driving a little. And so those sorts of interactions, like, I'm very familiar with. When you get approached, like when you're in a car, like, and you're getting approached by an officer because you've made a traffic infraction, I know how those are supposed to go, right? Like, I've had a few of those. It's been a while since, I mean, I've chilled out on that over the years, but I don't even drive right now. But back when I was younger, bad situation.
Another owner of the store named Brandon Best. Brandon is the guy in the security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is to show up to his house.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hello? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
Dude, what the fuck is going on? Dirty soda eyes? Dude, these Mormons are crazy, bro. Why are they like this? Why is he going nonverbal? What the fuck is happening, dude?
But I find this to be really weird. Does not anybody else find this to be weird? Like, if he doesn't want to talk to the cameras, why just come out and stand there motionless and say nothing? It makes you look fucking weird as shit, dude. Like, it makes you seem like very adversarial. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just like holding his hands in his pockets. Who knows what he's got in those pockets right now? Just completely silent, not moving. It's creepy. It's creepy.
I mean, to be fair, he did show up to his house. That is pretty fucking insane. But also, he lost a goddamn lawsuit. How was he supposed to extract the money?
Then the police showed up, and again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody else.
No, he stole $200,000
How
with
do you
it.
know this?
Because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
He inherited the store. He's being blamed for everything that the previous owner did.
Fact is, though, he should have just gotten a lawyer. He should have just gotten a lawyer. He already had a lawyer. Like, he should have just collected. Like, I don't know. Like showing up and trying to collect. Like this is the one thing. He should have just, you know, like collected in the old-fashioned way. I feel like, you know, it was never like he didn't commit a crime. Like knocking on somebody's fucking door isn't a crime. And this guy didn't even say anything. He wasn't telling him to leave, right? That's the other thing. It's like he's not trespassing if this guy doesn't tell him to leave, and he's there for a legitimate reason of collecting a debt. So really, honestly, I can't blame him for doing that. I just think it would have been better to get, you know, somebody else, you know, to do it. But the point is he didn't do anything wrong by doing this. Like, certainly it's not a crime. And honestly, he's saving a couple bucks, doesn't have to pay somebody to do it. This is one way you could collect a debt. There's nothing unlawful about going to someone and saying, hey, I've just won a lawsuit against you in court. Give me the money, right? Like, this, it's fine. It's just, this is not usually done. It's just not usually done. But, like, there's nothing criminal about it.
And he's trying
well, that's a lot. So we.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The police gave me a formal trespass notice, which I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good faith conversation, but Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted.
I don't get it. Do they not? Are they incapable of buying the judges? Like, they bought the cops. Are the judges not Mormon?
So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Guys. Yeah, what one? They all look the same. No.
Joshua Johnson.
Yeah, Joshua Johnson.
Oh, he's suing them in Oregon. Oh, okay, he's cooked. Does Cutie know them? Yeah, Cutie knows every Mormon in every state, including in Utah.
So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was...
Wait, just a random Mormon? The fuck's he gonna do, bro? Yeah, you gotta go up the ranks, my man.
Go up the ranks. I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed.
Yeah, we ended up just driving home. But on our way back, this happened.
What? Pull over again?
Bro, what the f? They can't drive in the entire state without being...
Yeah, that's a really good point, Mono. Mormons are literally known for going door to door knocking on strangers' doors without ever being invited onto those people's properties. Like, it's been a while since I've seen one, but I've had my door knocked on by a fucking Mormon in the long ago. Like, didn't ask them to come onto my property. They did it. That is 100% true. And so it is really fascinating in Utah, people to be saying, oh, you can't walk on somebody's property and knock on their door.
Illegal.
Constantly harassed by cops. That's crazy. This is a massive misuse of taxpayer funds, by the way. Bro, we got to get Nate Bluen on the horn on this one. He could have a real impact on this. We got to get him on the horn. He needs to have a statement ready to go.
I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fort Police Department. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
The whole police department knows him. The police labeled him a nuisance streamer. His photos at every office.
Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You're gonna sit on down here for me, sir. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
I'm in the August 2nd Ward. There's been an audio going around with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you like everything.
Who's that?
So,
I guess
that's him.
No, I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but
I was just going to ask him, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything.
Did you hear that? I don't think Hassan caught it. He said, I know that from the voice. This kid just played an audio clip, and the police just made a positive identification without being told who it was. He's saying, oh no, I know who that is. He says, I don't need you to tell me who that, I know who that is. By the voice. Right? Suggesting that he knows this individual well enough to be able to recognize their voice on an audio recording on someone's phone. I think that says a lot about this situation.
Oh God, this might be a crazy ask, but could you take a selfie with me?
But anyways, back to us. The police apparently got a call that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of the person because there are substances in the vehicle. Really? So he's going to do that. I'm going to put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pockets for me, okay? Sounds good.
What the fuck?
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs.
I'd also like to point out that he's using way too much affirmative language over here. He's saying, okay, okay, okay. No, don't do that. Stop saying okay. He's like, his Fourth Amendment's being violated right now. Like, and he shouldn't be consenting to searches in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, they're doing that on purpose. They know this shit is a time waste. Dude, they know this shit's a massive time waste. They're just fucking with the... Oh, God. Is this legal? I think not. I don't think they have a they don't have probable cause.
I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing back with just some of the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip, because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid the American Fork Police Department is. But anyways, even though we were passing every single drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction.
Once again, these guys shouldn't have just been submitting to random fucking drug tests and shit. They just gave up they're just giving up all their rights. They think the cops are just like their friends. It is wild. They should have had like a lawyer with them this whole time.
Dilated.
Like, they literally should have brought a lawyer for this.
And then
Do you notice it?
So I haven't been looking at this. I'll show him. Look, go ahead and look at him.
I'll look at you?
Yep.
You do see it?
So
it's crazy. I have no idea because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
We'll let you guys go now, but you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense? Okay.
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me. And because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved. And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. He wouldn't even talk to another Mormon. Instead, he just called the police on him.
Bro, the other Mormon doesn't have magical powers. Like, they're not like vampires, you know what I mean? I sent another Mormon from his church to his house, and he wouldn't speak to him. This doesn't make sense. That's funny. He should have just dry snitched to his like pastor or something, right? Like, isn't that... I don't know how this stuff works, but is there like a ranking? There's got to be some kind of like power ranking in the Mormon church, right? Like, he went to a random Zoomer with like a fucking half wolf cut, half mullet. You got to go to the bishop. Is it the bishop? Yeah, you got to go to the bishop in his ward. Rank competitive Mormonism. It's whoever has the most wives, you have to go to the wife guy. I don't think that's how.
Jesus. Oh, God. All right, we can't watch this whole thing. It's just so long. But it's quite clear there's some rampant corruption happening here. None of this makes sense from a legal standpoint. They have a lawyer, they have a case ongoing. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the other thing. Well, that's because, right, because of the content, right? Because they do have, like, this is all content to them. And that's basically like the main focus almost, right? Like it's almost like it supersedes actually getting results or whatever else.
All right, she's been trespassed.
Hold on, officer, somebody's back.
Okay, she's been trespassed.
Damn, his piggies are out.
Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. That's illegal.
Wait, what? Do you get served or not? That's it. A process server isn't like a special designation, I don't think. Anyone.
Actually, it is, but once again, I mean, if you're the plaintiff, you can serve him with papers. That's my understanding of it. But people use process servers so that the whatever you call them, like the person who owes the money, right, doesn't know who you are, right? Like who they are, like who they're representing, so that they can hand off the envelope before they realize that they've been served, right? Normally people do that, right? Because it's insane, because you have to get them to accept it. You have to get them to accept the envelope. That's the whole thing about serving people court papers, right? Is like you have to like, and people, you trick people usually by using a process server. That's a real thing, and they're basically just there to trick people into accepting documents, because, you know, if the people who actually were owed the money showed up all the time, nobody would ever get their money, right? Because you would know, right? You would look out the fucking door or the window or whatever and be like, oh, go fuck yourself, right? Instead, they're like, oh, hey, I'm Mormon. Like, if you're in, like, Utah or something, or anywhere, like, hey, I'm just, I'm here to tell you about the great word of Jesus. And then they hand you a letter, and it's actually, oh, sorry, you've been served. It's not illegal. It's just not done, right? Like for him to claim it's illegal is fucking idiotic. And for anybody to, especially for a police officer, to not know the law on this is incredible. We have such incompetent fucking police officers. We spend billions on these corrupt idiots.
Okay, just what is this fucking cop yapping about? Just give him the goddamn paperwork, man. What the fuck?
Court?
He can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court with him.
No.
So these papers that he printed.
Well, that's a lie.
Wait, I mean, he's just lying, right?
Fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay, never been to court with him or
Never
anyone
been to court.
associated with
Nobody's ever been to court.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay, what was the reason behind it?
He's making it seem like YouTubers are not capable of suing people.
YouTubers
He's a
aren't
YouTuber.
people.
Don't you know? It's also...
Don't you know YouTubers aren't people? They aren't protected under the Constitution.
I have it in my phone. I ChatGPT'd it. YouTubers are not allowed to start lawsuits against people, specifically bald people from Utah. Everybody knows this. We have the unredacted videos because the cops accidentally leaked a link to a Dropbox. Are you fucking serious? So the cops actually redacted this part of the conversation, and then the Utah Police Department accidentally linked to the Dropbox a couple hours ago. So now we have the redacted footage. Wow.
The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go through the legal process,
Which is
find
what
an
we're
actual
doing, yeah.
process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her.
How would that... What is... Oh my God, dude. This is a fun time to remind everyone in this community that might not know that there is a literal IQ, maximum IQ that you can have to be a cop, okay? If you're too smart, they don't want you. They don't want you in the motherfucking police force. And now we know why. There's an IQ cap for police officers. This is the reason. It's crazy. He's like, well, dude, find someone not affiliated. This is the person not affiliated. This is a process server. Find a new process server. What the fuck are you saying? This is actually real democracy in Utah. In most states, small shop owners can't afford this level of police corruption. It's reserved.
Like, you have to pay a process server. So buy, like, what is the fucking word? Like, buy, like, all, account, like, I can't even think right now. Like, it's so like enraging, like how stupid this fucking guy is. But you have to pay a process server. So all process servers that in this case that he's there's no way that he could get a process server that's unaffiliated with him because they're all there to represent him. It's like a lawyer, right? How are you gonna find a process server unaffiliated with you? What does that even mean? The fact is, they're just too stupid to realize that the guy, the defendant, the one who lost, like the criminal, basically here, the one who lost in a court of law, he's giving them the runaround. He's just pretending that he doesn't owe the money. That's all that's going on right here. And then technically, I mean, it's his right to pretend. I mean, but you know, it won't hold up for long. With any real scrutiny, with anybody with well, let's not get back into the IQ shit, but with anybody capable of understanding this simple legal situation, which one would think a police officer would meet that standard. One would hope and or expect, would think that a police officer could meet that very low bar.
Major corporations. Literally all of this would have been solved if he just submitted an affidavit to the court saying that he tried to have a good faith conversation with him, that then that is no longer required. No, he did do that. And then he did actually send an affidavit to the court. And then I think that's the reason why they started the court case, right? So I guess does he send another affidavit saying he actively tried to serve him and he's like avoiding him or something?
Okay. Yeah, that's basically that's literally what he's doing right now. The lying and the obfuscation and the pretending that he doesn't owe the money. That's what he's doing. Just want to remind everybody, we are more than 2 hours into the galactic content goal. 3 hours into the stream. Still, I did the math. We are only 33% of the way through, about a third. So do consider contributing one of the many ways we have available to you. Things like Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon.
The police are finally leaving. It's time to game plan how to serve Josh. But then, you guessed it, we got the police called on us again.
Yo! What? They said the jacked cop. By the way, Utah Police Department, I mean, the Utah cops are in kind of good shape. They're all still like very thumb coded. Obviously, you have to be. But they sent in the mega cop. Like, this is the tank.
Oh, sure.
This is the 4th generation chud. The boss hog.
Paper? The serving paper?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a
Oh my God. Tier 4 Alpha Chud actually did the job. I don't even know how you can verify whether or not a court case is real or not, but
you just call the court. I mean, the case number is going to be on that document that he's holding there. And it's just got to call the court, the clerk.
This phone call was the breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
all right. Okay.
Oh my
I haven't
God.
watched this video.
This is wild.
So I can't possibly spoil it. But I'm willing to bet that they're not just going to go, hey, you were right. We and our Mormon friend here was wrong. We're just going to go serve him the paperwork. I don't think this is how the story is going to end. I almost feel like they're just going to double down and harass him even harder than they did
Immediately,
before.
if not
Now
sooner.
that they know for a fact that their homie is in the wrong. Let's take a look.
Okay. Okay. Find you back. Am I being arrested? Really?
Ben got
Insightful.
arrested.
This is insightful.
Like, they didn't say
They just
anything.
straight up arrested him. Oh,
Prescient.
come on, dude. Of course they arrested him. Come on. That is crazy.
What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal?
Why would they do such a thing?
I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the Bricks and Minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They're like a huge clan that takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals.
I love watching this step by step, and I can't tell if Reckless Ben is like playing the role of a naive guy on purpose for exposition, or if he truly is clueless about what he's gotten himself into. I suspect he's just like, he's doing it for narrative purposes, right? Because there's no fucking shot that he's just like, oh, I thought the cops were the good guys. Why are they?
Yeah, I don't I don't know if I'm there with Hassan right now on this. I take a look at this guy. I take a look at what he's about. And to some degree, I feel like he is kind of he's like what do you call him? It's like a Mr. Beast. Right? Like, he's not as big as Mr. Beast. But I feel like that's basically what he's got like a slightly different but you look at his YouTube channel, right? I mean, this is Mr. Beast coded as fuck. You can't tell me it's not. Right? Like, this is Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast does not consider the consequences of his actions or really of any of the laws on the planet. I mean, we remember what he did in that fucking Aztec temple? Like, I mean, this guy, I mean, come on, like, right? Like, I mean, I built an extreme stunt for Mr. Beast. You see what I'm saying here? He's very Mr. Beast coded. And I do feel like it's actually highly likely that he doesn't understand the dynamics of the situation. Like, he seems like a good guy. But he seems mostly prank / like, like IRL shenanigans type of guy. Hence the name Reckless Ben. And like I was saying, I feel like this is one of the less reckless things that he's done, but it's gone awry because he doesn't know how to do things that aren't reckless.
Taking care of the bad guys. That's what a cop is supposed to do. It's gotta be for narrative purposes, right? He knows his whole thing is busting cults. Yeah. I remember him doing like, he does crazy shit. I remember him like, he infiltrates cults all the time, right? Like, he actually.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe this is, like, I'm not saying he's not doing it for views, I guess. I'm just saying, like, he just doesn't understand, like, the dynamics of the actual situation, right? Not of like the internet's relationship to this, right? Not like the money making opportunity here, but that, like, I feel like he doesn't quite grasp like the severity of the situation. Like, somebody is like basically like somebody's inheritance, basically a man's like life savings. I don't know exactly how, but like this, right? Like that old guy lost $250,000 because somebody lied to them, tried to defraud them. It's a serious legal situation. Like, it's not a prank, right? Like, it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like he got himself in over his head. Like, he knew this would get clicks. Of course he knew that. Like, it hits multiple angles. And you can see that he does some sort of like, it does like investigation type stuff in some of these videos. And so you can tell it like it hits multiple algorithms, right? And I get what happened here. I'm just saying, like, I don't think he thought about like the gravity of the situation ahead of time. Like, that's why he doesn't have a lawyer, like when he goes to this guy's house, or like when, like when he's got the cops talking to him, he's just like answering questions or letting himself be searched. I think to some degree he doesn't realize that he could be getting himself into some serious like legal situations. Even if he's in the right and on the internet, right? Like, whatever the court decides, like, it could be life-changing.
Like, goes into the cults
I got stolen. Eventually, I got released from jail.
Out of jail now?
And this is when it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now there's really only one way I can think of to get this family the money back from them, which is a GoFundMe. Yeah, it is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture to hang it up so we could get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came.
What you guys up to?
We're starting a GoFundMe. Yeah. What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically
publicity.
You know, we're not going to do the lawsuit anymore. We're just going to do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
Dog, that's crazy. Can you imagine having this much care and consideration for like an actual stalking case? Because there's like millions of people, average women on the internet, have to deal with like real ass stalkers, both in their physical space and certainly on the internet. Can you imagine a cop offering just a fraction of this care and or consideration to a real life stalking case? Oh my God. Nope. The only way that they use this statute is to take care of YouTubers who are, trying to actively fundraise for a victim of theft. And not just regular theft, it's like grand larceny too, because it's $200,000. That's a lot of money. That's not like a little bit of money, dude.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys break the law.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio, but the police made a mistake. They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio, so when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
No. Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are.
I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was...
No wonder they accidentally dumped all of their redacted files. These guys are so incompetent, dude. It's awesome. Oh my God, it's so funny. Yep, caught 4K. Blasted. Holy shit. Okay, chatters, you were right. This story.
By the way, defamation isn't a crime. I would just like to point that out. It's not it could be civil. Like, somebody could sue you over it, but you don't go to jail for being sued. It's why that guy isn't in jail right now, right? Like, like, do you see the irony? Right? Like that guy who stole property and has been sued, the same thing that you would do in this case for defamation. He's not in jail, but they're like arresting this guy for doing basically the exact same thing, or at least trying to put him in jail for it. Like, can we come up with a way to make this a crime?
Awesome. Will was trying to get me to watch this story too. I've been avoiding watching this for the past couple of days, but god damn, this is a great story. It's got everything in it. It's got police corruption, police brutality, misuse of taxpayer funds. Holy shit, this is what we're gonna do to more Pegasus, by the way. I gotta hire Reckless Ben to go to Singapore. It's got Legos, but this one's not as Lego heavy as the previous one. Just a reminder that this is about 9 out of 10 cities and towns.
Okay. Where do we want to pick this back up? I can't watch this whole freaking thing.
Why is he talking to cops with no lawyer? I think a big part of their content is just like constantly yapping to cops. I don't know. I like, it has to be content, right? Like, they know better. I assume they know better. I know, like, the easy answer is, oh, they're white boys. They don't know any better, but like, they probably do. They're just making content, right?
Was that kind of your ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that?
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian, because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court or else you will get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, and we're like, let's do a GoFundMe, you know? And that was their solution.
But I was wrong.
We're gonna book you back into the jail, okay? The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
Wait, I'm sorry. Even if it's defamation, that's not illegal. What the fuck do you mean you're putting him in jail? That's literally illegal for you to jail him for defamation. What the fuck is going on? Hello? Yeah, this ain't Singapore, man. This ain't more Pegasus. Going to Singapore in jail? Okay, now I'm being naive, but this is a bridge too far. Does Utah not have lawyers or something? Yeah. Utah is crazy.
Yo, that chatter is right, though. Where the fuck is this kid's lawyer? He had a lawyer. He'd sued this guy. Where the fuck is that person? How are we this far and he's not asking for his lawyer?
I mean, cops universally don't know the law at all. I feel like it's a part of the job description. Like, if you know the law even a little bit, they beat your ass. In the police department, they slam your head until you forget the law, because they're like, you can't know the law, dude. Are you stupid? But also, this is above and beyond as far as like not knowing the law. You can't just fucking arrest someone for being like, oh, you made a GoFundMe about someone that we like? Well, sorry, you're going to prison, buddy. Why? Because you defamed him. No, that's not.
When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court, right?
In the criminal side of court?
Oh, yeah. Should I go back?
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna his cuffs for you.
Utah moving like post-Soviet 90s Russia? Dude.
The worst part is,
Who says that, though? That's the crazy thing. Who says, should I put my hands behind my back? No more protestation, that's it? I mean, what in the actual hell?
That the police officers took away my bail, so now I have to wait a month in jail.
Wait, what? No. No, that's not real. No, I don't believe it.
However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me on bail. So now...
Wait, releasing you on bail? No. No. None of the... Wait, what? No, the judge should have been like, what the f*** happened here? What do you mean you had to pay bail? What do you mean you had to pay bail? For what crime? This is the most liberal judge in Utah, by the way. Yeah, that's a Romney judge. That's the most liberal, libtarded judge you can find in Utah. I was like, well, you know, you should probably still, you're a disgusting criminal, obviously, because a cop said you should be in prison. But we've decided maybe we can give you bail. Like, what did they write in the report?
Shit is this case is fucking insane. I've watched multiple hours of this now at this point. I am utterly just beside myself over the whole thing. I mean, here's the thing though. The original crime of the Lego theft is fucking horrible. And you know, those guys deserve their money back. And I just don't understand how there is a crime, a different crime, not that crime, but a different crime. This guy is now being, is he dumb? Kinda, probably. I don't know. I don't know enough about him to say for sure. But like this the guy doesn't belong in jail for this. This is ridiculous. Bail? How any of this could be true is just kind of beyond me. No, absolutely. The GoFundMe is anything they can do anything about. It's ridiculous. It's like being arrested for starting a business or for buying like contributing. It's like getting arrested for like contributing to a GoFundMe. It's basically the same thing. There's really, what is the tangible difference between starting and contributing to a GoFundMe? Like how is either thing illegal?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Okay, this thing is insane. People are doing crazy things for money these days, stealing Legos of elderly people. But of course, nobody can afford a home. Nobody can afford gas or groceries or anything right now. People acting crazy out there. And a new report finds that Denver metro home buyers and sellers are experiencing a fatigue of unattainability.
Home buyers and sellers are feeling a little discouraged with the Denver metro housing market. That's according to a new May Trends report from the Denver Metro Association of Realtors. The association says homeownership unattainability fatigue is causing buyers to pull back and sellers to lock in place, with closed sales falling 7% year over year and new listings declining more than 17%. I went to Littleton today to meet up with Realtor Heather O'Leary, a member of the Denver Metro Association of Realtors Trends Committee. She told me metro homes have had a 6% average price appreciation annually, which is normal, but mortgage rates are shooting monthly payments up.
A median home in the Denver metro area could cost 87% more than it did in 2020 right now. And so buyers are exhausted. That's where we get the term affordability fatigue, because it's just difficult for them to jump into something.
Yeah. Mortgage rates are at a really high point right now. We've been talking about this. It's been sort of out of the news because there's been so much other shit going on. And of course, the 30-year, which is what mortgage rates are based on, as you'll see here, is at nearly at a 6-month high, or at least it was last month, like 3 weeks ago. And they've been on an upward trend over the last 5 years. Basically at the high point of that curve right now. Could it go higher? Some have been talking about raising rates, actually, because of a number of different metrics.
And sellers are honestly exhausted as well because they don't want to have to drop their prices.
Well, if you are in the market for a home priced at $1 million or more, the luxury home market is doing really well, with pending luxury home sales increasing 3.1%.
Yep, sales are increasing. Not the sales themselves, but well, in the luxury markets, the sales are increasing. But in the rest of the home buyer market, it's more people trying to sell and less people able to adequately attain financing for those homes because of the high rates, because of inflation, right? It's a combination that's hitting everybody right now. And the lack of wage growth. As we know, wage growth has not been keeping up with inflation. Continues to lag behind it. It's getting worse, actually. Last month it was 3.6 to 3.8, right? Whereas wage growth was 3.6, inflation was 3.8. The April numbers that just came in, it was 3.4% growth on the wages. So does it mean we're not in a good spot? I think we all know inflation has not gone down the last month. If you noticed it, let me know where you live. I'll come to you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Your luxury is a tarp? Oh, God. No! The story is wild. It's true. It is a wild story. Gabby hiding over on the vertical jet. Good to see you. All right. Well, while we're talking about affordability, some people are taking extreme measures to get their costs down. Now, don't ask me how I ran into this clip. It's from a little YouTube channel. Actually, I have no idea the size of this YouTube channel. This is a short clip from Damian Monti last week with his ingenious gas-saving contraption.
Yeah, it's an episode of Family Guy. It's a great way to stay in shape. Oh no, oh no. Bike, Civic, you know what I mean. Yeah, basically it's... We got some flat stock. Go get it, dude, you know what I mean? Bring her around town.
When I saw this, I was like, dude, we gotta watch this. This shit is hilarious. Because this is exactly how people are feeling. Like, look, times are tough. I might as well turn my car into a bike.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The paper towel's on fire. You guys see what we're working on here? It's probably...
You know, gas now costs more than my rent. I might as well. All right, hold on. I'm skipping ahead. I'm not going to watch the building of it. We don't have time for that. Let's see the public's reaction to this contraption.
Joey!
All right.
We're getting arrested, boys. You know what I mean?
I don't know why that was so hilarious to me, but these dudes just pedaling this car around with gas prices just skyrocketing. I feel like that's how we all feel right now. It's like that, yep. That's more that's more cost efficient. This is bleak. Says, look, I mean, it's less bleak than a lot of the news that we talk. It's more lighthearted than a lot of the stuff we talk about around here. And let's not forget that we're going to be ending the stream with Donald Trump's 100 days in Iran update, NBC, or well, yeah, interview with Kristen Welker on NBC on Meet the Press. This is, when you think about it, this is the fun part of the stream. When you think about it. Of course, biking is a great way to get around, especially if you're in a big city. The big city. Let's go back in time. Back in time to Manhattan's fastest bike messenger. 1985.
I don't go slow. I don't go slow. You don't stop for red lights. I don't stop for red lights. You don't stop for pedestrians. I go against
Illegal.
traffic. Right. I disobey every traffic law there is.
How rude.
David Leopold is an outlaw legend, the fastest and the flashiest of Manhattan Island's last romantic adventurers, the bicycle messengers. They carry in their packs the deeds, blueprints, and contracts that make the city hum. They dart past red lights. They glide through traffic jams. They are knights on steeds with wheels.
Yes, however, they don't really exist anymore. Or I guess they just shifted from being bike messengers to Uber Eats delivery. So long, long ago, people needed to deliver. I know this is a strange concept, everybody, but a long, long time ago, people needed to deliver letters and like physical documents to one another, right? Like words and numbers, stuff like that, on pieces of paper, physical paper. And these guys, they'd have to go darting around through traffic, risking their lives and the lives of pedestrians across the island.
Nobody can quite do it like I can in the traffic.
Are the other guys on the street envious of you?
No. Some of them, are proud that they know me, I guess.
Here is a legend at work. He passes trucks, he passes buses, he passes mounted policemen as if they were standing still. He
Illegal.
passes other messengers and all taxicabs. In New York traffic, Leo leads the pack.
I can ride between objects that leave me 1.5 inches on each side. And it's so technical that, it's like a surgeon's hand.
Left turn.
All right, there we have it, people. Just a look back into history there on the delivery of messages by bike. Thankfully, we don't have to do that. Although I do think that the car, I do think that the bike car is a technology of the future as we run out of gasoline faster and faster. Now for another thing that has nearly disappeared from the streets of New York. The iconic coffee cup. Here's New York One and Spectrum News from last week.
If I tell you to picture a New York coffee cup, you'd probably think of this. These blue coffee cups are part of the fabric of New York City. You've seen them in movies, tons of New York City-based shows. But until very recently, you could find millions of these cups across New York City. If you walk into most local New York City coffee shops or diners today, you'll most likely be handed something way less charming, like the many knockoffs the cup has been replaced by.
No, we're very serious about our trademark.
We just kind of scratch our heads to figure out why people are buying them.
And what I found was way more complicated than I thought. So where did they go?
I'm trying to find this cup.
Have I
Have
seen
you seen
it?
it lately?
No.
What happened to these? How come? No. No?
They went out of business many years ago. I don't know why it disappeared.
Very expensive.
I knew I had to get to the bottom of this to find out why we can't seem to find these cups anymore.
Immediately,
But
if not
first,
sooner.
we need to find where these cups even came from.
Violent
Why did they look like
crime.
this? How did they spread and become a cultural icon? And what caused them to go from a New York City symbol to an endangered species? So like only a New Yorker knows how, I went to find out for myself.
Anybody see this cup?
Ah, God. The iconic New York coffee cup is disappearing. It's been disappearing slowly, but surely. Let's talk a little bit about the history.
Service Division for Dark Container Corporation.
Let's talk about this cup. You probably have a soft spot in your heart for this cup.
Absolutely, I do. And whenever you can tie a product to a community, like Anthora ties itself to New York City, it's a gift. It really is. And we're very, very lucky, and we honor that, because who doesn't want to celebrate New York? And our Anthora Cup celebrates New York.
So you guys, when you got it from Solo, you kind of brought it back in 2015. And so would you say, is it kind of still making a comeback?
I think it is, yeah. And New York.
I think I skipped past the part I wanted to get. What did I do? Fuck out just now? Suffice to say, the cup has been around for a long, 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 long time. You've probably seen it in places you don't even realize. The original company was bought up. However, there's one man trying to keep it alive. At a little company called Lucky Supply.
Someone in the city. Is there anyone in the 5 boroughs that's trying to bring it back? Lucky Supply, a New York City distribution center, is another player in keeping this icon alive.
My name is Sungshin. I now run my father's business, Lucky Supply, here, where we do wholesale paper and plastic goods. Essentially, we sell to the guys who will come pick up these products from us, coffee cups, any sort of like food tray, paper bags and stuff for food takeout goods, and then sell to the restaurants.
So let's talk about the cup. As long as you could remember, this has been something you guys offered up here?
No, it probably started about 2 or so years ago. Honestly, looking back now, I can't remember why I got so obsessed with the idea, but it's such an iconic cup to me, and Restaurant Depot has their version of it, but I had friends who always complained about it. I have coffee shop friends who, they're like, you know, I wish we could have like the original ones. And I kind of went to my Dart sales rep and I said, hey, you know, what are the chances that we can restart this whole thing? This is manufactured here in America. And so the cost inevitably is a little higher, but there is a difference in quality, which is kind of the thing that allowed me to lock in and say, you know, maybe this is worth offering. It may not be as cheap, but people will not have as much of an issue about it. For me, getting this wasn't for making money. For me, it was, I just wanted to kind of put this back in the market and see the kind of spark for New York again that I kind of love. And so making $1 off of it, sure, it isn't much and it's not great for a business, but it's a passion thing for me more than.
There you go. Dart shut down the cups. This guy decided to say no more knockoffs. One New Yorker took it upon himself to get these cups made again and available. Although, like everybody's saying, they are expensive. But some people feel very strongly about those cups. What are you going to do? Well, while we're in New York, we might as well go to Brooklyn. Wait, is this in the right spot? Yeah, this is good enough. This is fine. Right? Yeah. All right. Let's go to Brooklyn. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Let's talk about billionaire dickbag by the name of Mark Cuban.
What is Welcome Fest? Will you tell me what Welcome Fest is?
I barely looked into it. It's just, it was labeled on X as a centrist.
It was
festival.
kind of bigger last year. I don't know. I think there was some abundance stuff.
Yeah, that was the abundance thing.
Josh Barro, the sort of like, he's really sort of like a liberal Republican from the days gone by, but I think he identifies as a Democrat. He is interviewing Mark Cuban and trying to figure out how Democrats can win back the center. But look, we know that the center, this term, the center, even back in 2014, Ezra Klein was writing about the center not representing a center of politics. Like, in fact, the center's position are very often at the margins of public opinion on
Exactly.
things. But here is Mark Cuban.
If you're talking about affordability, what are the things that you can control? What are the businesses that impact affordability? And go out and talk to them. You know, there's no big fans of Donald Trump in this room, but to give him credit, when you see all the oligarchs that he brings in and everybody says, oh, they're just kissing the ring, he's asking them for.
Did he say, am I the only one who heard oligarch? Did he say oligarchs? Can we listen to that one more time? What did he say?
This room, but to give him credit, when you see all the oligarchs that he brings in, and
am I wrong, or am I just mishearing it?
he says, oh, they're just kissing the ring, he's asking them for something. Now, we may not agree what he's asking for, but he is literally asking for something, and sometimes those things he asks for are for the good of the people.
Does he realize he's an oligarch? Is he aware of that fact? I'm not sure he knows what the word means. I know he went to business school. I'm not sure if they covered this kind of stuff wherever. I can't remember what school he went to now. But does he know that he is one of the oligarchs? Or what?
The Democrats never even ask. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean,
You're
sorry.
You're an oligarch, and what is he talking about? Who is he asking exactly? Who the fuck is this dude? Like his employees? Oh, like sometimes I ask the dancers at the fucking Dallas Mavericks. I don't think he owns them anymore, or like does he still own them? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we go ask the fucking hot dog guy. Like, what are you talking about? Like, first off, you can't ask your own employees for fucking opinions, right? That's not a bad starting point, right? Those people have to say they like you.
goo gaga. What are we talking about? Sometimes they ask for something. Be specific, Mark.
This is the billionaire version of the people in online media who overinflate certain candidates because they come on their show. He's literally saying there, I wasn't invited to the White House enough. At least Trump invites the rest of the oligarchs
No, he
to the White
literally
House.
says that in a minute.
Oh, great,
Yeah.
great. I'm stepping on the clip. I
Oh,
haven't
good.
seen it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing to do, apparently.
He's asking him for something. Now, we may not agree what he's asking for, but he is literally asking for something, and sometimes those things he asks for are for the good of the people. The Democrats never even ask.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, it's crazy. I've never had a Democratic politician come to me and say, Mark, you understand AI. Can we discuss, what your hiring patterns are going to be, the impact on hiring, the impact on jobs, what programs we can put together that maybe could minimize the impact on entry-level workers and give them more opportunity? Never once. Last administration, I tried to go to the White House and talk to them about stuff. Had no interest in talking. And so back to the question for the center, y'all live somewhere, and in those somewheres, there are companies that impact affordability for various products that are having to make hiring decisions for young and old, existing and new or former employees, dealing with healthcare in particular. And I don't think anybody's ever knocked on their door with a Democratic hat on and said, hey, let's talk. What can we do?
Democratic.
You know what? Maybe the politicians don't have to ask for permission for what they're going to do from you. Maybe we live in a society where just because you're a billionaire does not mean that you get to dictate what goes on. That maybe you can be brought in for a hearing and say your piece about what's going on in the industry, but everyone knows that your fundamental agenda, I'm not saying the marginal things. I'm not saying the things that you negotiate away to get to achieve your fundamental agenda. Your fundamental agenda is to enrich yourself. You, in many instances, you literally have a legal obligation to make that your fundamental agenda, the first agenda. So all of your advice, you'd have to be an idiot to assume that I could go to this person who's a billionaire.
You're a moron.
And get advice from them and not realize that all of their advice is delivered through a lens that maintains their ability to maximize their profits.
Yeah, and of course Donald Trump knows that, I think. Right? But we all know that the billionaires are the last people to ask about fucking affordability because they have no idea what that even means. They don't even have to consider how much a thing costs. You have to stand in an aisle for a few more seconds, looking for the best price per ounce or whatever else, right? It doesn't matter to them. A few extra pennies, a few extra dollars, a few extra 100 million, who cares? Regular people don't live like that, right? We all understand this, I think. I lost my... Oh, right. Okay. Well, while we're talking about Donald Trump's great benevolence by reaching out to the billionaires for advice, we should talk about Trump's numbers. Because it would seem the numbers are suggesting Trump needs advice from some other people. Here's the great Harry Emden. CNN.
Hey there, I'm Harry Anton, and today we're counting down the top 10 key groups that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, but have shifted against him as he goes underwater, and we're going to start with the smallest movement and build our way up to the biggest movement. And we're going to do so looking at the pure data, the raw numbers, baby. So let's start off with Generation X, which I often feel like gets ignored, right? We talk about millennials, we talk about Gen Z, we talk about the baby boomers. But Generation X was the most Trumpy generation. He won him by 7 points back in 2024. But down he goes now to minus 12 points on the net approval rating. That is a 19-point shift.
Yes, Trump's numbers are imploding. We're not going to watch this whole thing because this is old. This is like a month old, more than that. But Gen X, men, suburban voters, Catholics, men of color, voters with under $50,000 income, white men with college degrees, married voters, white men with no whites. Oh, sorry, just all whites with no college degrees. People 18 to 34. People 15 to 34 who are looking for jobs. People from 18 to 34 who want to buy a home. Men under 34. I'm sorry, men under 30. Point is a lot of people, specifically groups that did approve of Trump, are now the exact opposite spot. Okay. Now, speaking of things falling off of a cliff, 2 workers were in danger of plummeting to their deaths. 22 stories up. The Metropolitan Building in Rochester, New York. News 8 WROC.
Welcome back. 3 window washing workers stranded more than 200 feet in the air make it to safety with the efforts of the Rochester Fire Department.
This is the kind of stuff they train for over and over again in the Rochester Fire Department, sharing today more about the successful rescue.
RFD says the workers became stuck after a platform malfunction and managed to get the 3 of them down in about 2 hours. Tuesday evening, firefighters reported to the Metropolitan Building on South Clinton Avenue, finding 3 window washing workers stranded 22 stories in the air on a scaffolding platform. RFD says the workers became stuck due to a power failure and couldn't get back to the building.
People tend to be scared of heights, right? So it may add several challenges to.
Well, thankfully, these guys were rescued. They sent a drone up there and then brought them down eventually. Or somehow got off down. I don't know. Anyway, saved. Saved from imminent doom. However, this week down in Florida, some people were intentionally plummeting great heights. Here's WRAL from yesterday on the Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series.
It's really high.
The key to taking in a dive is simple.
I like it over here a little better.
But the dive itself,
That was crazy.
not so much.
Unless I am buckled in on a roller coaster, I don't do heights well.
Today, 24 of the world's top cliff diving athletes descended upon St. Pete Pier for the Red Bull Cliff Diving World Series.
Way higher than I would jump.
Jumping from the heights of high rises
The women's is 70 feet and then the men's is 90 feet.
and making a splash in the bay.
I like to hope that it's shocking for people, because when you see it on TV, it doesn't have quite the impact. Of course, videos never do it justice.
Yesterday, the divers warned us.
Yeah, in person it's cool to see, especially from this perspective.
And today, fans getting nervous just thinking about it.
I feel like if I tried to do that, though, I would the first, I'd get up there and be no, and then just climb back down.
Yeah, it's up way up there. Pretty scary. Was he wearing the AI glasses? I didn't even notice. I forget that those exist. I try to forget that those things exist. All right. I guess it's time for this now. We go from Florida back to New York. From death-defying acrobatics to professional men's basketball. The NBA Championships.
What?
That's right, baby. NYC Mayor's office with an official video from the New York government from 4 days ago.
Zohran Mamdani.
It has been 27 years since the New York Knicks have been in the NBA Finals.
Let's go Knicks! 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 Let's go Knicks!
What is it about the Knicks?
Yeah!
It's basketball.
There you go. That's right. The Knicks, the Spurs facing off in the NBA.
Nobody can stop us! Nobody can.
Taking down game 1 3 days ago. I guess it's 4 days ago now. Here's Reuters with the reaction from fans at Madison Square Garden.
Nobody can stop us! Nobody can stop us! Knicks need more! Knicks need more! Let's go! Let's go, Knicks!
The crowd is amazing, the watch parties are insane, and the support for the Knicks is crazy. Let's go, Knicks! Let's go, Knicks!
Man, it's good. I love it. It's my first time in almost 40 years out here.
Well, it's been like 40 years since the Knicks were like in this position, I think. If by basketball history is it all accurate still in my head? It's been a long time. A long, disappointing time. Long, disappointing time for Knicks fans. And now there's a shot. As 2 days later, the Knicks took the second game, 2-0, in the NBA Finals against the San Antonio Spurs. Here's ABC News from yesterday.
It's over!
Overnight in San Antonio, the Knicks squeaking out a win in the final seconds of Game 2 in the NBA Finals.
13 straight victories!
The crowd growing wild outside MSG, thousands of miles away, acting like they're courtside. Early on, it was the superstar struggle show.
You're so out of rhythm right now.
Wembanyama, arguably the most gifted player on the planet, having a quiet first half, only scoring 7 points. The alien looking very human. And Jalen Brunson couldn't find his footing either. 7 for 24 on the night. That's why you have TV.
And slams it home.
Karl Anthony Towns putting the Knicks on his back. 21 points, 13 rebounds, and every big moment in the first half, Cat was right in the middle of it. And then there was Mikal Bridges.
Bridges red hot.
20 points, 8 of 13 from the field, 4 3-pointers, including a huge third quarter that gave the Knicks breathing room. By the time the fourth quarter started, the Knicks sat on a 14-point lead.
Largest lead of the game for the Knicks.
With San Antonio taking the lead with under a minute remaining, their eyes locked on a Game 2 win. Then, momentum changing on a dime.
Stolen by Brunson and knocked down by Wemby.
This Wemby turnover and foul, putting Jalen Brunson at the line to take a 1-point lead. Still, the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama found themselves with the ball, a chance at a win with the final shot.
To Wembanyama, pulls up, jumper.
And it's no good.
The Knicks survive.
I threw that one away. I messed up. We needed to win that game. This game was ours.
Square Garden. Across the Big Apple, fans erupting, even Spike Lee making an appearance. Karl Anthony Towns, who lost his mother to COVID in 2020, reflecting on the final moments.
As you go through life, if you lose a parent, anyone's listening, you just look for signs, and I'll take any sign I could get, and I prayed to her strong before that possession.
Now, there you have it. The New York Knicks taking the lead 2-0. The NBA Finals. Third game and fourth game to be played in San Antonio. I believe it will be Monday, actually, today. It's already Monday on the East Coast. Now, things got a little out of hand on the streets of New York, and unfortunately, some people were arrested celebrating a little too hard. Here's Eyewitness News from yesterday.
A lot of people waking up happy and confident this morning. We were talking about yes, very tired. We were talking about ticket prices for Game 3. So one ticket is like at least $10,000. So, Knicks fever has been sweeping the tri-state, and fans once again celebrating outside the Garden last night.
These games so far have only taken place in Texas. Just a reminder, come Monday, the series shifts back home here in the city ahead of Game 3. Crystal Cranmore is...
Oh, right, it's reversed. I'm sorry. No, right. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. It's not like I'd have money to go anyway.
At the Garden in Midtown. Good morning again, Crystal. Hi.
Good morning, Michelle and Perry. Well, it got pretty chaotic last night. Authorities saying it ended up with one officer getting punched in the face. Fortunately, that officer is okay, but that's exactly the type of excitement, the type of behavior police say they do not want to see.
Yeah, some people getting a little overly excited, expressing it in different ways. And some people watching the game in rather circuitous, unconventional methods.
You see what it's about. Look what it's about. What are you talking about? This man right here got the Knicks in the finals 2 games away from...
I forgot about this guy with his Jalen Brunson poster that he clearly made himself. He clearly made this himself. Like, this guy is a real Jalen Brunson fan. I mean, wow.
The whole thing?
I mean, look how big that poster is. What is that? It's got to be like 3 by 4 feet tall. Like, I mean, holy shit, dude.
This is about in the city that everybody's here feeding off the energy, man. And we coming home. We coming home.
Well, there you go. I haven't had a chance to watch a single one of the games. I've been like, honestly, this is the most I've caught up on it. I used to watch basketball. I remember when I had time to watch basketball games. I don't have time to watch them online, nor do I have the money to watch them in person. I'm glad some people are enjoying it, though. Now, let's go here.
Slip you an ambient.
To the side of a building. Somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where this is. I think this is Manhattan. No, well, actually, yeah, I think actually maybe north of that. Maybe it's the I can't tell. I can't quite tell. It's very blurry video, but as you can see here, they've decided these guys up here, right? They whipped out the projector And it started to project. Oh no, I hit the wrong. It was such a short fucking video. God damn it. I fucked up. They're projecting on the side of the building. A very ingenious way to enjoy the game for everybody. You can see there's like a small group of people just sort of watching like from beneath the balcony as well. Where is it? Oh god. I'm also trying not to play Jay-Z because I know I'm gonna get copyrighted if I do, and I did it again. God damn it. It's like 11-second long clip. Screw it. $10,000. Thanks, Mom Donnie.
We are less than 3 weeks away from.
Pretty sure it's probably who is it? Who are the seat people? Ticketmaster. It's probably mostly Ticketmaster / like Madison Square Garden's fault. I highly doubt it's Mom Donnie. It's probably like the NBA and Ticketmaster who are like in collusion to make ticket prices as expensive as possible. I'm not monetized anyways. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Still have problems. All right. Now, before we move on to this next thing, staying on sports and in New York, but going all the way to the West, Buffalo, where a sports betting pack is apparently spending more than $355,000 in a local New York assembly race. Here's WKBW TV.
We are less than 3 weeks away from primary day, and Democrats in parts of Buffalo and the South Towns will be voting in the primary for the 149th Assembly District. Our City of Buffalo reporter Holly Kirkpatrick has been taking a closer look at the campaign finances for the three candidates here and found out one candidate is getting a strong backing from the sports betting industry.
The app-based sports betting world has its hands all over the Democratic primary race for Assembly District 149 and is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in support of one of three candidates.
More than ever, we need leaders with the right priorities. Leaders like Karen Hoke.
This is one of the digital videos paid for by a political action committee called New York Future. They've set up an independent committee in support of Democratic-endorsed Karen Hoke. Campaign filings show the PAC is almost entirely funded by sports betting companies DraftKings and FanDuel.
Shock of shocks. Shock of shocks. Political action committees funneling money into more races. And unfortunately, they understand the importance of local government and state assemblies, and nearly 400,000 into this woman's campaign here, Karen Hoke. I mean, honestly, gambling has made its way into all sports now, with the introduction of apps for your phone that place bets on at all times. You don't have to go to the OTC sportsbook, casino, whatever it might be, the bookie. Nope. Now it's all been completely legitimized. In order to keep it that way, these companies are continuing to try and wield influence through money. Home of the Buffalo Wings. Yes, I do think the Buffalo Wing comes from Buffalo. All right, back to talking about sporting events. We're not quite done. We have an impending sporting event. Not just the NBA Finals ongoing, but in less than 1 month, the first game of the FIFA World Cup 2026 is going to begin. What better way to start this off with another official YouTube video from the New York City Mayor's office.
Zohran Mamdani.
I love that Zoran is putting out random fucking montages and videos. Like, in between getting everything done that he said he was going to get done, he's also got time for this. It really shows you, what a work ethic and ingenuity and some community involvement can get done. You can't tell me this isn't hilarious. The official stamp, the office of the mayor. So, I mean, like, something about these is just so heartwarming, seeing Zoran enjoying his favorite things. The World Cup, the Knicks in the finals. I mean, what a way for Zoran's first year to go. All right. Let's go here now. BBC News from 3 days ago. Will AI crown the World Cup winner?
Hello again. Welcome to AI Decoded. 3 countries are about to host the biggest sporting event on Earth, the 2026 World Cup. 48 teams, 104 matches, 6 billion fans around the world. And for the first time, artificial intelligence at the very heart of the tournament. New technology to make offside decisions. Real-time virtual replicas of all 16 stadiums so that organisers can monitor crowds and manage safety across the 3 countries from one single command centre. And a completely new experience for fans watching in the ground and those observing at home. Lenovo, FIFA's technology partner, is calling it a football revolution. But it must be said there is some way to go in convincing the fans that more tech is the answer.
Yes. We'll expect the tech-heavy World Cup, AI-infused World Cup. I'm sure there's no way that goes wrong at all. sure that there's just no way for that to go wrong at all. Now, before we talk more about the preparations for the World Cup, we go back in time. Back in time to the first time that Canada qualified for the World Cup.
Back up. Good, back up. Good, that's one.
The bookies in London are betting 1,000 to 1 against them. And the cynics say it was a fluke they even made it this far. But Team Canada, the first Canadian team ever to qualify for the World Cup soccer tournament, has been working out for weeks on the march to Mexico. And frankly, they don't much care what the cynics think about their chances.
Corner kick. Swings it in, near post, headed away, and it's in! It's in! Canada has got in front, 2-1!
And this is where it all began. St. John's, Newfoundland, last September, where Canada beat Honduras and earned a chance to play in the World Cup competition in Mexico.
Yes, indeed. Now, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure in 1986, Canada, I don't think they won the World Cup. Pretty sure Argentina did. But Canada did make it. It's been 40 years now since Canada first made its debut at the FIFA World Cup. Alright, let's go here to BBC now for more. What it's going to entail.
Well, many of us will be watching the games at home, yelling for our favourite players on the TV to run a bit faster or tackle a bit harder. But how fit do you have to be to compete at that level? Our health correspondent Dominic Hughes and BBC apprentice James Govan, who's also a trainee referee, have been taking part in some fitness tests to find out what it takes to be an elite athlete.
Dominic Hughes is an enthusiastic but basically unskilled footballer, aged 58 3/4, has his chance of World Cup glory passed him by. Spoiler alert, yes it has. And this is James Govan, a trainee referee. James is a whippersnapper at just 18.
Go! Come on.
Could he be reffing in a future World Cup? Maybe.
So match pace as soon as you cross this line.
And finally, this is Adam Hayward, a highly experienced strength and conditioning coach who's worked with professional footballers. He's going to put the lads through their paces.
Come on, come on, come on, get it!
Yeah, perhaps not shocking to everyone. Or anyone. You have to be quite fit to compete in the FIFA World Cup, to even get there. Let's be very real. Top physical condition. I don't think we need a reporter to do laps to figure that one out. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Now, in preparation, in anticipation of the World Cup coming, some bars are extending their hours, seeking to boost their businesses. It's just a bunch of like, just a bunch of Jews screaming for the first 30 seconds.
Philadelphia here, we're going to be open till 4 a.m., typically open till 2 a.m., but they've given us a special license to be open to 4 a.m. for all the World Cup games, which is good because the games actually start at midnight for some of the matches. There's a big fan festival, but they close at midnight. So we want to make sure that we're open for all the fans to come here and see every single match.
Well, there you have it. Some bars will be extending their hours to accommodate FIFA World Cup fans. All right, are people yet value-tained?
Are you not entertained?
Are people not yet value-tained? I feel like this has been a peak value-taining show. We made fun of Dave Rubin's pitiful display on Jubilee and other sorts of pride events. Culture, music, movies, art, history, actual politics, the bricks and minifig situation, which some people have been begging me to cover, I would point out. The affordability crisis, of course. And, I mean, you know, New York Knicks, NBA Finals, World Cup. I mean, this is peak valuetainment, people. However, we are 4 hours into the stream, which means the galactic content goal is ending. I will add a little bit more time to it. Give us like an extra hour. You could contribute in a number of ways. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And, of course, Patreon. You're suing Donald Trump for slander. That is very...
How rude. How rude.
Very rude of you. How dare you do that? Can we help fund your legal campaign? All right, let's talk about what goes into the very ground floor efforts at the World Cup. Like the very field itself.
Billions of fans will tune into the 2026 World Cup to cheer their national teams. Few of them will likely notice something vitally important to the event: the turf beneath their feet. The grass grown for the World Cup is the culmination of a global mission that includes scientists, farmers, and turf specialists.
It's science.
The end goal is to produce pitches that can withstand elite play in the varied summer climates at 16 venues across the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
Yeah, we've got a pretty cool relationship with the sporting world, especially.
Tom Wren, a manager at global grass seed company DLF, says the tournament is a chance to see grass processed by his company used on soccer's biggest stage.
It's pretty neat, and it's a talking point, right? You know, you sitting around watching a game, having a cold one with the buddies, and being able to say, "Oh, that's our grass. That one right there, that came through here." But yeah, it's neat. It's a neat experience, and obviously, when you can take a piece of home to some of those bigger scale events, it's pretty cool.
The playing surfaces are being tailored to local conditions, putting turf science to its ultimate test.
Turf science to its ultimate test. My God, that sounds serious. Wonder how much it costs to turf a field. One wonders. You know? Of course, FIFA has something of a history of financial corruption. Maybe we should be asking more questions.
What do you think of the ticket prices?
They're rubbish.
A few weeks
They're
ago,
rubbish.
I asked Scottish soccer fans how they felt. Prices.
They're rubbish.
A few weeks ago, I asked Scottish soccer fans how they felt about World Cup tickets.
I think right now the cheapest one resale is $800 and it's standing room only.
Tickets on sale, Foxborough, Mass. $761 for nosebleed seats, and that was the day that they went on sale.
The Scots aren't the only fans pissed off.
Here's a game in Miami, Colombia versus Portugal. Lowest price is $2,900.
They are crazier than I could have even imagined.
This better be my seat, right in the middle of the pitch.
I need a sugar mommy for this World Cup. I'll take a sugar daddy too.
It's gotten so bad that even the 2026 FIFA Peace Prize winner said he wouldn't pay those prices. I'll take you through my own experience. One April morning, I logged onto the FIFA website and took my place in a queue.
I was in line trying to get tickets in the queue, and then by the time your time comes up in the queue, they're all gone.
You waited for that wheel.
Waiting for that wheel of doom, exactly, and then they're all gone.
6 hours later, I was through, and I found these kinds of prices. Fancy a seat at the semi-final in Dallas for $11,000, and through each successive sales phase, they've increased.
This is ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. $11,000. $11,000.
And through each successive sales phase, they've increased. For the Uruguay-Spain match, you might have paid 126% more in April than in October. The cheapest ticket to the final from the first sales phase is double the median yearly salary in Ghana or Haiti. For Americans, it's equivalent to about 4 months of marketplace health insurance or a year of full coverage car insurance. The resale tickets are even steeper.
FIFA's resale site has 4 tickets on sale for just under $2.3 million each.
So we're
Is that the whole? Is it the whole? Is it the whole? Like the whole bleachers? Are you buying all of the rows and seats? I know it's not. I know it because it says it exactly. It says block 124, row 45, seat 36. You're like here or something, or maybe it's reversed. I don't know where row 45 is. I'd have to count through these. It's actually probably either the very back or the very front. One would assume it's probably the very front. Is that it? Is the little red box right there? That right there? I think that's what it is. Uh-huh. That makes sense. $2.3 million for the privilege.
The site has 4 tickets on sale for
Affordability.
just under $2.3 million each.
So we're asking why a World Cup ticket price is so high. And by talking to fans and economists and partnering with fellow journalist Sam Ellis from YouTube channel Search Party, our investigation revealed not only how we got here, but where all this money is going. Stay tuned and learn how this became the World Cup for the ultra wealthy. The first thing I was curious about was, how does this cost controversy stack up to past World Cups? Well, even in Qatar, one of the wealthiest nations in the world, the cheapest tickets for group games were marked at $11, flat rate, more than 10 times cheaper than this year.
This was Qatar. Can you imagine how everybody would be going on?
There's one man who knows this isn't the norm. England fan Andy Milne has been to his fair share of World Cups, 9 to be exact. After he kept being spotted in the crowd, he became affectionately known as that World Cup guy. If anyone ever doubted that, for many fans, football is life, Andy has used part of his pension to be in the US this summer.
I did take early retirement in 2022 to go to Qatar. My full pension doesn't come through for a few years.
It's pretty clear these prices and methods of ticket purchasing are quite different from back in the day.
So this is the first one. This is in Spain, and the price on that is 800 pesetas. I queued for 3 days to get this one. It was actually great fun. There were loads of fans around outside. We played football during the day. And here's the other sort of Italy, France, the German ones at home, South Africa, that one, Brazil, Russia, that's Qatar.
He's seen his share of iconic moments.
And then I saw Zidane's headbutt that got him sent off. Messi versus Mbappe, 3-3 draw.
That's quite the dedication when England hasn't won any of those World Cups. Yeah, that one really stings.
Let's go, see
A lot of people are willing to pay a premium for such life-changing experiences. FIFA has positioned the World Cup as 4 Super Bowls a day, and that's not far off the truth. But think of the last Super Bowl. Face value tickets reportedly started at $950 for nosebleeds. Remember who you spotted in the crowd: celebrities and billionaires. That creates a benchmark for other sports events.
The issue here is simply,
I'm sick of these things being like all these things that should be for the people now just turned into this like gate-kept luxury experience for the ultra wealthy. Like regular people should be able to go to a fucking baseball game or a fucking soccer game or a football game or a basketball game and not have to spend $10,000 to do it. It's fucking insane, and it's all because of, you know, just greed. It's all just because of greed.
In May, the Attorneys General of New York and New Jersey launched an investigation into FIFA's sales model, accusing it of manipulating fans into sky-high prices, and adding that the World Cup is not an invitation to exploit residents and visitors.
And dynamic pricing. Place a cap on resale prices and set aside 15% of tickets for local residents at a discount. Let's call this price gouging what it is.
Months after making it part of his mayoral campaign,
today I'm proud to announce, just like Arsenal, we got it done.
Zoran Mamdani secured some tickets priced at $50, but that's only for 1,000 lucky New Yorkers who win a lottery. As for the lower priced tickets usually set aside for loyal supporters at World Cups, this year they start at $60 versus $11 in Qatar. And there are extremely few available.
Our first match in Dallas is in a stadium with 94,000 people there. We've been given 4,000 tickets. How can you justify giving just 4,000 tickets to one of the 2 teams that are there playing that match?
Ultimately, the 2026 edition might be a lost cause. Fans might well have to just sit this one out. So what about the future?
LA will be named host of the 2028 Olympics.
In 2028, when we welcome the games, we'll show the world the real LA.
Yeah, but you know, here's the thing. I want to just skip over that part because that's actually pretty important because a lot of investment is going into this, right? Whether it's businesses in the United States or like local governments themselves, like investing into this because they think it's going to bring growth, whether or not that premise even makes sense off the jump. Like if you have even less people, you know, show up and spend money, that's probably bad.
We're seeing a similarly aggressive pricing model for the next huge global event in the US, the 2028 LA Olympics. The Olympic Committee said no dynamic pricing for now, but the cheapest tickets at $28 sold out fast, and they're slapping on a massive 24% service fee, much higher than the small 1.5% service fee for the last Summer Olympics.
A 24% service fee? For what? What does that even mean? I mean, processing fees, right, for like a credit card company is like really low. But they're charging 24%? What is being provided for that? 20 times as much as the old one?
Much higher than the small 1.5% service fee for the last Summer Olympics in Paris.
I got into the pre-sale thinking I'd grab a couple tickets for my family. Then I saw the prices, nearly $500 for one seat. That's an instant no for me. And the process, total chaos.
Anyone getting deja vu? But there is a glimmer of hope for the future of live events in America.
Is there a fix?
You gotta put a cap on it.
I know, you do.
They definitely have to put a cap on it.
Price caps sound reasonable. FIFA's counter-argument:
if you were to sell tickets at the price which is too low, these tickets would be resold at a much higher price.
And that is happening. One scalper reportedly made $45,000 from reselling 50 tickets for one single game. But that's not how Euroconsumers sees it. That's an advocacy group that filed an official complaint to the European Commission about 6 different FIFA abuses, including excessive pricing. Here's Policy Officer Olivia Brown.
One of the arguments for using dynamic pricing that we heard from FIFA specifically is that it keeps the value.
I just want to create like an analogy here. I think it's pretty easy to see how this is just unfair. If you just look at it in a slightly different way, because I think everybody accepts this one. Like, I think everybody, at least most people around here that watch this show regularly, accept that we can't have billionaires and corporations buying up all the housing and then charging us whatever the hell they want just because they own everything, right? Like, we at the very least need like real like markets. These guys can't be given benefits for doing something that's actually harming society, right? Like, we need to clamp down on corporate and billionaires, like landlords, right? That are just taking advantage of people and buying up everything. It's the same fucking situation. It's just entertainment. It sounds less serious, and it is less serious technically, but it doesn't mean that we should allow it here either, right? And just because somebody doing it isn't a billionaire, it's somebody with more money than everybody else, and or whatever opportunity to get ahead of everyone, buying it all up and then just jacking up the price. It's just like detrimental to like these social events that should be fun for everybody, and it's just ruining it.
Football in football, because if they weren't to use it, the tickets would be bought up by ticket touts and bots, and you'd be paying extortionate resale prices. But if you have strong retail legislation, that argument's completely worthless.
Reselling tickets at a profit is banned in many European countries. The UK is even discussing criminalizing the practice for the Euro 2028 tournament. But in the US, ticket resales above face value are completely legal. FIFA says it's complying with resale policy in North America, and that's true.
The applicable resale facilitation fees are aligned with industry standards across North American sports and entertainment sectors.
FIFA made a choice to adopt this model in America, specifically because it's unregulated. So Trump can joke all he wants that he wouldn't pay, but his own World Cup task force leader, Andrew Giuliani, yes, son of Rudy, said he does not believe in price controls. Lawmakers have let this fly for way too long. They could try to curb dynamic pricing in tandem with capping resale prices at face value, especially where the dominant players are involved, like.
Yeah, but they're not doing that, are they? Around now, I would take a break normally. However, we still haven't completed the galactic content goal. I don't want to use up the rest of our time with a break. We're still really far behind on that, too. I'm a little worried we're not going to complete it. We're like, I think 35% of the way through last time I checked. Hours in. How much have I actually done of the stream so far? 20. Made some pretty decent progress, but then I got these two things. They're gonna take up a ton of time. It's got the Ethan Klein situation. That's gonna take up some time. And then what's gonna take up even more time is Trump's interview with NBC and Kristen Welker. That shit was fucking insane. Oh, and I got this one. Oh, I got a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, I got a full ass show for tonight. Stay on the topic of World Cup. Go down to Mexico. To one Mexican zoo that has animals predicting World Cup outcomes.
Mexico was favored in 2 matches. Let me remember. Mexico versus South Africa. Mexico wins. According to Shanti and Kenya, our elephants. Then, in Mexico against South Korea, it's a draw. It was close. The capybaras were there, undecided. So it stayed undecided.
There you go. It's a little different kind of a prediction market. Zoonotic in fashion. Mexico's chances are good according to those elephants. Now, let's go to California. Talk about protecting the coast, which people may not think very much about, but it's actually very important. Without the coast, infrastructure and homes are at risk. And the problem of erosion in the rising ocean is an increasingly dire problem for California.
Hi, I'm Cara Santamaria. I think a lot of us grow up seeing the California coast as this beautiful, permanent thing. But it isn't that simple. Beaches are shrinking. Communities are trying to adapt, and even protecting the ocean can mean making choices that not everyone agrees with.
Yes, and the people who disagree with them are mostly Karens, I would point out. All right, not Karens. It's going
This
too far.
is the very definition.
That's going too far.
of
Complainy NIMBYs.
totalitarianism.
Complainy, property-owning NIMBYs, mostly. It's a different kind of NIMBY. This isn't a NIMBY who doesn't want low-income housing in their backyard. No. They don't want projects to impinge on their freedom.
Community and recreation. Peace and solitude. The essential ingredients? Sun, sea, and sand. But because of climate change, our coast is changing. Ocean levels are creeping upward, erasing borders between land and water. And once wide beaches are shrinking, losing the sand that once replenished them naturally because of coastal erosion. Scientists warn that if these trends continue, California's coast could look dramatically different by the end of this century.
Immediately,
and some
if not
beaches could
sooner.
vanish entirely beneath the waves. This has created a reckoning for coastal communities, forcing them to make difficult choices about how to respond.
The beaches in Oceanside are super important to the individuals that live here. It's a part of their culture. Most people have been in the water, and a lot of them surf on a daily to weekly basis. They're also raising their kids in that same style to enjoy the ocean, and it's our most beloved piece of Oceanside.
Yes, indeed. Small, beautiful portion of what is effectively public beach, but is being affected by erosion, by a number of different factors. Lack of, a lack of erosion and movement of sediment from estuaries to the beach. One big problem, right? Because of all of the buildup of because of all the buildup of like human infrastructure, right? Like roads and homes and shit like that, right? Estuaries that should be depositing sediment onto beaches, like streams and rivers and whatever else, are diverted or blocked from actually making their way to the beach and doing what they're supposed to do naturally. Because technically, if they did, they'd probably be, to some degree doing it in people's backyards or whatever else, right? But the fact is, without that, these beaches have no way of naturally replenishing themselves, and so humans have to do something to shore them up. Forgive the pun.
Right now is the Coastal Sand Dune Restoration Project, and we're doing about 10 different plots, totaling 1 acre of coastal dune restoration, using simply just sand fencing and some native vegetation that's native to sand dunes. So it's a really low-budget, natural solution to building resilience on the coastline rather than a big engineering project.
If we use that little bit that they're bending over the pole,
these are some seeds of native plants that we are putting here. We have 3 species that the common name for these plants is sun verbena and the beach bar, that are the important species for sandy growth. So when the vegetation starts to grow, they help accumulate sand and then they grow together.
But essentially nature takes its course after this.
Exactly. It's because that's called nature-based solutions. So we are passively helping rebuild the dunes or restart the dunes that are here like in the 1920, 1930.
My concern partly is the beauty of it. I don't think they're very attractive, but also I don't know how effective it's going to be. My other concern.
Oh, it's not pretty, and he doesn't know if it's going to be effective. This is what I'm talking about. These NIMBYs. These are the kind of NIMBY we're talking about. Morons. Complaining morons with beachside property who think, oh, this reduces the beauty. I have to look at a fence. Oh, I'm being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Anyway, it's important, so nobody should care what men like that think, okay? Old grumpy men, probably with multi-million-dollar homes that they bought for a nickel and a can of beans, complaining about a fence to protect the natural environment. You can go fuck yourself, pal. How about that? How about you go do one of these? You know what's going to reduce the beauty? If there's no fucking beach left. Stupid. Ay. People like that frustrate the hell out of me. Alright, moving it on from PBS SoCal. If you want to watch the rest of that, you can go to PBS SoCal from yesterday. Up next, staying with the P's, ProPublica. Some people's backyards who are actually being affected by something truly horrifying. Unfortunately, it's not just their backyards, it's their entire homes. ProPublica with a very revealing investigation into a situation we've kind of talked about before. Old oil fields. Zombie wells.
We're just having a regular Saturday, and my youngest daughter came running in.
And I was like, why is it so red? After that, the white stuff came out of the wall.
Solid water and dark stuff coming out of the bathroom. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Where is this coming from? Finally, Smoke said, this is oil.
U.S. oil production just hit an all-time record, 13.6 million barrels a day. There are approximately 4 million abandoned oil and gas wells in the United States. What exactly is in this water?
This is a huge environmental and public health crisis beneath our feet.
We're on the verge of bankruptcy.
We can't just go buy a new house.
They don't have drinking water. Their cattle are dying. My husband, he had a heart attack.
They knew it was a problem, but they weren't willing to buck the system. We lived in our little house for 12 years to save up to even build a house. We had worked so hard to have a place of our own. We assumed we were getting a perfect house.
Oh,
soaking wet?
my God.
Wow. Look at me. What are you doing?
I'm holding it.
Yeah, you are.
I'll take you back there. It was just flowing out everywhere.
And it was kind of like this stuff with this oily sheen.
It was just black. I've begged for the help to contain and divert it. Nothing.
No one's helping you.
Nothing.
I report on oil and gas in Oklahoma.
If you get outside of Tulsa in really any direction, you'll start seeing pump jacks and tank batteries and drilling rigs. It's pretty omnipresent here. I assume. We're gonna go try to find some orphan wells on Turkey Mountain.
Orphan wells are old wells that have been abandoned by the industry and not properly plugged or cleaned up.
Yeah, or as we call them around here, zombie wells. Is because we call them zombie wells because they have like a second life. They continue to affect the environment after they're abandoned, right? These guys, they get done drilling and pumping out as much oil as they want, and then they leave and they remove themselves of all responsibility of the situation. They like sell off the property, or in many cases they don't even own the property, they're just leasing it from a landowner. They get out of there and damage is done. They do not want any responsibility after that fact. Once they pick up sticks and leave, they act like they had nothing to do with any of it. Who? What? Oil? What? We don't know anything about that.
Says we're either right on top of it or nearby.
About 2 years ago, I started looking into oil field wastewater coming up through old orphan wells. The more I looked, the more I found. The US now produces more oil and gas than any country in the history of the world. And one byproduct of that is trillions of gallons of toxic wastewater. Oklahoma crams tens of billions of gallons of oil field wastewater underground every year. Over time, that space fills up and below ground pressure builds. If you put this wastewater deep at significant volumes, you get earthquakes, and you get a lot of them. And if you put it at shallow depths, at high pressures, the force can also crack the rock. The wastewater is spreading widely, it's polluting groundwater, and it's purging to the surface and blasting out of old wells.
Oh, right. I forgot about this. I'm sorry. I watched this the other day. I forgot. This is not actually zombie wells. I take it all back. Zombie wells are a different system. The zombie wells are the things I just described. This is an orphan well, which is wastewater that's just pumped back in the ground. Ew. It's even worse. It's somehow even worse, I feel like. Because they use all these fucked up chemicals to remove this stuff. And then it's just sitting there. I mean, why you would do this in the first place is fucking insane. Like, you know that it's going to cause problems.
It's polluting groundwater and it's purging to the surface and blasting out old wells. This is a huge problem in West Texas, but in Oklahoma, some of these pollution events are happening near where people live. I've seen salt scars on farmland that has made it unusable. I've talked to ranchers whose cattle drink purge water and their cattle die. Oklahoma is a sort of cautionary tale for the oil and gas industry in America as a whole. In most of the country, state agencies oversee oil and gas injection. In Oklahoma, that agency is the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, or the OCC. There are 3 elected commissioners, and they are habitually elected with a significant amount of industry funding. Employees have spent years documenting these purges and other problems with oil and gas injection. They had reams of evidence that the way these wells were injecting were causing really serious pollution.
We've had to move away from town, all the kids they played with.
We were just trying to trust that they would do their job. Then it was just like run around after run around after run around.
About whether it's even oil. Yeah.
The methane gas has been documented to be very high.
So the gas levels have reached the point of, like, you light a cigarette in there.
This place could blow up.
We have a lot of neighbors. It's just sitting there at nearly explosive levels.
I went and got my own testing bottles from a lab, and so I was coming home and I thought, you know what, I need to make some calls.
I'm looking at that house bathroom sample that you sent in.
Yes.
It's absolutely oil.
See, OCC will not say a word. They will not say that they believe it's oil.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oklahoma Corporation Commission, Mr. Roger.
You guys keep on acting like you don't know and you don't have a clue.
What do you think it is, Mitch?
I know what it is. You guys know what it is. You don't want to say it. We know that's oil, and you have failed. I'm out of a house, I have 3 kids out of a house, and I'm tired of the damn games.
So what has the Corporation Commission told you about next steps?
The director, he drove from the Capitol to my house. He said, well, there's check marks to say if it's an oil well. Every check mark is marked off, but finding the well bore. He said, I do believe it's right here. It's not outside. He said, it's under this house.
The collision of new construction on old oil fields is, I mean, it's not just you guys, it's happening all over.
Yeah.
This is why we need regulations. The people who are like, oh, we don't need regulation. Regulations are freedom killing business. Well, guess what? The sort of regulations needed here could have saved these people just a lifetime's worth of fucking pain and suffering here. And who knows how many others, right? Just making it so that these assholes can't, like, build on top of these kind of things. At the very least, right? Like, not even build on top of the aquifer where these things exist, because they will inevitably poison the whole thing. But of course, you know, money over sense, I guess. No, can't have regulations. That would be freedom killing. Can't have that. You know, a simple, hey, you can't do that. You can't, like, you can't inject a bunch of poison underground. You can't inject a bunch of poison underground and then sell somebody a fucking house on top of it. You think, oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
100,000 orphan wells. State records show that state list of orphan wells is about 20,000 wells long. Federal researchers from the Department of Energy think that that true number is more like 300,000 orphan wells. State records show that in 1946, there was an oil well drilled about 400 feet northwest of where the Meredith's house sits today. But records from 80 years ago are often inaccurate. This is the Meredith's neighborhood in the 1930s, before the well was drilled. And here's the Meredith's neighborhood in 1952, after the drilling took place. And you can see the ground here is different, is almost exactly where the Meredith's house now stands. And so it seems likely that their house was built on top of an old, poorly plugged well.
Unfortunately, the people who should be responsible for this are not taking responsibility. Before we talk about who's responsible for this and not taking responsibility, let's talk about another family, also in Oklahoma, also dealing with basically the same thing.
We built the house in 2022, and we planted bushes and plants all along here and out around the trees and the rock areas. Over time, they started dying, and we had no idea why they were dying. It took about another year to realize that it was the salt content in our water that was killing everything around.
What did it taste like?
Like you're drinking ocean water.
That's when we were like, something's not right.
The Oklahoma Corporation Commission came out to investigate and tested our water multiple times. And we learned that we had barium in our water. Our chlorides were very high.
So this is the OCC showing you over a Teams meeting that your water well is right in the middle of a cloud of pollution.
So the concentrations range, I think, between 3,000 and 5,000 parts per million, but 11,000, and right here, 36,000.
That's now 72 times more concentrated than the EPA's recommendation for drinking water.
Yet we were drinking it.
The Bormans live outside of a small town called Arcadia, and their home sits on top of what was, in the 1940s, a large oil and gas field that helped make Oklahoma one of the world leaders in oil and gas production at the time. In the first half of 2024, Tammy was communicating with the commission, but she got the sense that they weren't telling her everything. And so she put in an open records request and got a bunch of documents. And what she learned is the commission thought that one potential source of her pollution was nearby active oil and gas operations. And when they finally did run tests on those wells, they found problems. The conclusion of that report was that this is likely oil and gas pollution, and that there's more testing that the OCC could do to try to identify the source of that pollution. But internally, the OCC was expressing concern about the cost of these tests to a nearby oil and gas company. They said these tests would cost the operator too much.
Concerns about how much it would cost the fucking oil and gas company that did the harm. Can you imagine? Holy fuck. These people in power are protecting all of the wrong people because they are bought and sold.
With basically all natural resource-based industries, you have to make these companies set aside money for cleanup when they're actually productive. And Oklahoma hasn't really done that. The number of purges has continued to climb in the past few years. And I got my hands on an internal memo from the OCC's oil division that laid out how they were going to respond to these purges. Employees sounded the alarm, and none of that was made public. One thing that it said is that the agency could pursue contempt cases in court against oil companies for failure to prevent pollution. But I found out that they haven't filed a contempt case in the past 5 years, and they haven't fined any oil company for a purge during that time. So I went to the agency office in Oklahoma City. I was told that the agency's goal is not to punish oil and gas companies, but it's just to bring them back in line.
There are two key underlying principles in our approach to regulation that may be different than.
Imagine if we took such a laissez-faire attitude on anything else. I mean, like, these people's homes have been rendered useless. Like, what if you went and burned somebody's house down? And we were like, we just wanted to bring them back in line. No reason to punish them. Huh?
A what now?
This is a red state. These guys are always claiming, oh, it's Democrats who want to let the criminals out. And let them in on the street, run around the streets. Well, the worst criminals are literally in cahoots with the fucking politicians in red states. It's not just red states either, I take it back. Honestly, these people are all over the fucking place. But honestly, the oil and gas industry has been given such like a hands-off, no regulation type. Like, because the fact is, I think in most blue states, there's more regulations on this kind of stuff, right? Which is why you see most of the drilling operations happening in red states, right? There's oil in other places. But you've got no regulations that you have to, stick to. You don't have to put any money aside for cleanup. You don't have to, properly cap wells off or anything else. Like, you can just throw wastewater wherever the fuck you want and then build on top of it. Why would you go anywhere else?
One of them is to do the next right thing. And the other one is to lead with a handshake instead of a hammer.
Handshake
Do you think that companies are at all scared of enforcement from the state?
No, that's a big problem. Some of them take it very serious and they don't want to get into trouble. But there are just enough few out there that's causing a lot of the problems. The Corporation Commission is catering to the oil industry and not to the citizens.
Yep, it would seem that they're all colluding. Keep the oil corporations profitable and from having to face any kind of repercussions for their actions. And unfortunately, the future for those who've been dealing with this is not looking very bright.
Us because we are still just, this is still just flowing out of the ground, and we did finally have to start blowing it up.
Dear Heavenly Father, God, we just come to you today and we just ask that you be with us in this meeting, God. We already know that you're fighting for us. God, we just continue to pray that you will put a heavy conviction on these people's hearts and that they would do the right thing. Lord, we love you.
Gas specialists. So let's start tonight. I'm going to hand it over to the Director of Administration.
This is the approximate location of where the Meredith property is located.
I've never heard of the OCC doing something like this for a single pollution case that's affecting one family.
Fluoride concentrations were obviously elevated in the samples that we got from OSU.
We don't have the authority to buy the property, to remove the foundation in order to determine if there's a well.
What emergency action has been taken?
Emergency action? None for...
It's an environmental risk, correct? There's water running off. You state in your 1085 that
that's personal property, personal residence. I'm a regulatory body.
Is not the authority of the Corporation Commission to remedy pollution.
That's a broader statement that I would agree with.
You hear that? This is the Republican, sort of libertarian ideology in its full form. You got legislators here. OCC representatives. These guys are elected officials. Going, I can't regulate personal property. That's impinging on freedom. It's a fucking nonsense claim is being used in the literally worst possible way to help these fucking oil companies continue to face no repercussions for their actions.
Personal residence, I'm a regulatory body. Is not the authority of the Corporation Commission to remedy pollution.
That's a broader statement that I would agree with.
Would you live there?
You're saying that you don't want to answer the question whether you would actually live in that house.
That's a hypothetical one.
No, it's not.
If it was your family, would you live in that house?
Okay, hold on.
What is your suggestion at the best course of action for the Merediths to get this resolved?
I filed a claim for damages with their insurance company.
How can we
file a claim with their insurance company?
Wells as a citizen?
Did you hear that? File an insurance claim. How can we protect if there are 61,000 undocumented wells as a citizen? How do we protect ourselves in this state? Yeah. You can't.
How do we protect ourselves in this state?
I'm in the same boat that you're in.
I think
No,
you
you're
had
not.
honest heart. But you got blocked when you got back to the Capitol.
Yeah, he did get bought. And, I mean, he's not in the same boat. He's the regulator. He can do something about it. These are just regular citizens who probably elected this ass.
I'm an insurance agent. But to do insurance for a living, and then you finally need your own help and you just don't get it, was very disheartening. They just automatically denied my claim.
Mr. Meredith, we have investigated. We have looked at the claim.
You've been to my house?
We have not been to your house.
I do not understand how you can deny a claim without doing a thorough investigation. A big claim without doing a thorough. It sounds like you're skirting to me.
How likely is it that the solution here is that you have to tear down the house?
Right now, that's became the only solution. That's been hard to swallow.
Something that you worked so hard for, and that is the home to your family. Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. It's going to be so hard to watch that happen.
I can take anything. But your babies.
I really miss just the house in general. Every day it's a new part of it that I just miss more. Can I go home? Can I go home? Can I go home? I miss my house. I say that all the time.
The Corporation Commission, they care more about protecting oil and gas companies more than they do helping the people, protecting them from the oil and gas.
I happen to know that we can produce oil.
There you have it. Horrifying story of lack of accountability in the government and with corporate actors doing whatever they want to the environment and to human health, not having to pay for what they've done. And unfortunately, that's a story that as old as time in the United States. And Oklahoma is not the only one dealing with lack of corporate accountability. Iowa also having some problems unrelated to the to gas and oil.
Look at this graph of cancer rates across the U.S. They're gradually falling, but look closer and you'll find a mystery.
we have the fastest rate of new cancer of anywhere in the history of human civilization.
Iowa?
Iowa.
I and all but one of my brothers had prostate cancer. My sister had a radical form of breast cancer.
In Iowa, cancer is on the rise. And like any mystery, there is a list of suspects and theories about why.
People are dying from cancer due to alcohol.
But Iowa isn't the only state with binge drinking.
Cancer caused by smoking has reached an all-time high.
Iowa isn't the only state that has smoking.
So what's really causing Iowa's cancer crisis? I spent the last few months trying to answer this question.
We don't want to know the answer to the question because it would indict our system.
Some are taking a lot of money from the industry. They're getting paid a lot of money to keep their mouth shut and not talk about it.
It's a conspiracy that connects to some of the biggest corporations in America.
Koch Enterprises, Monsanto, now Bayer.
We went to Iowa as this crisis is reaching a boiling point. And what happens in the next few months will determine whether it continues or if there's a way out of it.
All right, let her rip.
Reel it in. It's a big catch.
This is Jody and Terry. They live in Cass County, the part of the state with the highest cancer rates. They founded the Nishnabotna Water Defenders after a massive fertilizer spill in their local river.
15 miles from here, 265,000 gallons of nitrogen fertilizer spilled into the river and ended up killing 50 miles of the river, 800,000 fish. That case was sitting on the Attorney General of Iowa's desk for 1 year with no response. It was kind of swept under the rug.
So Jody and Terry took matters into their own hands and started testing the water themselves.
So I'll set your timer whenever you're ready.
Okay, ready? Go.
1,000, start.
They're looking for nitrates, a chemical that comes from fertilizer and manure and is increasingly being linked to Iowa's rising cancer rates. In a healthy river, the nitrate levels should be around 1 part per million, but we were seeing levels way higher than that. Okay, I would say that's 10.
10.
Should probably might be darker than 10.
And that's because what's going on with Iowa's water is a lot bigger than just a fertilizer spill.
Smell the shit?
I do.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
What that is?
Yeah.
Northwest Iowa is the heart of one of the state's biggest and most polluting industries, hog production. It's an industry that saw explosive growth after the 1980s, according to Art Cullen, the editor of the Stormlight Times pilot.
When I was growing up, there'd be a family on 160 acres of farmland. They'd have pigs and chickens and cattle and dairy cows, the old McDonald's farm. That farm doesn't exist anymore. Wall Street noticed that Iowa farmers were making too much money. And so in 1998, they drove sow prices down to near zero and drove all the independent pork producers out of the business.
Now, just a handful of corporate giants dominate Iowa's hog industry. Instead of family farms, hogs are raised in concentrated animal feeding operations, or CAFOs. And that brings another problem.
A research scientist named Chris Jones has estimated that the amount of manure produced by hogs in Iowa is equivalent to 125 million people.
Yeah. 125 million people's worth of shit. Produced solely by pigs, causing a massive health crisis in Iowa. Cancer rates skyrocketing above the nation's average. And dumping into the water. And a lack of government intervening in that seems to be the case here. Once again.
And we'll show what he's doing on the farm.
Some farmers, like Matt, are planting cover crops and grass in their fields to absorb nitrates and slow runoff.
Well, meanwhile, there's nobody else in the area doing this. So I guess I was starting to feel used.
Increasingly, evidence is showing that relying on a voluntary approach isn't doing enough to improve Iowa's water quality. But the Farm Bureau doesn't want people pointing that out.
had a blog at the University of Iowa, just honest assessments of what was going on with Iowa agriculture and water quality.
At the time, Chris worked on the state's network of nitrate sensors, which provided real-time water quality data to the public.
People in the legislature were complaining about me to my bosses, and there were some implicit threats about funding and other things.
In 2023, Republican lawmakers quietly cut $500,000 from the program that funded these sensors, effectively shutting them down. That blew my mind. Why wouldn't lawmakers want a way to monitor nitrates, something that could seriously harm their constituents?
When the data doesn't align with what your worldview is, the objective isn't to change your worldview, it's to try to eliminate the data or hide the data.
Again, you got to follow the money. And where's the money coming from? It's coming from corporate agribusiness. And that's what funds political campaigns in Iowa. And it's big money.
Dan Zumba, the state senator who led the charge to defund the sensors, got $18,500 from the Farm Bureau in 2024.
Now it's getting to the point where people are beginning to demand answers. So the conversation is changing. The political conversation is changing despite the funding.
Well, the time has come, I think. I think people in Iowa are fed up.
We deserve to have clean water.
Chris Jones is running for Iowa's Secretary of Agriculture against the incumbent, former Monsanto lobbyist Mike Nag.
Why are we doing this corn, soy, CAFO, ethanol system? Who is getting the outcomes that they want? It's these big multinational agribusiness corporations. They always get the outcomes that they want.
He's pushing for more regulations on agriculture, and it's resonating with people here.
When you look at someone like Chris Jones, I mean, what do you think of his platform?
Well, he's the first Secretary of Agriculture candidate that's really calling a lot of the water quality stuff out. I'm seeing a guy that actually wants to do something.
Yeah, and I think that's what people need is to start voting people out of office who are actively harming them. That seems like a good start. Okay. Well, I'm afraid we're 5 hours into the stream. Never having completed the galactic content goal. Made it like 35% of the way through. But we lost momentum fairly early on in the stream. I'm going to skip a few videos here. I won't end the stream quite yet. I'm going to move ahead to space news. Here's some Sunday Fun Day action for you folks. Let's talk about an intergalactic war that cost at least 400,000 pounds. I am, of course, talking about the world of EVE Online. BBC from yesterday.
At my peak, it was 16 hours a day, every day. Nowadays, it's day to day. It could be an hour. It could be nothing at all because nothing's happening that day. But it can still be 18 hours because something big's kicked off and I've got to ring into work and be like, I can't come in tomorrow. I've not slept.
How much is left of the galactic content goal? We only made it like 35% of the way through. So, or like, whatever that is. Or quite short, like 25 or 30 bucks or something like that. It's not good. It's not great. I think I can't do the math.
EVE Online is an MMORPG that launched 23 years ago. Players have complete freedom. The PvP is a big draw, but some enjoy the game's immersive virtual economy, starting businesses or focusing on trading. Gameplay can be slow and strategic. Some players refer to EVE Online as the spreadsheet simulator, but because players can compete to control territory, things can and do kick off, and it gets dramatic.
Whenever any of the big wars have kicked off, I've been more stressed about the war than anything going on in my real life. I've had nights where I've just like not been able to sleep properly.
And the stakes can be fairly high, because in EVE Online, if your spaceship gets destroyed in battle, that's permanent. Real money can be converted into digital currency, giving these assets like spaceships tangible value. Let me give you an example. A Titan-class ship is worth about 740 quid. Give us an idea of how much you've spent on EVE Online.
Somewhere in the region of £5,000 to £6,000. I haven't spent much on microtransactions because I'm thankfully wealthy enough in game to just pay for it all in game. But I've got friends that I asked him, he went up to £30,000 is what he spent in something like 6 months of starting the game.
The world of EVE Online is full of player-made organizations.
I tried to play this game years ago, and I could not get into it. Like, I think I could get into it, but it's just like one of those games where you clearly have to put in just a fuckload of time to be able to enjoy it, because you just start off like completely broke with like basically nothing, and everybody, as you can see here, is running around. Like, so it's like, I mean, you really, to some degree, I can see how that would be compelling, right? But I could just never force myself into like dedicating that much time to doing this. I was like, it feels like it's not gonna be as rewarding in the end as I want it to be. But I do see how this could be a fun game, right? Like, and I tried it for a little, like a day, I think. I couldn't get into it. It was just too much grinding. It was just so much grind and like so much like, so much like initial like setup stuff that you have to do, I feel like, to even get anywhere. You have no idea what a quid is. I believe a quid is just a pound. A British pound.
Operations and alliances that carry out military and industrial operations.
So everything in EVE is made by someone. So nothing comes out of thin air. So every ship.
You just showed up and you're not getting a pay option on YouTube? We've been demonetized, yeah. Yeah, we got demonetized by YouTube the end of April. Now we just have Twitch and Cash App and PayPal and Patreon. We're hoping to get remonetized soon, but right now, unfortunately, no super chats, no super stickers, no memberships, no ad money, which is really hurting me. I mean, like, I was making at least like $5 a stream on ads on YouTube. 20 streams, like somewhere between like $5 and $10 a stream, like, you know, and 20 streams a month. You can do the math, adds up. It's paying at least like 1, 2 things.
Every gun, every bullet, you need to gather resources. You need to manufacture each item, and then you can sell it on the market.
Can you get a link? All the links are in my YouTube description and my Twitch bio. Just gotta click the channel page, and it should direct you to all of them. All the links. Just gotta click the description on the page. Should all pop up.
For others to buy.
The game's financial systems are so complicated that in 2025, the developers hired a former economist from the Central Bank of Iceland to oversee EVE Online's evolving virtual economy.
You know, you can make decent money in-game if you grind for it, but also a lot of people do just kind of coast off of, you know, spending £50 here and there.
There's constant drama between these player-run organisations, and conflict is pretty common. But last year, 27-year-old James found himself on the losing side of a war that left the community stunned.
I mean, it's essentially like a city in the game disappearing overnight.
BBC Your Voice was contacted by a player who wanted to see coverage of the events of 2025 because despite being virtual, he says they've impacted thousands upon thousands of people. James started playing in 2017 and he'd risen through the ranks to become a military leader in Pandemic Horde, one of EVE Online's most powerful player organisations. But as 2026 rolled in, Pandemic Horde was no more.
A coalition that was led by Pandemic Horde, which I would guess is about 20,000 people, with another 20,000 additional people in all the other parts of the coalition, splintered overnight. The coalition was no more. All of their homes were essentially, written off. It's like, if the coalition's gone, we can't defend this. A lot of the people who are part of that coalition will just quit the game because, they've lost all their stuff. They've gone bankrupt. What's the point in keep playing? But anyone who does keep playing, which I assume probably most people did, have to find a new home. They have to find new assets in that new home, and they've got to figure out, everything in their life has kind of been uprooted.
James says this conflict actually started brewing years ago. In 2020, rival groups clashed in a feud that some believe was down to personal vendettas between alliance leaders. James was part of one of this conflict's most infamous battles, the massacre at M2XFE. 5,000 players fighting it out for 14 hours straight. It was awarded a Guinness World Record for most costly video game battle, as more than £270,000 of assets were destroyed. This conflict set the scene for a years-long Cold War, as the game's major alliances began rebuilding their forces and planning revenge.
Oh my gosh. I mean, to some degree, I do see the draw. But, wow. A $500,000 battle, galactic battle taking place on EVE Online. Truly epic. It's just a game I never managed to get myself fully into. Hermit Horologist with a sweet dono on PayPal. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. 2 different donos. One just went through. From Logan Hill. Both of you incredibly generous. We're making huge progress on the galactic deficit now, not just the galactic content goal. Oh, wow. Now we're... Let me think. We're like 20% of the way through the galactic deficit. Yes, indeed, Space Fans, we did it. We completed the galactic content goal. I knew we would eventually. Thankfully, thanks to all of you helping to keep the Galactic News Network alive. Truly needed in this difficult time. And thankfully, now we will be ensured to get all the sweet, sweet galactic content that I have planned for us this evening, and it's quite a lot. We still have a whole lot of stuff to talk about. Oh boy. Not just galactic battles. No, no, no. Much more is going on out there. Oh, God, I'm just looking at the news. I was just looking at the news. It's not great. Things are just getting out of control. There's some good stuff still. We still have some Sunday Funday stuff. Some valuetainment left in this puppy. Don't worry. Alright, Space Fams. Last look at the confetti party as we're going to go back to the stream. Yes, of course, thank you. All your donations are helpful. Every single dollar, as I say. Doesn't matter how small the dono. With our powers combined, we can make these things happen. All right, now back down to earth for some more news, starting in Colombia, where the FIFA World Cup squad headed off with a presidential send-off from Gustavo Petro.
Representan este país en todos sus rincones.
You represent this country in all its corners, in all its desires, dreams, aspirations. You and all Colombians wish the best possible outcome for this World Cup.
Well, there you go. World Cup soccer team from Colombia getting a presidential send-off before heading to North America. For that ever nearer approaching World Cup event happening, I believe, starting on the 1st of July. Less than a month, people. It's coming up very, very quickly. Now from Colombia to Peru to what is becoming potentially a rather contentious situation, the presidential runoff race coming here to a head this Sunday. Peru's shamans divided on that election, as we saw earlier this week in the streets, doing a number of rituals, shamanistic rituals.
I have been able to see that Mrs. Keiko Sofia Fujimori will be the president of Peru because the people want to change. Many criticize her for her father, for her brother, but she has not yet been governing. This year, the Apus, the winds, the airs favor Keiko Sofia Fujimori because they want change in Peru.
We see that Mr. Sanchez is the one who will take the victory. But unfortunately, there are many things that are not right and that will come to light. That is why, if this gentleman is going to reach power, whether by the hands of third parties, influences, or the corruption he says is involved there, we want him to do things for the...
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, we have no results here for you. A lengthy count is in the works. Latest was from the New York Times headline, Peru's presidential runoff in a dead heat. No clear winner in the election polls, the outgoing polls here, and so we're going to be waiting for some time on the results of this election. Now, across the ocean in Europe, the United States was being, as always, a problem child. Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth saying a bunch of insane things, causing some amount of political turmoil, all in relation to the recent death of one Henry Nowak, I think it was his name. Fuck, I haven't... Henry, was it? Hold on. Yeah, it is Henry Nowak.
Look, we need to also assert who we are as a country, because Musk, again, has been interfering in our politics in the last few days, trying to whip up division. That is not who we are in Britain. In Britain, we are reasonable, tolerant people. When we have a terrible case like Henry's case, Henry Novak, we react calmly, as his family have done.
Exactly. You know, the family asked for calm. The family asked for peace, not to sow divisions. But people like Elon Musk has been saying the West has created an utterly evil state religion where an accusation of racism is the gravest offense that could be committed, even worse than rape or murder. So if police show... I can't do the Elon Musk fucking impression right now. He's a piece of shit. And he's literally doing the very thing that the parents asked him not to do. We should have respect for the family. Sadly, the State Department got in on the fun, including J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife. The American administration had other ideas. Vice President J.D. Vance, for instance, said Novak would be alive if it weren't for a mass invasion of migrants.
The proper response, the only response, is righteous anger.
This is ridiculous!
And that a D-Day fucking ceremony.
Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and Bulgaria, boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not. The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely...
This is a Nazi speaking at a D-Day rally in Europe. So using Nazi rhetoric, anti-immigrant hate speech, basically here, being exhibited by the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Basically impugning the honor of all who fought in that war that he's claiming was actually about fighting for Nazism and for hate. Because that's what Pete stands for. All right, to a little cultural appreciation. The dig of the century. Beneath Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Unearthing 1,700 years of history in the dirt. Here's the AP from Monday.
Les premiers vestiges archéologiques apparaissent à 50 cm
The
sous
first
le parvis
archaeological
actuel.
remains appear at 50 centimeters
Jusque-là, nous,
below
on
the
est à
current
4 mètres de
forecourt.
profondeur
Up to now,
et on a toujours des vestiges.
we are at 4 meters deep.
Donc ce qu'on sait,
We
c'est
still
que
have
sous les
remains.
parvis, c'est exceptionnel par la densité.
But what we know is that digging up the forecourt is exceptional by the density of the remains, that everything is newly discovered here since there has been no excavations for a long time.
Ça fait très longtemps qu'il n'y a pas eu de fouille.
And therefore,
On va pouvoir, toutes les données de cette fouille vont pouvoir compléter les données.
all of the data of this excavation will complement digs that took place a very, very long time ago.
Au moment de la construction de notre
At the time of the construction of Notre Dame, all the forecourt was lined with medieval houses.
il est construit
There's a street
de
in the middle of the
maisons
forecourt,
médiévales.
and there were
Il y a
houses in
une
the
rue au milieu
south
du parvis.
and houses in the
Et il y a
north.
des maisons au sud et il y a des maisons au nord. Donc on a
So
trouvé-
we have rediscovered these homes. The foundations of these houses, obviously, they are no longer on high ground. The foundations of those houses, the cellars of these houses. The most incredible things we found during the dig at Notre Dame are these famous ceramic shards,
C'est ces fameux tessons de céramique dans lesquels,
in which there were traces
à
of painted
l'intérieur, il y avait des
inscriptions
traces
on the
de
inside.
peinture, des inscriptions peintes, et pour lesquelles, pour l'instant, on n'a pas encore.
And for the moment, we
on
haven't
les a pas encore
deciphered them yet.
déchiffrés.
Wow. Mysterious shards. In the ruins of old homes beneath Notre Dame, nearly 2,000 years old. A French mystery.
It's just too French.
Wait, nobody could hear that.
It's just too French.
What happened? Bad Lefty has a hunchback. All right. Wait, this is in the wrong spot. Why is this here? Now, whatever. All right. Let's go now to Italy. When we're in Rome, at the Forum, artists have gathered. From around the world. Oh God, I'm so hot right now. I don't know why it's so hot. I'm like sweating. Jesus. I don't think it's even that. Shouldn't be that hot in here.
Un appartamento di questo. Quanto poteva da come le riescono a
Hold on, I'm skipping ahead. It's mostly just people doing art. Where does this guy show up? Here he is. I think this is the guy who started this whole thing.
Started in 1996 somewhere. It started in France. 97. I started the real salon as it is now, and it developed after about 30 years to something very important and big. And with visitors, so many visitors looking at the salon, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and you see people with all sorts of different styles of art are coming together.
I think because it is the 30th year, it's a testament to how the craft has changed throughout this 30 years and how the techniques have changed and how people are still evolving, especially throughout their practice. You know, we have guys who are much older who've been working for years and years and they are still learning themselves, still willing to teach us and be flexible and understanding. And I think showing the growth of the craft is a really...
These are pretty incredible. Like, this looks like a tile floor. And this looks like a door. You can even see there's like a shadow on it. That's wild. Like, these are crazy. They look almost real. Anyway, art in Rome. Okay. I'm fucking hungry right now. Now, of course, as we know, there's been a real developing problem in Africa, the DRC, Uganda, Kenya, the Ebola crisis. It's not good. It's getting worse. It's unclear just how many people have been infected and or died from this due to the lack of resources on the ground to do the necessary testing, quarantining, and so on and so forth. But people are trying to do what they can with the resources available.
It is a surreal but now all too familiar ritual. Healthcare workers painstakingly disinfect the coffin of the latest suspected victim of the Ebola virus at Bunia's General Hospital. His family members look on in anguish, unable to get close to their loved one, torn apart by grief and consumed by fear. "Oh, my father, why, God?" this woman cries. "Oh, God, this is my only father."
Yep, it's a fucking disaster situation growing worse by the day in Africa with regards to this Ebola outbreak. But some people are fighting back as best they can. And those who aren't helping, medically speaking, or in person, some are trying to help messaging wise, because as we've talked about in the past, there's a lot of disinformation running around about this in Africa. People who think it's not real, or it's some sort of hoax. Oh, Noah, thank you for the resub on Twitch. 23 freaking months. That's a long time. So many months. Maybe one of the longest current subscribers, galactically speaking. Let's go to the DRC. Staying with the DRC, sorry. France 24 English from yesterday to a radio station.
It's a region already battered by...
Please stop. To a radio station combating misinformation about Ebola.
It's a region already battered by decades of violence and displacements. Now, as people in eastern DR Congo struggle to understand the severe Ebola outbreak around them, rumors and misinformation are taking hold.
The rumors I hear are that people don't believe Ebola exists, and now people are afraid to go to the hospital.
I've heard rumors that at the hospital, their vaccines are actually designed to infect people with Ebola. So instead of getting the medicine, we get the virus.
Here in the epicenter of the outbreak, rumors can spread faster than the virus. But a powerful tool has emerged in the fight against both. A radio station and a host whose first name means truth. Journalist Verite Johnson started new daily shows designed to help listeners understand the outbreak.
Through our programs, including call-in shows, we're trying to invite specialists and health authorities who come here to talk. We ask them questions. Even this population who has resisted has a possibility to ask their questions directly.
Limited access to education, healthcare, and government services has left many in eastern Congo feeling abandoned by the authorities and the international community. The cooperation of trusted groups like local churches, volunteers, and media can go a long way toward compelling people to seek care and fighting rumors that the virus is a Western conspiracy. Breaking through the layer of resistance, one radio call at a time.
Well, there you go. One man fighting against misinformation on the airwaves in eastern Congo, where it's probably needed most. If only we had, I don't know, an apparatus to deal with this stuff already. Oh, that's right. The United States dismantled those apparatuses. We dismantled USAID. And we dismantled, what was it called? The American fucking... I mean, it's basically propaganda, but, I mean, some of it was legitimate. Why can't I think of the name of that fucking broadcast? Ugh, my brain just broke. Voice of America. That's what it's called. Didn't we shut that down? Or like we just turned it into like right-wing propaganda. So like if anything, if like Voice of America was in there now, they'd be like, actually, yeah, vaccines are bullshit. Right? Like that's basically what they would be doing right now. We have some of the most incompetent, shitty people in charge of the country. And it's affecting everywhere. It's not just the United States. He's called Verite. Yes, indeed. Hopefully people listen to the truth. Ow, the fuck is that? Oh, I forgot. Oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot I did that to myself. I burnt my wrist yesterday making food, and like, oh, it just like split open on me. Oh, God. Do I have band-aids on the space station? Oh, no. I don't think I do. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Just duct tape it or something. Now let's see. How are we doing on time? We're doing fine. All right, staying in Africa. One more quick clip. The state of farming in South Africa.
William, come on, please. After you seed it, probably about 4 to 5 days, you'll see this plant come out of the ground.
Hold on, this isn't the part that I wanted. Hold on.
We've seen a doubling up in diesel prices. Fertilizer prices have nearly doubled. And if you add that cost per hectare, and you look at the price that we get for our wheat and also for our canola, it is impossible to make any money. It's impossible to have a profit. Our profit margin was under severe pressure before this war. In such a way that we weren't making money to renew our technology, to renew our machinery. We are just working them older and older and older, and we can't renew them. Yeah.
Yep. Farmers are under serious stress right now across the planet as a result of Operation Epstein Fury and the war in Iran. which it seems is going to continue for some time. Perhaps go back to how it was at the start of all this. Now, of course, Israel is certainly deeply entrenched, if not, as some people think, the reason for this war to have even started. Which I think has some merit to it. But before we get to talking about recent events vis-a-vis Iran, today is day 100, by the way. It's official. You say Trump? What did he say? 2-3 weeks? No, he said 3-4 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. It's been a little bit more than that, like 12, 13 weeks, I think now. 12 or 13 weeks. What's this about duct tape? I don't have any band-aids. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Just conjure band-aids out of nowhere? What was I saying? Got distracted. Oh, right. So, yeah, but let's talk about, before we get to all that, let's talk about the latest in the world of one serious Israel defender by the name of Ethan Klein. Who better to cover that than Hassan Piker?
Hassan Parker?
Yes, I saw the dubs, big dubs, fat dubs on the timeline. I saw, in a hilarious twist of the delicious irony, the court tentatively determined that Denham's reaction to the content nuke passes 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use and is therefore transformative. In all 3 of the 4 pillars that have passed the court cites Ethan Klein's own former case against Matt Haas as a precedent that informs their decision. It's f***ing awesome. We'll see what happens. I mean, they can still appeal, but it doesn't look too good for the crackpot team over there, it seems. So shout out to Denham's, swag, beast mode, respect. Yeah, by the way, the lawsuit that failed, this was one of the elements. Obviously, like, you might be thinking, why the f*** do I care about this like weird ass lawsuit from a pro-Israel podcaster against like other people? And it's because he basically used the lawsuit as a fleshlight for all of his other, personal opinions. Very strange. He did a whole bunch of weird shit in that lawsuit, and it turns out a normal judge looked at it and was like, this is f***ing insane. It turns out that what pops off in the minds of like weird, perverted, fake lawyers on the internet and rape tone and Asmongold circles on the internet doesn't actually stand in the court of law. Great stuff overall. But does this matter? Of course not, because our enemies are stupid. Just remember that. If you're wondering why these guys constantly go, oh, this lawsuit is over, and then there's like 7 million views on these YouTube videos with like some of the sweatiest losers on the planet running around being like, oh my god, like this is over, what epic ownage, without even like thinking about what dangerous precedent this sets for fair use on the internet. Like, Ethan Klein almost killed fair use with this idiotic attempt. Today's feel-good story. A federal judge just handed Zionist YouTuber Ethan Klein a brutal loss in his copyright lawsuit against pro-Palestine Twitch streamer Denham's TV. In a humiliating ruling, the judge cites a precedent that Klein himself created. In 2017, Klein won a landmark fair use case, Hosinzadeh versus Klein. After being sued for making a reaction commentary video, it became one of the most important copyright rulings in YouTube history. Creator rights advocates celebrated him. Fast forwarded to 2025. Now, the plaintiff sues several smaller streamers for doing almost exactly what he did back then, watching and criticizing his video in an unhinged diatribe against Hassan the Hun, live.
Yes, that does describe fairly accurately what's happened here. Ethan Klein has, in a wild move, hypocritically sued someone for the thing that he did and does fairly regularly. Which seems weird, because you'd think that would also open up him to the same sort of, civil lawsuits.
Commentary throughout. Today, Judge Wesley Su cited Hosinzadeh versus Klein repeatedly to rule that Denims TV's live stream was transformative fair use. The case Klein won to protect himself is now protecting the pro-Palestine streamers he's suing. Klein
I'll be right back.
Complaint alleged that Denims used his video for the exact opposite purpose, to defend Hassan Piker rather than condemn him. The court said, exactly, different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking, by the way, this is Israel mindset. Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel. Because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you stupid? But of course, the way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself. And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the way. Because that's what happened with Casey Tron, where he made Casey Tron release this statement and like sign off on a litany of like insane things. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued. Not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably stupid or they're just horrible monsters. Sometimes both. Every single major content creator on this dumbass platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content in general. They should be kissing Denims' feet. They should have been screeching at Ethan. They should have been screaming at Ethan, but no, they were too horny to bully a bunch of pro-Palestine women that they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here. That's what
Hassan is going in hard right now. That's wild. This whole thing is fucking wild. From the very beginning, Ethan was basically trying to put himself and everybody like him, like me, out of a job. And thankfully he lost. This guy's been at this for so fucking long. It's insane. Like, what do you figure he's gonna do now that he's lost this suit? I mean, aside from having to pay Denims, who knows exactly how much money, right? Because, I mean, even though he was the one suing her, let's not forget that if you sue somebody and you lose, you owe them for all of the legal costs associated with it, among other things that could be claimed. So, you know, aside from having to deal with that, what do you figure Ethan's going to be up to? So aside from having to hand over a bunch of, like a stack of cash to Denims any day now.
Is a lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked. We're so stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of the women that they don't like, that they didn't even think about the consequences. Now, will they actually address this stuff evenly? Will they address it accurately? Will they look at the situation and go, well, obviously this was a failure and maybe Ethan should stop, you know, pursuing these idiotic lawsuits, wasting away, like literally withering away, and aggressively pursuing people through litigation to dump unlimited amounts of paperwork on them with the hopes that they can't actually fight back because they don't have enough money, so they'll concede? Probably not, because these guys don't think about anything. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. Anyway, there's more. The court walked through all 4 fair use factors. 3 favored denim strongly. The only one favoring Klein, that the nuke is a creative work deserving protection, the judge dismissed as not terribly significant in the overall balance. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against the finding of fair use. As set forth above, however, this factor alone is not terribly significant in overall fair use balancing, because at the end of the day, the work was transformative. That's number one. And number two, Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How's that for free speech? But
That's exactly what he was doing. Which is wild. Which is just wild. I mean, I honestly can't believe anybody does that, but for people who claim to be, like, I'm pretty sure Ethan still claims to be, like, a liberal. For him to be doing that, trying to silence people like that, is just pathetic. Ah, God. If what do you figure happens to his audience if he stops suing people, though? That's the other thing I've been wondering. Is like, aren't most people watching Ethan there for that ride? One's there and gone. Who's left?
out, a lot of people don't give a fuck about free speech at all, especially those who think free speech means, you know, saying slurs and being able to say slurs and have no opposition whatsoever.
The only words I don't say on stream are the ones that I will get banned for. I don't say those, not yet.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week.
Yeah. If it doesn't change tomorrow, this will be the second most important court ruling on YouTube and fair use, followed only by 2017's Matt Haas / Ethan Klein. Yeah. Ethan Klein, do the right thing. Drop everything, please. Oh my God. It's so stupid to consistently pursue this and try to appeal it, please. At some point, we got to finally say this was a ridiculous process, right? I mean, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, like there's going to be a point where people actually cover this stuff, right? I hope. On Denim's showing nearly the entire video, the court said that doesn't matter when copying isn't necessary for criticism. The citation was Hosinzadeh versus Klein. All in all, the ruling cites the literal Ethan Klein landmark fair use ruling 12 times. 12 times. Every single fair use factor that went her way cited his own case law back to him. Like, this is a landmark.
That is kind of funny. When the precedent that you said is used against you in a court of law. Doesn't happen very often, I gotta say. Ethan should feel good about that. I mean, and only that. The rest of it's quite shameful. But, you know, it's very unique circumstance he finds himself in.
Ruling. A game changer once again. And for the record, if you want to know how psychotic Ethan and his stupid lawyer are, this is a part of the documents that they filed. The Kleins are dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born and raised in Israel, where she served as a secretary during her mandatory conscription into the Israeli Defense Forces. While both Ethan and Hila are highly supported.
Like, the only other people that I can think of right now who I think have had similar things happen to them is, like, Donald Trump, right? Like, another incredibly litigious individual, I would point out, and has been in court quite a few times. But actually, I'm not even sure if that happened to him. I'm trying to remember. I think it has. But it's hard to remember on that one. But this is truly quite almost unprecedented, I think. Yeah, for a guy to go back in court and to have precedent, like important precedent that he had set for like an entire industry, and to try and undermine that precedent that he set, and then to have that precedent thrown back in your own face, right? It's quite a series of events to happen. First off, most people aren't stupid enough to try and do that, right? Like, most people are probably smart enough to be like, yeah, I'm undermining my own previous ruling by trying to do this. But some people are just, you know, willing to, what's the word? There's like what's the cliche? Willing to rip off their nose to spite their face or something like that.
Palestinian self-determination, extremely critical of Israel and its government. The Klein support a two-state solution as the best interim solution to the conflict. Not relevant to the case at all, but put that in there. In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hassan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader. Why is this in the documents? There are pages after pages after pages riddled with psychotic screeds such as this one. What is this? Address this? Yeah. No, literally, this is from the actual court documents. It's not a joke. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28, 1941. He's saying, I became the Grand Mufti of Palestine. In the Denham's lawsuit, Hassan is compared to the Grand Mufti of Palestine. Like al-Husseini, Hassan uses massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan... Remember, this is a copyright suit. Is this fair use or not? And there are so many fraudulent ass charlatan bitches all over the commentary sphere that looked at this suit and were like, this is awesome. Everything is above board here. This is fantastic. What are you talking about? It's a copyright suit, not even against me. It's a copyright suit against Denims. This is...
You and I forgot about doing... We didn't cover the elections in California. I was going to do that way back. I totally forgot. I just looking at Hassan, I was like, oh, wait, L.A., and I totally forgot to talk about that. Screw it. We'll talk about it later. Tomorrow. Tuesday. Whatever day. Whatever day is the next stream on my list here. H3 was always awful. I never watched H3. I was never a big Ethan fan, but there was a time where I didn't think he was awful. There was a time where I thought that he was maybe like a good guy, actually. Like back when he was helping Sam get on to like Steven Crowder's show. I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was very funny. And I had respect for him at that point. Now things have changed. Last few years, Ethan's level of respect has really sort of imploded.
I mean when I say we have a crisis in stupidity. We have a crisis in illiteracy. There is a real, genuine crisis that so many people watched this happen and went to like perverted, weird-ass fake lawyer YouTube pages where they were like, well, I wear a suit and I'm giving you expert analysis. I'm a lawyer. And everyone was like, oh my God, this is actually incredible. Oh my God, this is peak lawyering. It's over. It's so over. Denims is 1,000,000% done. Denims is 2,000,000% done. Hassan's friend Denims is dead. The only reason why Casey Tron had to concede and settle was because she didn't have enough money. At some point, someone has to literally talk to this man and be like, dog, you have kids. You have businesses. You're throwing everything by the wayside. What the are you doing? You've leaned into some of the biggest weirdos on the internet because they're the last people that will offer you a crumb of support. And he just doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to anything. He does not listen to anything. Last year, when he told Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits, the fake YouTube lawyer said, you don't know anything about copyright. Yeah. Hassan, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright. You can barely read properly. How'd that work out for you? Legal mindset? Here's the thing. Here's the problem. These guys are losers and they're morons, but the audience demands this kind of moronic attitude. So for them, they won't get punished. I don't think that there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys. I don't think there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys or their audiences. I think ultimately their audience doesn't want to know the truth. They just want to keep fighting. They want to keep fighting women in general. They want to keep fighting Muslims. Yeah. None of these creators have even tweeted about it. Yeah, because they're moving on. They're going to move on to the next thing. And they're wrong all the time.
How do you feel about suing for this so far? I mean, like, I feel like you you super obviously fail the fair use stuff when you literally say, I'm going live, watch this so we can deprive the original owner of views. And like, it's probably the dumbest possible thing you can say relating to this. And all of these creators are like clearly acting with malice as well. Although with malice I don't think matter that much for fair use. Except maybe for the purpose and character of the use. Maybe if you're doing it maliciously. But I mean, they kind of are fucking themselves as hard as possible. If you're fighting with somebody, you hate somebody, you want them to die, and you want to be as unhinged as possible. It's kind of stupid to give them such an easy layup.
Like, this is what I mean. This is precisely what I'm talking about. They're always wrong.
For the first part, I think that it's important that we pick our strongest candidate. I hope, I'm not sure, but I hope that everybody here agrees with that we should put forth the strongest candidate who can mobilize the most votes for the Democratic Party. And right now, for reasons we'll get into, I think that, for better or for worse, is still Joe Biden.
And yet their audiences don't care about the truth at all. So they just live in this complete alternative reality. And I don't know how. I don't know why you would want to live there. I don't know why you would want to live in an alternative universe where
I don't want reality.
things are happening in the real world. Things are happening in the real world, and you're oblivious to the things that are happening in the real world, and you just choose to live in this like completely hallucinated alternative reality. You live in Narnia, where like, I'm going to prison any moment now. You know, I went to prison.
You live in Narnia, says Hassan, and honestly, couldn't have said it better myself. And the courts have proved it, at least on this issue. Your hatred for Destiny woke you from a dead sleep. I'm so sorry. So sorry, Gerb. I didn't mean to do that to you. Unintentional. I promise.
That not say a peep out of fear of being called snarkers. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. Cooked. Legal lightning round. Like, gross, dude. Gross. God damn, people are so stupid.
You can't just say I'm in favor of genocide. You gotta watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm gonna call out people like Brendan too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech! You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not. It's fair use. It's protected speech.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet.
By the way, this guy literally calls, ironically, he's the last person who should be calling anybody a pedophile given his Reddit, his Reddit accounts that were unearthed, but he also literally calls every person that he hates a pedophile all the goddamn time. Talking about slander. You want to talk about defamation? I have his ass dead to rights. There is a literal article that he read about the brothel that I went to in 2010 that got raided in 2016, knowing full well that the accusations by the state were wrong and that the brothel was able to successfully sue the state. He knows the truth. And yet he still participates in this fucking slander over and over again.
Yeah. Ethan's been criticizing people and saying all sorts of stuff about them, true and untrue. A lot of untrue things over the years. And it's like he's somehow just blissfully unaware to his own personal situation that he could start a lawsuit such as this. Challenging political beings, like the right to do political commentary.
This is ridiculous!
Because he read it on his stream next to me, okay, in 2021. But of course, in 2024, when he wants to slander, he plays fast and loose with the truth. And there are plenty of people who despise me who will go along with it. You should see Asmold coping and not covering the lawsuit outcome. Oh.
Will you cover the Ethan Klein Denims update? I don't really understand it. I saw that Ethan Klein seems to have lost one of the claims, but there were two claims. And
you
the
don't
usual
seem to understand a lot, my friend.
retards that misunderstand everything were saying that like Ethan lost, which it seems like it's not really that true. So I'd have to read it and research it myself. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Asmongold, famous at conducting research, famously a big advocate of doing research. And what he means by that is grokking it. Grokking it.
You think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions, and then they're right. So I have no idea. Whereas like the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like default judgment is like,
was it? Wait, was it? Or are you just as stupid and don't know what happened there either? Because the answer will shock you. Lo and behold, nope, you were just wrong on that too. You have been wrong confidently throughout this entire process, and your audience doesn't know any better, and they're just like desperately looking for something to confirm their biases and to reinforce this notion that like these bad women, these disgusting women are getting punished. And that's precisely the reason why you have dropped that other one after getting your biases confirmed. And now in this circumstance, it's pretty obvious that you were wrong and all the other lawyers that you relied on were wrong. So now you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I just like don't fully understand what's taking place here. So I don't know. Yeah. Damn, court hits different when you're dumb. Yes. All of these guys are actively lying to you.
There are a lot of people
I've
who
never
are
lied in
knee-deep
my
in the
life.
Washington swamp
Ever.
who are not telling
I
you
don't
the
do
truth.
that.
If you follow like these drama slop tubers, if you follow these stupid reactionary fucking lawyers that consistently lie, have no interest or investment in the truth at all, you're going to be wrong. You're going to find yourself wrong all the time. But the unfortunate reality is, I think nowadays people don't just care. People just simply don't care about living in the real world. Ethan Klein launched a frivolous lawsuit against Denims because he didn't like how she debunked his YouTube video. He fully expected to just financially bully her and enabled large right-wing creators to harass her for months. This is a huge win for smaller content creators around the world. It also proves just how delusional these right-wing slop channels are. Will these guys learn a lesson here? Of course not. Annoying e-girls sued into poverty. They are legally now. She's about to lose everything. Someone's in legal trouble. Uh-oh. If you can...
These people are fucking deranged. The gleeful attitude with which they approach this situation is fucking wild, dude. It is fucking wild. Like, is there nothing more important? Like, honestly, we're doing this on a Sunday fun day. If this wasn't a Sunday fun day, we probably wouldn't even be talking about it. But it's just fucking insane that they take such joy in just like the tiniest little like bits of information. Like if it's about a woman that they don't like, they will turn it into like endless content. It's fucking wild.
Do you know what we're here for?
Walking Stick Library with the raid on Twitch. Welcome in. Welcome in, librarians.
Hassan, the judge mentions you 14 times. Why am I mentioned 14 times in this? In the final decision, Klein presents the two motivations behind the nuke, which are to stop Hassan's infiltration of mainstream media, which, by the way, what a failure that was. Remember, that was the final goal, was Ethan Klein's final goal was to stop my infiltration of mainstream media. Since then, I mean, he's obviously been very, very successful at that, hasn't he? What is this? The nuke for the exact purpose. Throughout the defendant's live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to the criticism of the nuke. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denim attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hassan. During the live stream, defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or a middle school project. Defendant also complains about the documentary's editing, the source of the documentary relies upon, and supposed inconsistencies in Klein's statements, and the video treats the audience as morons as it allegedly attempts to trick them. As further supported defendant's commentary throughout the live stream, the complaint states that defendant frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Defendant offers further criticism of the subject documentary during her live stream. Yeah, this was one of the major points that the judge also issued, where the judge was like, dude, in your argument, you said Denims actually contradicted your overall goals, which immediately implies that it is a transformative subject.
Is he doing an iconic pride thing? Are you talking about the shirt? It looks like a clown shirt to me. Are you talking about this shirt with Asmongold? I think it looked to me. It looks like a clown shirt. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess it could be an ironic pride thing.
Grokking it.
I
Grokking it.
I think he just looks like a clown to me. That's part of the problem. He just looks like and behaves like a fucking clown.
Bank settler, apparently. The judge in charge of this case, in general, is a Biden auto pen hire. The only ones coping are you R-words, lol. Yeah, hey, Awk 2000, maybe cover this, but let's see if you have enough self-respect. Lemao, turns out we were right. Denims won, another Hutch L.
XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
No, but that's not an element in the fair use analysis or in the...
Pisco LARPs as an attorney when he's about as qualified as Mike from PA. Well, it turns out Pisco and Mike from PA were actually correct. And the fake legal scholars that you constantly promoted, who are literally MAGA supporting weirdo sex pests, by the way, like sex tourism lawyers, right? Fake lawyers that are, I don't even know where the these guys live. Half of these guys are just not real lawyers at all, simply claim to be on YouTube. They were wrong. It turns out that the guys that you're calling fake lawyers, like Pisco, LARPing as an attorney, were right. Their analysis was right. So what do you do?
The test for infringement. You know, intentional siphoning is not an element, right? I could intend to siphon money from you, but give a fair use work, right? I could say, I really want to steal from Hutch and I'm going to do this, but it turns out that my work is fair use.
You super obviously fail the fair use stuff when you literally say, I'm going live, watch this so we can deprive the original owner of views. And like, it's probably the dumbest possible thing you can say.
He says Denims gets a win in the Ethan Klein copyright case for a new claim the court has held. Tentatively, her reaction was fair use. As I previewed weeks ago, if the court relied on Stebbins, Denims would be in a good spot. Completely absent from the analysis, intentional stated malice. As I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction and therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action. But the nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions like XQC's. This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal if he so chooses. Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, Mallory McMorrow was on Hutch's broadcast yesterday, apparently, so look forward to that massive bump that will take place. The intentionally stated malice was the reason why Ethan Klein argued that he won't sue Roach or X. He argued because the three women said, watch my stream instead. It is actual malice. The court didn't even mention that part because it's irrelevant. I mean, it was obvious that it was bullshit anyway. It was always bullshit. It was always going to be bullshit. And what was really frustrating for me was watching so many people. Not that I had a lot of respect for them. It's not like I was like, it's not like I respected XQC's opinion or Asmongold's opinion or any of these other bottom feeders and their opinions. But it was frustrating to see so many people get swept away and recognizing that there was a market for this kind of bullshit. Because at its root, regardless of my personal feelings about the victims in this circumstance, what I hate, what I cannot stand is when people have no investment in the truth. Like when people don't want to think critically at all and they're excited at the prospect of just like, pushing people down.
Yeah, I think Hassan is absolutely right, but that's part of the problem right now with the way in which we do things, right? Like, how do I even like? This is like this thought is just forming in my head right now as we speak, but it's something I've thought in the past a little bit, and the fact is, there are people like Hassan, people like me. People like the majority report, the whole leftist mafia, left past 10, even though they don't do streams lately, from what I can tell. But you get what I'm saying? Like certainly Democracy Now, right? Like big, like all these people here, like I think Yeah, I include myself in this discussion because I do this for I think the same reason that a lot of those people do it. Ideological reasons, right? But also because we are seeking truth, right? And we're seeking knowledge, and we want other people to want the same. Unfortunately, there is also money to be made in this, right? Especially if you have the right opinions. And by right opinions, I mean certain reactionary opinions that certain groups of people will gravitate towards. And if you know how to manipulate and you know how to do a few things, you can make a bunch of bank. And the truth is secondary, if at all ever thought of by some people. Like Nick Shirley comes to mind, right? Like there's a bunch of people out there, kind of like him, who are not really in this for truth seeking, not looking for benefit of humanity. But part of the problem is that a lot of people have an ideology of philosophy that is not one of community, that's not of benefit to humanity, that is just about personal benefit, right? Like there's a lot of like extreme libertarian thinking going on as capitalism sort of implodes on itself, and it's just sort of a me mentality at all times. Like I need all the attention, I need all of the clicks, like, and there's no room for that, right? There's no room for the truth when it's all about attention grabbing, right? You see a thing, you don't double check it because the headline's too good, right? It's like New York Post on crack, right? And we've made a situation in which like something's going down.
Call a crackhead.
And it's not conducive to truth telling, I'm afraid.
While they're down, while a much more powerful, much wealthier content creator is just like abusing the legal system and the financial power that they have over someone. Like when I watched the internet celebrate the Casey-tron decision, I couldn't believe how cruel people were. Like it's just not a single person turned around and went, hey, maybe this is a little up that this bully with a shit ton of money is actually going after Casey-tron. And because a lot of people looked at Casey-tron and looked at Denims and looked at Morgan and saw them as annoying, right? Or saw them as not worthy of defense at all, that they just either stood idly by and let it happen and maybe quietly whispered their discontent privately, or they openly celebrated it. Yeah. Ethan literally made Casey-tron do a ISIS hostage style video. The reason...
Yep. We live in a fucked up time. And we need the truth more than ever. Some people are actively doing everything they can to suppress it. Just like Ethan. All over the place. Donald Trump doing the same exact thing. Speaking of which, let's go to Iran, finally. By the way, Space Fams, are we or are we not value tainted yet? One in chat if we've been value tainted in the last 6.5 hours. I mean, what have we not done? We did Pride. We did Dave Rubin and his lack of pride. Oh, we did culture, music, movies, art, bricks and minifigs, debacle, the economy, affordability, the New York Knicks, the World Cup, and the corruption of FIFA. Galactic battles, Peruvian election, so much shit. We're doing it all. One thing I gotta do is make sure I keep it to under 8 hours tonight because I gotta help somebody get to the hospital tomorrow or to a doctor's appointment. So I gotta at least get some sleep between the stream and then. We're doing good. We are still doing good. Well, we still got a bunch of shit to talk about. I forgot we have some Asia videos too. After Iran. Yeah. I guess Iran's in Asia too, technically. Western Asia. Now, in the last day or so, there's been a lot of increased tensions, you might call it. Or you might call it fucking chaos and destruction. Missile strikes. Torpedo strikes, I think. I mean, a bunch of different shit occurred. U.S. CENTCOM releasing this video yesterday. Here's Reuters. Actually, I think it was 2 days ago now. Right? I think this was Saturday. It's Monday, right? Video released by the U.S. Central Command shows Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites being struck.
Fuck yeah! Illegal.
Yeah. Even though we're claiming there's a ceasefire, the United States is actively striking military targets. Is that a ceasefire or the opposite of a ceasefire? Just asking for a friend. Up next, global news from Saturday.
Talks between Iran and the U.S. have been further complicated by a fresh round of strikes around the Strait of Hormuz. Let's bring in our Reggie Cicchini now to learn more about the recent escalation. Reggie, what led to the recent drone and missile exchanges between Iran and the U.S.? Can the recent resumption of strikes in the Gulf indicate a collapse in peace talks?
I mean, it's very possible, Jazz. And look, overnight, we heard from United States Central Command that Iran fired 7 ballistic missiles and drones towards the Strait of Hormuz and towards Gulf nations, activating air defenses in both Kuwait and Bahrain.
7 missiles and drones? Missiles. Now, remind me. Didn't Donald Trump say that there's no more missiles? No more bombs? No more planes, no more boats, no more nothing. All gone. Now they're launching missiles? Plural? Weird.
U.S. CENTCOM saying that it intercepted all of those drones and missiles, while the United States says that in response, it then carried out strikes not only on Iranian mainland, but on Qasem Island as well. So what this does is complicate what was already a very complicated negotiation path forward and an already fragile ceasefire, because this is now the second or third time in the last couple of weeks that both sides have exchanged fire with each other. Earlier in the week, we heard Donald Trump suggest that there may be a deal by this weekend. Then just yesterday in Wisconsin, he said that the United States would be wrapping up this war very quickly, suggesting that negotiations were moving at a brisk pace. But that is being countered by messaging from Tehran to suggest that negotiations are at a complete standstill because there are various issues that have still to be ironed out. Also claiming that this latest round of fire was a violation of the ceasefire that was enacted in early April. So all of it is complicating this kind of
Oh, yes, the diplomatic situation. You mean the joke.
Give me a joke.
The joke. You know what I heard? I think I heard Kyle Kalinske say, "Give me a joke" the other day. It was kind of funny. Like, I know it probably isn't the case, but all I could think of was, has Kyle been watching the stream?
Give me a joke.
HuffPost is reporting that Trump is pushing to buy the Chagos Islands from Mauritius. Fucking stupid. That's a stupid sentence. Why are you coming in here saying stupid sentences to me? What are you... People can't afford fucking groceries and fucking gas to put in their fucking cars right now, and Trump wants to talk about fucking buying the Chagos Island? That sounds extremely stupid. Almost as dumb as the Epstein ballroom. I wonder how much it would cost to buy the Chagos Island. Is it one or multiple islands? I can't remember. It's part of a greater island chain, isn't it? I can't Google it right now. I gotta stay focused. BBC. With a recap. Quick recap. 100th day of the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. I love that BBC is calling it the U.S.-Israel war. I think that's a great name for it. It's true. It is the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. It's not the U.S.-Iran war. It's the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. Write that down for later.
Hello, I'm Mark Lowen. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 100 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Coming up today, Israel launches airstrikes on the Lebanese capital Beirut, hitting 2 buildings in the southern suburbs. We are 100 days into the Iran war, but with frequent violations during a tentative ceasefire, there is still no sign of a peace deal. A fifth of the world's oil supply has been disrupted. We look at the economic cost of the war, soaring energy prices, and inflation. On February the 28th, the Iran war began with joint US-Israeli attacks on Iran, killing the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The fighting escalated quickly, spreading to Lebanon, with casualties and damage mounting on all sides. Despite a ceasefire agreed on April the 8th, the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. Sporadic fire continues and talks have repeatedly collapsed. That is despite repeated assurances from President Trump that a deal is close. We'll be looking at how things stand 100 days in. But first, the latest developments.
You know, I don't think we need this one. I think most people around here have been pretty dialed in to what's been happening here. We talked about it almost every day for like the last 100 days. I can't believe it's been that long. But I feel like it's literally been every single fucking day we're talking about this goddamn thing. We know it's a clusterfuck. People keep claiming there's a ceasefire for like the last month and a half, while bombs and missiles and drones are flying around all over the goddamn place, and there's 2 blockades on the Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices twice as high as they were in December of 2025. Gas prices, basically the same story. Slightly less. It's a fucking disaster. I think we should just talk to the man. We should listen to the man who is the reason for all of this. Donald J. Trump. We did a sit-down interview with Kristen Welker Kristen Welker of NBC in Iowa. Do you remember the other day we watched a couple of clips of Donald Trump in Iowa doing like this what's supposed to be nothing about Trump is folksy, but they put him in like a barn with like hay and like a tractor. And he was there to like help, bring out the troops, the voters for the primary elections for a number of Republican candidates. And it was a fucking I mean, some of the things he said were insane. I'm trying to remember what he said now. I know it hasn't been long, but oh God. Anyway, I'll let Kristen do this.
Good Sunday morning. Today marks 100 days since the United States launched the first strikes against Iran.
Yep.
And had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off.
You see what I mean? Like, he doesn't belong in the barn. He just doesn't look right. He doesn't look like he belongs in a barn. There's something very off-putting about him in a suit with his orange spray tan and hair tuft amidst dirt and hay and things like that.
Talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about the major issue that you are focused on every day, which is Iran. Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the war had concluded.
Don't
And
worry
yet
about it,
just
little
this
Marco.
week, Iran
Gentlemen.
attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from, actually from numerous places, as you know. You know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And we're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential
Sure.
deal in just a moment, but
By the way, this is a theme, okay? Trump doesn't really answer many questions, either directly or even indirectly. Like, he avoids answering most of Kristen's questions, or at least tries to. But some of his answers and some of his behavior here is quite revealing about the mindset of the president right now. But he keeps making the claim that all of the military is gone. Gone. Except for maybe they rebuilt a little bit of the anti-aircraft. Although we just, of course, got done talking about how yesterday or Saturday or Friday or whatever it was, they launched a barrage of missiles and drones. I don't know if that counts as gone.
let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this a war as long as there's a naval blockade in place?
Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective. And the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing 400 to 500.
Okay, before we get too far in his answer, just want to remind everybody of what the question was. Since there is a blockade, and a blockade is, by definition, an act of war, are we at war, Mr. President?
We have it as they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone. Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we had the ultimate blockade.
fucking god. He is a deranged lunatic. Oh. They did a blockade, so we blockaded, and now we have the ultimate blockade. This is in response, once again, to, since there's a blockade, is there still a war? And he says, well, they're blockaded, we blockaded, we have the ultimate blockade. Does that answer your question, Kristen?
I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
It's up to
Well,
you.
how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
But if you're not specifically calling it a
I don't define it at all. Actually, it's a lot easier if you don't define it. And you just do stuff. Completely unconnected by any particular word.
Or would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation
You
Epic
mean
Fury
boots on the
there
ground?
home?
Are you
No,
talking
would you
about-
consider sending them home if it's not technically a war?
We don't need as many troops. I think it's just like it's on the to err on the side of caution. We have a lot of people there. They're very safe. You know, if you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship, by the way, with Venezuela. Venezuela's.
Honestly, I can't believe he's counting Venezuela as a war. Stealing the president is not a war, right? He's talking about like we beat them. We took them out. We took out all of Venezuela in a day. It's like, no, you just stole the president in the middle of the night and his wife. That's not a war. It's just a war. It's just a crime.
Illegal.
It's just an international crime.
Very well, but we lost nobody. We've lost 13 people here, and that's a lot. 13 people too many. But if you look at Vietnam, where hundreds of thousands of people were killed, if you look at any one of the last 7 or 8 wars where many, many people were killed, we lost 13. And again, 13 is too many. I don't want to lose any. But 13 is less than anybody's ever even envisioned.
Oh, my God.
I think we're doing a great job.
Oh,
So are you saying you would
God.
consider sending some of the troops home, sir?
Oh my God, I can't believe he's saying that. Actually, 13 is really good when you think about it, Kristen. Everybody's saying it, okay? When you think about it, actually, it could be a lot worse. 13 is kind of like as good as you can get. I'm sure the families feel the same way. Good fucking God, what a piece of shit. This guy is supposed to be the fucking president of the commander-in-chief. Instead, he is just a dickbag. He's completely just a disrespectful piece of shit. Who's just, you know, desecrating the... Oh, God damn it. Guy is out of control. Actually, 13's not bad, Kristen. Don't forget. When you think about it, it could be a lot worse. A lot worse.
I think we're doing a great job.
Great job.
So are you saying you would consider sending some of the troops home, sir? Some of the 50,000 troops who were sent there as a part of Operation
I would
Epic
say
Fury?
this. It costs us very little to keep them there. I don't consider them in danger. We're the best defense anyone's ever seen.
I'm
On
sorry.
Friday, President Trump...
It does not cost little to keep them. It costs like $2 billion a day right now. With 100 days now transpired, we're at least, at the bare minimum, $200 billion spent. Plus all of the lost equipment. All of the planes that have been taken down. All the expended munitions. The destroyed U.S. bases across the region. I mean, this is a multi-$100 billion war already. And Trump's like, it's actually costing very little when you think about it. I'm worth like, what, 8, however many $billion? It's not that bad when you think about it. It's like 30 me's. That's not bad. Like, when you think about it like that, it's barely anything.
Have a completion. You will see things like you've never seen. The oil will go down. the stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high. Even in the midst of it, it hit all-time highs. We had 73 all-time highs in a short period of time that I've been in office, which is a record, by the way. And, you know, we're doing very well. But
the Dow
the
right
main thing
now.
is we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't do it.
What is
And
your,
we won't do it.
Yeah, you just referenced the 13 Americans who were killed, and I want to know what your red line is. What would trigger you to restart military action? Would it be Iran killing more American citizens?
Well, certainly that would be something that I would think about very seriously, but my red line would be if I think I wasn't going to make a deal or if I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the third group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be
This
more
is like
rational,
regime change.
very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading
Well, I
the
don't
country?
want to go into names, but
I don't
know
want to
who
say
they are.
names.
I mean, they're leaders. They're respected, respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit.
It's kind of like when they give me the mental acuity test for seniors at Walter Reed Hospital. You say, do you know what the capital of the United States is? And they say Washington, D.C. And we go, great job. You have completed the test. We will talk to you later. He has no idea what he's talking about or who he's talking about. He's just fucking riffing about a war. This guy's just improvising a war. The star of The Apprentice.
Strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that we'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme
Well, he's a
leader?
part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is
No,
his
but
status?
I
Have
do
you talked
believe-
to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You
I have
said you
not.
want to meet with
No,
him.
I haven't.
Haven't spoken to
I
him.
would if he'd like to, but I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know?
Haven't spoken to him, but here he is, greatly respected. This guy needs to be fired. You need to fire Donald Trump. You're fired.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah. They do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the
I'd rather
son
not
of the
say.
last supreme leader,
Yeah.
who was obviously hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think more rational, injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that bad.
So there's a certain bravery there. I think Trump sees himself, he's a little bit of himself in the Ayatollah. He's like, my ear got shot and something happened to you, whatever it is. We're like the same guy. Don't stop fighting. Keep fighting, Ayatollah.
They wouldn't be talking about, how we doing with the United States. They'd have other things on their mind. So there's a certain bravery there. But he is very seriously injured, yeah.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have nuclear weapons. We had a clause in there that we will not develop.
I'm sorry, When I first heard this, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was like, wait, what? Iran is saying they won't have nuclear weapons? When? We literally 3 days ago, the Iranian, or like less than that, it was yesterday. No, I think the interview was actually from a couple days ago. They just posted it yesterday. Like the top leader of like the IRGC, like one of the top brass dudes, like went and did an interview with CNN, and it was like, yeah, but that's our decision. With Trump, he got rid of the nuclear deal. With actually, we may not have talked about this. I might have skipped this last night, but I watched it, and he literally said, like, look, you can't trust Donald Trump on the nuclear shit. Like, how are you supposed to trust him when he's the one who ripped up the JCPOA, the deal that we agreed to that was long negotiated? The same guy who has interrupted 2 different peace talks with bombs. How you want us to, like, we're not going to do that. Like, we're not even going to start talking about doing anything like that until we receive $24 billion from the United States. Like, this is like literally what this guy said. Like, at this point, to get to the peace talks now, because of everything that's happened, everything that's transpired over the last 3 months, Iran wants $24 billion in reparations. Right, in their own, in what they say are their own assets.
Nuclear weapons, and everybody was very happy with it except me. And I said, well, what happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase, they acquire? I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you've got to have that in there too, because that's not developing. So they don't have the right to develop or purchase, acquire, or buy.
Have they pushed back against
No
that? Is that
development,
one of the
purchasing,
sticking
or
points?
acquiring, or
And then they
buying.
didn't.
Can anybody tell me the difference between purchasing, acquiring, or buying? He really is just on a steep decline.
Okay. You have been saying for months, Mr. President, that Iran is begging to make a deal.
True.
If they are so desperate to make a deal, why haven't they made a deal with you yet?
Because it's a very hard thing for them. They've had great independence. They've dealt with very weak and ineffective leadership on behalf of the United States and other countries, frankly, that allowed them to get away with murder. And I think they can't believe they're in the situation where they've been virtually decapitated.
But if they're so desperate, Mr. President, why haven't they said yes to the terms you're
Because they're
proposing?
strong, they're proud. There are things they never thought they'd be doing that they're going to have to do. They've got no choice. And it takes a little while. You're talking about 47 years of getting away with whatever they wanted. I mean, this should have been done long ago. This should have been done by
47 years of getting away with whatever they want. Takes a little time, Kristen. Okay? I know I said they have no choice, but what does that mean? I mean, he's so deluded. I don't know if he actually believes what he's saying or not, but it's all bullshit. Like, we all know that Iran has a choice. That's why they haven't. It's clearly deal or no deal. Right? It's deal or no deal. And they've said no deal. That's the choice that they've made. He's saying they don't have a choice, but from all evidence we've seen up to this point, they've clearly made one of 2 choices here. And I think the situation they can't believe that they're in is that they didn't need a nuclear weapon to create a stalemate against the United States and Israel combined. They just needed the Strait of Hormuz.
presidents or other countries. It doesn't have to be us, other countries. But they were very close to having a nuclear weapon twice. That was when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was a path. That deal, the JCPOA, that deal was tantamount to giving them a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal given by Barack Obama. and really penned by him. It was a horrible deal. It was, you know, it expired long ago. Had I terminated it, but had I not terminated it, it expired long ago. It was a short-term deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon 5 years ago.
But Mr. President, I'm curious because when you were campaigning, you said you would rip up the Iran nuclear deal, but negotiate a better deal.
That's
Why
what I'm
didn't you
doing.
negotiate a better deal at the time? Because after it was ripped
It
up,
doesn't go
there
that
weren't
fast.
guardrails, and they
Excuse-
escalated their
excuse
production
me.
of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do the.
What did he just say? Kirsten,
negotiate a better deal at the time because after it was ripped
It
up,
doesn't go
there
that
weren't
fast.
guardrails,
It doesn't
and they
go that fast.
escalated their
Excuse me.
production of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do these things. These people have been fighting for 47 years. They've been killing Americans. They've been taking off their legs and their arm, and their faces have been hurt so badly and so horribly. I'm moving very fast. I'm into 3 months. You know, Vietnam lasted 19 years. I'm into my 3rd month, and all I do is say, whoa, when are you going to win? If I were a Democrat, nobody would be talking that way, but it doesn't matter to me. I've gotten so used to it. Look.
I can't believe he keeps comparing it to the Vietnam War. How does he not know that Vietnam is not a popular war? And that, like, if we ever even come close to approaching Vietnam, anything, like, we're in serious fucking, we got some serious problems on so many levels. Like, it's insane that he keeps, like, invoking both, like, Vietnam and, as you'll see, Iraq as like examples of why this is actually going great, because it's not Iraq and it's not Vietnam.
We have totally destroyed their military. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left.
Do you know how many missiles?
Yes, exactly.
How many?
I don't want to tell you.
I don't want to tell you.
They have some left. No, but I know almost to the number, and we know where they are too, and we know where their drones are, and we know where their drone factories are. Most of the drone factories have been knocked out. Most of the launching pads have been knocked out, and most of the missile manufacturing areas have been knocked out. But they still have capacity. They have some missiles. They have some drones. I would say percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles, but it's not what it was when we first attacked.
So you're saying they have 21, 22% of their missiles left?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Is that gone? Is 22% left gone? He keeps saying gone, gone, gone. Missiles gone. Planes gone. Anti-aircraft gone. Is 22% gone? It sounds like not gone. It's like the opposite of gone.
Let's talk about what specifically you are demanding as a part of this short-term deal. Will the United States agree to a deal with Iran that doesn't explicitly and immediately give up its nuclear
Immediately,
program
if
on
not
the
sooner.
front end?
Well, you know, depending on when you say immediately, look.
What do you mean by immediately?
It is buried under mountains.
You're a guy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
For a guy who said that. Immediately, if not sooner. It's just... Tell me, hold on. Let's define immediately.
Precision of language. Please.
Okay, Kristen, can we define the word immediately first? He's like doing a Jordan Peterson. He's like, well, hold on. Can we define the term gender first?
Because our B-2s were incredible. The pilots of our B-2s were unbelievable. And it's buried. They can't get it. The only two countries that could take it.
What does the word freedom mean? Somebody explain it for me. I need a definition.
That have the equipment to take. You have to understand, 3 mountains have fallen in on them, right? So you understand that, because the fake news was going around saying, oh, maybe they didn't hit their target. 1 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, no moon, no nothing, and every one of those bombs went right down those chutes and blew up. They can't get it no matter what. I mean, they can get it, I guess, with years of work. But
I
the
guess
only
they-
two
I
countries
get.
that can get it are us.
They what?
And China, because we're the
I love how
only
he
two with
goes
the
from,
equipment that's
they could never
capable
get
of
it. I guess
doing
they
that
could get
kind
it.
of work. And it would take weeks.
I love how he goes from they could never get it to I guess they could get it. I mean, if they put a little hard work, a little elbow grease, couple years, I guess they could get it if they really wanted to. But who would even do that? I just love the insanity. It's just so truly chaotic. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and at any given time, he's just saying just completely contradictory things from one second to the next. Says one thing, and the next thing he says contradicts that thing. The next thing he says after that contradicts both things that he said before that. It's a clusterfuck of information where one has almost no way to know what in the hell is going on.
Of digging. So the answer is, yeah, we're going to do it immediately. We're going to start looking very quickly, and we'll do it with them. If we make a deal,
With
we'll
China.
do it with them. No. With,
China!
We're going to do it with the Iranians. So if we make a deal, that means we'll be friendly. We'll do it with the Iranians. If we don't make a deal, we may do it, or we may just watch it. You know, we have cameras on it all over it. If anybody walked there, if you walked over there, I would be able to read your first name on your lapel. And these are cameras up in space. It's
what
pretty
now?
amazing technology. Space Force. We have cameras all over the site. We know if anybody goes there. If anybody went there, any digging mechanism, any truck, any tractors, anything, anybody went there, we would know. We will take care of it. Is that wind or what?
Is that rain?
What is that?
Rain.
This would be the first of multiple interruptions due to the weather. Rain hitting the metal roof, making it difficult for both of us to hear each other.
So as we're having this conversation, we can hear a little bit of rain.
No, a lot of rain.
A lot of rain. Let me try to get a clear understanding of how the United States would get the nuclear material out. You've called it nuclear dust.
Yeah.
Will you and would you be open to sending in U.S. forces to retrieve the nuclear stockpile?
So the official name is highly enriched uranium. And I call it nuclear dust because it seemed to be nice and everyone understands it better and it's sort of cute and people picked it up.
Sort of cute.
But the way you do it is if we make a deal, now we're friendly, we'll all go together. It'll be our equipment. We'll take it out and destroy it, whether it's on site or whether we take it off site.
So that would require U.S. forces.
Well, that will require we will have a deal. We'll be friendly. In other words, we will have made a deal. And
that will require we have a deal. He really is just, I mean, he's sundowning and he is going down so fast. He can't complete a fucking sentence anymore, dude. It's out of control. The guy is falling apart.
We will be at peace. And we will go with them or without them.
Or without them.
But we won't have people shooting at us, okay? Now, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to take them out militarily, very harshly. And we'll wait till we do that before we go.
Okay, let me try and explain this in normal human words. We're going to go in and get the nuclear, enriched nuclear material from Iran, with Iran, or without them. And if that doesn't work, then we're just going to have an all-out war until there's no Iranians left to stop us from doing that. I mean, that's basically what he just said.
In case we'll have safety either way.
Mr. President, I wonder, how long are you willing to give Iran to make a deal? How much longer? You've been talking for
I
quite
wouldn't
some
say
time.
that. Well, you really haven't. You were in Vietnam for 19 years. You were in Iraq for many years. You were in Korea for many, many years. You were in all the. I won't even talk about World War II.
I won't even talk about World War
the
II.
big one.
The shortest of all the three of the fucking wars I just mentioned. I won't even talk about the shortest war. Don't make me do that.
Never have that. But you were in all these different wars for many years with thousands and thousands of people killed. We've had 13 people killed, which I hate. We've had 13 people killed, and that includes 2 wars. That's Venezuela and that's Iran.
But do you have a cutoff
No,
point
but you
in
keep
your
talking
head?
about speed, Kristen. You were in Vietnam for 19 years, and you're telling me about 3 months. And in 3 months, I've demolished the Navy, the Air Force, anti-aircraft. They have no radar.
He just got done telling Kristen that they have some of them left. How is a fucking country supposed to operate with a president who acts like this? He just got done telling Kristen that there is some of these things are still around, that there's still anti-aircraft missiles, that there's still some like ICBMs, right? And and now he's saying they're all gone again. When is the madness going to end? When is it going to end? I'm losing my shit.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Kristen, they're all gone. Gone. No missiles gone, anti-aircraft gone. It's like you forget. Kristen. Why are you so stupid?
Demolished the Navy, the Air Force, anti-aircraft. They have no radar. They have no nothing. I demolished their leaders. Their leaders are gone.
Do you know where all of Iran's nuclear material is?
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions? Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as a part of any deal?
No.
So that would come after.
Comes after, yeah. If
they
behave,
turned
if they
over
do a good
their
job, we
nuclear
start
enrichment.
talking, yeah.
So I don't know if everybody heard that just now, but last night, we just got done watching top member of the IRGC, part of the leadership of the IRGC, speaking with CNN in a sit-down interview about this very topic, saying that to start negotiations, they would need $24 billion up front, which means there will be no negotiations. Hopefully everybody understands that, right? Trump doesn't. Clearly, he does not understand that. But hopefully everybody listening understands that. The president, the commander-in-chief doesn't understand that very simple fact, but hopefully everybody else here does.
Material.
Unlike Obama. Obama flew a Boeing 757, a plane I know very well. They took the seats out, and they loaded it up with $1.7 billion in cash from the banks in Maryland and Virginia and D.C. They emptied out the banks, and they gave them 1.7 in green, and they gave them tens of billions of dollars, just kept giving them money, and it didn't work.
Yeah. Except the JCPOA, aside from that, right, aside from the fact that they achieved a nuclear deal that, basically won Barack Obama the Nobel Peace Prize, prevented Iran from enriching nuclear material, and allowed International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors into the country to inspect Iran's nuclear sites, like nuclear energy sites, right? And this is a fascinating claim from Trump because, the tens of billions of dollars is the starting point now, just to talk. It's not like the final. It's not like the end point of the deal. It's just to get in the door to talk about the deal that Iran's going to furnish, if it ever even comes to fruition.
Again,
That never works,
But
by the
again,
way.
Mr. President, you promised that you were going to negotiate a better deal. Do you
I
wish
have.
you'd done it in your first term when you ripped it up before you ripped
No,
up the
they
deal?
weren't ready. No, this is much better. This is much better.
Will
If I
you-
would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound of thunder, lightning,
Is that going
rain?
to interrupt, guys?
No.
Okay.
People will understand. We're on a farm.
That's true. Will any deal you make include the release of Americans who are being held by Iran?
Well, we talk about it, and we'll see. Nobody really has an accurate list of who they are, what they are, or if they're being held. But if they're, we've been talking about it. Nobody really has a list. You know that, right?
Okay, hold on. I gotta pee really bad. I don't know if it's hearing the rain, but I gotta pee super bad. I will be right back. Please hold. I don't want to miss a single bit of this because this shit was fucking insane. Honestly, we need to hear this whole goddamn thing. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Oof. I really needed to pee. Everything's fine. We're good.
You know, you're asking me about, nobody has a list.
But are you demanding a list? Are you demanding to know and saying they've got to come home?
You're supposed to give me the list. I mean, do you know people that we're talking about? If you give me the names, I'll do my best to get them out.
Well, I don't think that's been reported.
Huh?
I don't think it's all of the people who've been held.
All I'm saying is this.
No.
If you have a list of names, give them to me and I will get them out.
But is it something you talk to them about?
We talk about people if they have them, but nobody knows who they are. Just like you don't know who they are.
You have openly said you've been frustrated by Israel's continued bombing of Lebanon. Are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the same page?
Yeah, we are. We get along very well. We've been great comrades. We did a very, very big number on a certain country that was nothing but trouble for 47 years. I disagree with him on a couple of things.
On Lebanon?
I'd like to see Lebanon have a better life. I'd like to see a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. I think it should be more surgical. And we can help them with that, or we can recommend Syria. Syria is doing a very good job of...
Did you hear that? Donald Trump just said the United States could help Israel in its war on Lebanon now. Or maybe Syria. Does he actually think Syria would help Israel in a war on Lebanon? Is he that stupid? I can't believe I am hearing the sentence. One of the most insane things I could imagine. He's saying the United States could get involved in Israel's war in fucking Lebanon. He just offered basically the United States' help. He's like, look, they're not being surgical enough. Maybe we can help. Or maybe Syria. Fucking insane.
Cleaning up their act. They have a very good leader. They have a leader that's really done a good job in a short period of time, and he would love to help.
Are you demanding that Lebanon be a part of the short-term deal that you're negotiating?
I'm not demanding.
Okay.
I think they'd like to see it, but I'm not demanding.
Okay. I wonder if we should, let me just get a gut check here. Should we pause for 5 minutes and let this pass? I just want to be able to hear everything he said. The rain did not stop, but neither did our interview. When we come back, President Trump on his promise to never start a new war.
By the way, crude oil's back up to almost $95 a barrel. At least it was earlier. Yeah. Keeps going back up.
Consistent campaign promises was no new wars, going all the way back to 2015. Did you break that promise to the American people?
No. I had to stop a country, very powerful, very dangerous country, from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay?
Iran's going to come all the way to the United States and blow up the United States? What is he talking about?
This is ridiculous!
Gamer Goldie, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people. Really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing the world a service, but I'm doing our country a service. You know, it's America first. I'm doing our country a service. Nice rain.
It is raining hard.
Okay. But the answer is good. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's power through it, right?
Here, we paused nearly 5 minutes for the rain to pass and then picked up our conversation.
So you're saying you didn't break your promise, and yet, Mr. President, in your first term, you held to
Midi
that?
Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
Midi, thank you for the bits.
And it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president. What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it
Wait a minute,
over and
wait a minute.
over again, Mr.
Why would I build a
President?
military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor.
Kirsten just annihilated him. But sir, you're the one who said you wanted it. I just want to hear that again. Hold on, wait.
Well, I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it
Wait a minute,
over
wait
and
a minute.
over again, Mr.
Why would I
President?
build a military? Now, I didn't want to.
Now, Trump is very upset about this now, in which he will display immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But Kristen is right. Trump did say over and over and over again that he wasn't going to get the United States into any new wars, and that was clearly a lie.
But I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor. In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last term, we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal, we're a big progressive.
The Dow,
But
the Dow
we were
right
a dead
now.
country. A year ago, a couple of years ago, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And at the all-time hottest point, which is probably now, believe it.
I mean, this is an incredible statement from Trump. He's like, look, I'm doing you a big favor because the country is so great right now. What does that even mean? What in the shit does that actually mean? Why is it a favor because the country's, even if we accept the premise that the country is doing great right now, like, which is a dubious claim to start with, but even if we were to be so bold as to grant him that, like, what bearing does that have on giving Kristen a fucking interview? If it's going so great, you must have a ton of time on your hands. What does that mean? What does that mean?
We just had all brand new stock market records today. But at the hottest point in the history of our country, I took Scott, Howard, I took Pete, I took everybody into a room. I said, I have to do this country, this world, the Middle East, Israel, everybody a favor. You have Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon. Barack Hussein Obama signed the JCPOA. It was a horrible deal. Horrible deal. Listen to me. It was a horrible deal. It was a path to them getting a nuclear weapon. They were very close to having a nuclear weapon. I terminated the deal. Wait. Then I sent the B-2 bombers in about 9-10 months ago, and they totally obliterated the site, and I saved it.
Saved it by blowing it up. I love how Kristen keeps trying to jump in, and he's like, wait, Kristen, I know you want to correct me, but not gonna let you do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna let you confuse everybody with the truth, okay? Like, I don't know, the JCPOA did literally the exact opposite of what I just said. Like, rather than sending Iran down a path toward a nuclear weapon. It was a path in the opposite direction. He's just he's a lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
We had a choice. We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or we could go along and have some beautiful days. But they would have, it's a judgment. They would have used the nuclear weapon. And you know what? When people hear that whole scenario, when they hear me say Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon, and they're crazy, they say you're doing the right thing. I don't think it's I mean, you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially yours. But you do polls. I just won a big election. And the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me.
Oh, you'll do polls. You'll do fake polls. They'll be fake. The polls will be very fake, and they'll say that I'm not doing good. But I just won an election. It was like 2 years ago now. People get like it's just fucking insane that he thinks that he's not unpopular right now. It's basically what he's trying to prove to Kristen. He's like, look, Kristen, you might do polls, but they're all fake. I'm still very popular. Okay, I just won that sweet election, and Republicans still have a perfect mandate, historical
judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out for many, many years. Now I'm going to put it out permanently. I'm going to do it either through negotiation, where we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them, to be honest with you. And it's going to be very easy for them to do. That's actually the easier path. So when you say I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire. The blockade has been amazing.
Pretty good form
Our
of
Navy is
ceasefire.
amazing. Our military is the best in the world.
What's a pretty good form of ceasefire? What does that even mean? I feel like there's only one form of, ceasefire or no ceasefire. What does that mean? We're in a pretty good form of a ceasefire.
Hey, we took over a very...
There's been at least 24 attacks on both sides. If we just count the United States and Iran, right? Like violations of the ceasefire at the very minimum, right? Something like 24, it feels like. There's been so many of them. You count all the boat interdictions, strikes on boats, strikes on Iran, strikes on Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates. There's been a fuckload of these things. That's not counting Israel, of course, who's not supposed to be attacking Lebanon, who's violating their own ceasefire. The fake ceasefire with the state of Lebanon and not Hezbollah. I mean, it's just insane. Oh, it's a kind of ceasefire. We've been kind of doing it.
Powerful country, Venezuela, a lot of soldiers, big, strong military. We took over Venezuela in a matter of minutes.
We took it over. We did it again.
We destroyed.
He's back to it. We took over Venezuela in a matter of minutes. He's talking about Venezuela like it's a war, rather than an international crime and kidnapping. He just kidnapped. It wasn't a war. There were no bombs dropped, no bullets fired that I'm aware of. All that. Well, or actually, I think there might have been a few bombs dropped. I guess, but we just stole their president and ran away. That wasn't a war. We didn't occupy Venezuela. He actually thinks that we won a war with Venezuela in minutes. He thinks that it's just, it's insane. He's a dementia-riddled lunatic. And he's got access to nuclear weapons and the entire U.S. budget.
Capability of Iran in a matter of days. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now I'm going to finish it. But remember, you were in Vietnam 19 years because stupid people. You were in so many different countries. Every war you're in for years. Look at Iraq. Look what you were. You were there for years. We're there for, listen, Kirsten, we're there for a few months, and the threat is largely over. Soon it will be over. But you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, or they will blow you up. There will be no Kristen.
You're gonna blow up
There will
Kristen.
be no NBC. There will be no Meet the Press. You will end the Meet the Press.
He is insane.
Let me ask you, though,
He is
during your
insane.
2016 campaign, called the Middle East a quagmire.
He's insane. There'll be no more Kristen, no more NBC. All blown up by Iran. He really is just... He's going to drive us into... This is going to be a years-long war. Run by a guy who has no concept of what's actually happening. It's insane. This needs to end. No more Kristen. No more NBC. All gone.
Ask you, though, during your 2016 campaign, you called the Middle East a quagmire.
It
What
is.
makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
You're convinced this won't become a quagmire?
It's not a quagmire. I just wiped out the military of a very dangerous country, and I wiped out the nuclear threat. Let me tell you, if we left tomorrow, if we just said, all right, let's get out, it'll take them 15 or 20 years to rebuild back. But I'm not going to give them even that chance. I'm not going to give them that chance. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if there was even a 1% chance that they'd have it, I wouldn't leave. We're almost finished. We're going to either have a deal, a strong deal, a meaningful deal, not like the Obama thing. Obama was a path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is the exact opposite. Mine is a wall. It's a wall, just like I built 1,000 miles of wall on our southern border. And by the way, I took the worst border in history and I made it the best border in history in a matter of weeks.
And yet, Mr. President, Iran was the closest to developing weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal.
All
You
right.
don't know that?
Let's.
Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars,
All
he
right.
thought he could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his
And
administration.
they've escalated their development after the deal was
They didn't
wrapped up.
escalate
But
anything.
let's talk about the economy. I
Let
want
me
to
just
talk
tell you
about the
something.
economy.
If I
As you can see, Trump is getting more and more angry about the assertions of Kristen Welker here. But she is right. And Trump is wrong. Did Iran have nuclear material under Obama? Yes, because they were allowed to have a nuclear energy program. They were not, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency, developing nuclear grade enriched uranium. And they only got to 60% enriched uranium after Trump ripped up the fucking nuclear deal. And it actually genuinely seems like he believes what he's saying. I can't tell if he's just lying as furiously as possible, or if he's just too fucking stupid to know that he's wrong. Either one, you have the same result.
go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Let me ask you about the economy. You got a strong jobs report today that beat expectations.
Not strong. Really strong.
Beat expectations.
By how much? Triple.
172,000 jobs
not triple.
created.
Not triple. We talked about the fucking numbers from last week. They were terrible. Trump thinks that they were really good. They weren't that good. They really weren't that good. When you look at it, the numbers are pretty trash. I gotta say, like, if you look at these fucking numbers, they were bad. He thinks they're great. They weren't. Here, I'll prove it to you. Here's Market Watch. Economic calendar. Job openings. There were more job openings in April 2 months ago 700,000 more than the month previous, and 700,000 more than expected. But that's not 3 times as much. It's 10% more. ADP employment report was only 17,000 more than the previous month and 12,000 more than the expected number. That's not 3 times as much. That's, what is 12,000 in 110? It's like a little over 10%. Barely. Right? It's like 10 point. Is that 10.5? I can do the math right now. My brain just broke. But you get what I'm saying. It's not a lot. That's not a lot more. And also, let's not forget that Trump was shitting all over Biden for numbers like this.
I'm staying in the race.
Right? Just want to point this out to everyone. U.S. non-farm payrolls here from 2024. This is JP Morgan chart. 2024, right? In April, they were higher under Biden, right? And in May, they were twice as much. And in the April before it, in 2023, they were 3 times as much. They were at nearly 300,000. However, initial jobless claims were twice as much, 225,000, and 10,000 more than expected, right? There were twice as many initial jobless claims as there were jobs created in the ADP employment report, and certainly more than in the U.S. employment report. Like the ADP employment, U.S. employment, ADP is private, U.S. is the U.S. government, right? But even by these metrics, by the U.S. government metrics, like, it was 172,000, which was 7,000 less than the month before, in the month of March. It was more than the utter implosion in the market that everyone was expecting. Everybody was expecting 80,000 jobs for the entire U.S. economy in a month. It's terrible, right? I mean, look back here. Once again, look at these. I mean, this was in Biden's term between 2023 and 2024, right? You're seeing 250,000, 300,000, 250,000, 200,000, 200,000, 250. Right? 150. Ooh, that's bad. But 150 is almost more than what we just got. You see what I'm saying here? These are not good numbers. And then on top of it, U.S. productivity, Q1 was at 0.3. That's the GDP number. And extrapolated over an entire year, that's 1% GDP growth. China had 5% GDP growth in the first quarter. They announced it like last week or something like that. Look it up. Actually, it was like last month.
Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's
the
your
farmers
message?
Are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say they're struggling? Who say they're struggling?
Because there's nobody been better to farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling, they're struggling to make ends meet?
Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmer's going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. but I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.
Is anybody paying $1.85 a gallon right now anywhere in the country or on the planet? I don't think so. He's still just living in the past. He refuses to acknowledge what's happening right now in the economy and in the fucking war that he's waging in the Middle East right now. It's a fucking disgrace.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
91 cents a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain, but an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again.
Are gas prices going higher, or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they
Much
peaked?
lower. Soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot, and it could be we'll sign an agreement. If we sign an agreement, they'll go down now. Otherwise, they'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
Exactly. 185 was like pre-Iraq war prices, like pre-Katrina, right? that was like before he had a fucking license or something.
His first meeting in the role is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible, and what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic, and I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But
I love that he prefaces this statement with, I love Kevin, he's good. I don't want to influence him too much, but. Let me just say this.
Great report. We're doing great. And it's unfair that whenever you do great, they want to raise interest rates. It should be the opposite way. You know, if you go back 15 or 20 years, when you had good reports, the market went up. Nowadays, when you have good reports, the market goes down because they think they're going to raise interest rates. There's no reason to raise interest rates. The country becomes great. We built the country by doing great and having rates low. What they do is when they raise interest rates, they try and kill success. I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower interest rates. Now, if inflation comes, and you know.
No, I mean, there's a lot to unpack with that claim from all of those claims in there, but it's, I mean, truly, we got to take a moment to take in what was just said. I mean, there's a lot of fantastical things. I mean, if we just accepted the premises of all of the things that Trump is saying are true, which, as I just pointed out, they're not necessarily, but it's pretty hilarious that the president, this is his economic philosophy. He's like, look, why would you want to penalize success? You know, why would you raise interest rates when things are going so good? It's like you're jinxing it. It's like you're a party pooper. You know, like he only thinks about it as a businessman, right? To some degree, like I feel like that's all he can think of. Like as a guy who owns like a fuck ton of property and stuff, who has to pay like interest rates on his debt. Like he's like, it's very nasty that you would want to penalize success. And of course, raising interest rates is, you know, we've talked a lot about interest rates in the past and the confusion that most people have when we talk about raising and lowering interest rates. And really the misconception I think most people, including Donald Trump and our own government, seem to have about interest rates, because when you lower interest rates, when the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates, it does not lower your credit card. It does not lower your mortgage, okay? In theory, it does. But somewhere at a bank, at a clearinghouse, or whatever it's called, right? It is like making the final decision on what the interest rate is, right? It's still a fucking business. And they don't have to lower your interest rate just because the Federal Reserve stopped charging them as much money, right? Because that's the interest rate that's being lowered. It is the interest rate at which the Federal Reserve loans money to banks and other financial institutions. So, even if we do lower those rates, there's no guarantee it's going to lower your credit card. No guarantee it's going to lower your car loan or your house payment. Almost certainly will not. Unless you're on like a super variable type like interest rate. It's like directly pegged to the like the 30-year or the 5-year. But even those things aren't directly pegged to the federal funds rate, right? Look, just to make everybody understand this even more. If you go here, 30-year interest rate, right? And they're talking about the Treasury yield, right? So over the last day, this was from Friday, it's at 5% right now, right? Over the last 10 years, you see here, this has been kind of going up. We stopped quantitative easing somewhere around here and started doing tighter interest rate policies. But if you zoom in more, last year, Federal Reserve cut interest rates somewhere around here. I think it was like September. It's like late September, right? It went down slightly. They continued to cut interest rates, I think 2 more times going into the end of the year. But look what happened. Interest rates rose on the CBOE, the exchange where the Treasury yields, I think, are traded, right? And they've continued to go up, even though the Federal Reserve hasn't been lowering interest rates or raising interest rates. They've been leaving them steady for the last 6 meetings or something like that, right? And they're correlated, but there's no like direct correlation because other things also affect these markets, including people's interest in U.S. debt, and especially right now. Interest rates are most likely going to keep rising, at least in the Treasury side, because people are selling U.S. debt because they no longer believe in the U.S. government's ability to pay for it. Lost their faith in the United States for some reason.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Live with inflation, but if inflation comes, what happens is you stamp it out. But success can kill inflation, just like higher interest rates. What they do now is, like, we had great job numbers. You agree, right?
They beat expectations.
Not expectations, like 3 times. Okay, but you
3
ready?
times.
What do? They say, oh, let's raise interest rates. It's the wrong thing to do. I would like to see rates get lower because we could build this into the greatest machine that the world has ever seen. But you can't do that when everybody immediately raises interest rates. So we had great job numbers. We're doing great. We're building more factories. We have more money coming into our country right now from other countries and people than ever before. Wait a minute. What happens? I don't want to just kill it with high interest rates. Growth is the greatest thing you can have. And growth does not cause inflation.
Would you be upset if they raised rates? What is your message to them about that?
Living with Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him. But my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising
Omega
interest rates.
5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. This is like when Death Clock ran Florida.
This is like when Death Clock ran Florida. Thank you for the bits, Omega. Oh my god, did you really just say people shouldn't be punished for doing well? Hold on.
With Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him. But my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. We have debt, we have other things, we have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military, I really do. If we do what I'm saying, this will be a beautiful, well-oiled machine. Like,
you know what he's saying, right? He's saying he wants Kevin Warsh to lower interest rates. This is fascinating.
never seen before.
No one has ever
And
seen.
when we come back, President Trump defends his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters.
Yes, he does. And things get even more unhinged. The last 7 minutes are really... Whew. I mean, we've gotten through the first 32. Which, by the way, great job, everyone. But the last 7 minutes are perhaps the most unhinged minutes of this entire display. I guess we may as well not carry on any longer. Just a reminder, everybody, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Really helps us out.
This $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, it was going to compensate people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let
fund?
me explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt.
I'm being
They've
repressed.
committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them.
You don't-
So, me personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved.
I mean, it's incredible to watch him just yelling at and berating Kristen Welker over the fucking Jan 6 slush fund. He seems very animated about it. He really thinks those guys deserve that money. He's practically foaming at the mouth right now.
If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy
no
like
evidence
Bolton was a
that-
dirty
but
cop.
there's no evidence.
Wait a minute,
that
wait a
people
minute.
Who,
Oh,
we
you
had
think Comey was a
170
straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No, but
they
the
had
people who
FBI.
assaulted police
Listen to me.
officers.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around there looking always in this night. They weren't in. They were
There's
being
no
ushered
evidence of
into the
that,
building.
sir. There's no evidence
You
of
had
that.
a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000
No,
people
well, yeah,
pleaded
no, there's
guilty
none.
to
You know what you
crimes.
do? Try
Would
looking
you-
at the tapes one time.
Would you?
Wonder how Merrick Garland feels right now for not going after this guy and his fucking allies harder for all the fucking crimes that they did. He doesn't feel bad about any of it. He's not even slightly contrite. Like he seems vengeful. He's an angry, vengeful dictator. He's at the helm of the government, yelling about his fucking supporters who tried to do a goddamn coup. A fucking deranged psychopath. This guy's our president right now. Might want to do something about that. We got primary elections going on in like a bunch of states tomorrow. Tuesday. Maine, South Dakota. Wait, North Dakota or South Dakota? Maine, Iowa, South Carolina, and North Dakota, I think.
Take it off
Look
the
at
table.
the tapes
Okay,
one time.
but 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled
Should
guilty?
they be exempt
Because they told they
from
were going to
receiving
jail
funds?
for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
You'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing
All
wrong.
right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but
There's
let me
a lot
ask you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about
listen
Todd
to me.
Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
Well, it's
but
not been
evidence. The
presented in
election
a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now
You've
in
never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election was-
California.
Yeah, and let's actually take this opportunity really quickly to take a look at the California election. Because we've been talking about this. I mean, he's been fucking complaining all week about the California election. Oh, boo-hoo, the GOP are being shut out of elections in California. Oh, the GOP can't get elected. It's all the Democrats' fault. Yeah, they're rigging the election. But that's bullshit. And it's called mail-in votes, something that Trump does every fucking single election. He's a mail-in voter. That's what Trump does. He loves mail-in votes. When it's him voting. Wait, didn't I have a fucking... I thought I already had this open. Oh, I do. Okay, nice. Okay, so I have all of these open already. By the way, check it out. Spencer Pratt has been shut out of the fucking mayor's race in LA. With 146,000 votes left to count. What did I say to you all? This could easily happen. We did the math on this. When, after the first night, I think I did a stream like 2 days later. Like I skipped a day and then came back the next day. And like we did the math. I was like, look, only 50% of the vote is in, and if the votes go this, more heavily Democratic, because Democrats are more likely to do mail-in votes and mail-in ballots. Republicans are not. They for some reason, Republicans love physically going in and standing in line. They must have more time in life or something. I don't know what it is. Probably because maybe many of them are senior citizens. They don't have jobs or something like that. There are kids to take care of. I don't know. I can't say for sure. But Spencer Pratt has now been shut out, it seems. Hasn't been declared yet. But has been shut out of the LA mayor's race. The governor's race, 72% left. I'm sorry, 28% left with 72% already counted in. But there's still 2.46 million votes left. And Tom Steyer continues to close the gap between him and Steve Hilton. It could be another Dem v. Dem fight here, which I'm pretty excited about. And it's not a result of cheating. It's just because it's California, and Trump is historically unpopular, according to all the polls, including the latest Fox News polls, right? According to anybody you fucking ask. Like, and you're in a cult if you're not willing to accept the fact that Trump is unpopular right now. You're only talking to other cult members, and you need to look outside of that group of people. We're not going to do the House race update. I don't have time for that. It's so late.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's
happening in
the evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in California.
California, no, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it. You know why they're doing that? Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
all I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not evidence.
And I listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
But, sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in California.
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a winner?
State and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked.
California is the largest fucking state on the fucking in the country, right? There was just left. We were just looking at the fucking thing just a second ago, but like there's like 3 million votes left to count. That was 28%. Which means what? There's like 12 million votes to count just in the governor's race. And it's from across. It means also geographically, I think the 4th largest state. So they have to count well over 10 million ballots. And there's like 52 different elections across the largest state by population, 4th largest by geography. I mean, it's a fucking logistical nightmare.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote in California.
They're crooked, just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well,
continue.
you play right into their hands. Then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But, Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country.
court.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough.
Oh
Thank
my
you, darling. Have a
God.
good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the
traveled
rain with
all.
you.
I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
We
great
traveled
with a
all-
dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Wow, what a fucking shameful display from the president, running away from Kristen Welker, yelling at her, calling her crooked and NBC crooked for asking questions. That's literally the point of reporters, to ask questions. It's not unfair. It's actually her job. And just because Trump doesn't like those questions doesn't mean he should be acting like a little fucking baby. He's the president.
You're a little baby.
Our little baby president.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto. Acting like a deranged lunatic on national television. I couldn't believe what I fucking witnessed earlier. Like, it went from bad to what? From bad to
What?
Why? Why?
wow. Whoop. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. Don't even know what to say. He should be ashamed of himself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
By the way, you know how Trump said that Iran has no missiles left? It's weird because 9 hours ago, BBC posted this clip. Iran fires multiple missiles at Israel.
The Middle East ceasefire is in danger tonight as Iran fires multiple waves of missiles at northern Israel, the first since the fragile truce was brokered in April. Israel says it has intercepted the missiles. Much of the country has been put on alert this evening. It all comes after Israel carried out deadly strikes on the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, targeting, it said, Hezbollah, the Iran-backed armed group. President Trump has tonight urged the Iranians to get back to the negotiating table. John Sudworth is in Beirut for us tonight, and Wira Davis is in Jerusalem. Wira, bring us right up to date with what's been happening and what Israel's been saying.
Yeah, Jane, well, the last 24 hours have been very tense in the region, and this attack by the Iranians had been anticipated. And tonight, people in northern and central Israel were sent scurrying to the shelters after warnings of a launch of missiles from Iran. None of those hit their targets, but we understand we've got first-hand accounts of missiles being intercepted over the northern Israeli city of Haifa. There's been a stern response, particularly from the hard line of Israeli politics. The outspoken security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir tonight said that Tehran must burn. The big question is, what are Tehran's intentions? There were apparent scenes of jubilation in Tehran as some of those rockets were fired, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said that this was just the start of a week-long campaign of missile attacks against Israel. They further said that they would be firing rockets around the clock.
So the war is back on in full. It's been a fake ceasefire for like a month and a half. And now the war is back on in full. Iran is launching an all-out attack on Israel after Israel launched a fucking attack on a civilian neighborhood in the capital city of Lebanon. Sounds like the two are connected, although it's not 100% clear to me. This is all happening like during the stream today. I've been trying to like catch up on it. But Donald Trump had some things to say about this renewed hostilities. Yeah, that guy.
GMT, you're watching Al Jazeera. Iran has launched a wave of missiles towards Israel. Sirens have sounded across the country with projectiles seen over northern Israel. The military says it has intercepted all of the missiles so far, but there are reports now that further attacks could take place. Iran has warned that it'll respond with, quote, greater force if Israel retaliates. Shortly after the attacks launched, the spokesman from Iran's Central Command gave a video statement. Ibrahim Zolfagari said the attack was in response to the Israeli strike on Beirut's southern suburb of Dahiyeh. And he also accused the U.S. of giving Israel the green light.
Through its repeated violations of the ceasefire, the aggressive Zionist regime has continuously escalated its acts of aggression against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing...
Yeah, sounds like exactly what you're saying. In response to Israel's attack on Lebanon, Iran has launched this full-scale attack on Israel. Now, supposedly Trump and Netanyahu had a phone call after these missiles were launched by Iran.
In the statement by the IRGC saying that this is a shot, this is a warning shot to Israel, and that if Israel responds against Iran, then the next retaliation or the next phase of attack by Iran will be more devastating and more comprehensive. So that's clearly an indication that Iran is not intending to continue these missile strikes on Israel, and that it is a warning because Iran has been threatening to do this for a while now, including last week and also even before that, saying that if Israel continues to strike in Lebanon, and particularly on Beirut, then Iran will retaliate. So Iran...
I feel like we just got conflicting information. One saying this is going to be for a week-long strike package or whatever you want to call it, and now this guy's saying this is it. Which one is it?
even though it is bracing for a possible response, but the message there is that we have done our part, we have kept to our promise to the Lebanese people, and we have sent a strong message to Israel, and we are capable of sending a much stronger message if they continue. The dynamic that Iran wants to set, the new equation that it wants to set here in motion, is that it is no longer something just reciprocated between Iran and Israel, but
I'm going to skip ahead.
With Israeli President Benjamin, not the president.
They say they are ready for it if it happens.
That's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live from Tehran. Thank you, Mohammed. And President Trump has told the Financial Times about a phone call that he held with Israeli President Benjamin, not the president, he's the prime minister, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu. He reportedly said that he calls the shots and that Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept a deal with Iran. And he's also quoted as saying Iran's strikes have not changed his desire to conclude these negotiations. However, that if a deal wasn't reached, he would consider a commando raid on Iran. Let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. Alan, those are the words coming from the Financial Times. What are you hearing about this phone call between Donald Trump and Netanyahu?
Well, it lasted somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes, much shorter than the two have spent on the phone with each other in recent days. We are told from numerous sources that Donald Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu effectively to stand down. He said that the Israelis had had their attack, the Iranians had responded, and now they had to effectively stop because he wanted to get a deal done with the Iranians sometime in the next 2 or 3 days, and said a deal could be done on Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. We know that Donald Trump has in the past spoken to the Israelis and talked to them about their operation in Lebanon. A few weeks ago, Donald Trump put out on social media that he'd forbidden the Israelis to attack the southern part of Lebanon. That had no impact. And then, of course, we were told that he had said that the Israelis were going to turn their troops back from the southern part of Lebanon because
I was going to say it. The southern part of Beirut is not the southern part of Lebanon. It's central Lebanon. Just looking at a map. He just keeps saying it over and over again. It's bugging me.
Spoken to Benjamin Netanyahu, there was no sign again that had any impact. So when Donald Trump makes these statements, it's clear that the Israelis may be given tacit agreement on the phone, but their operational procedures are much different. And again, the idea that Donald Trump could, in his words, call the shots and accept Benjamin Netanyahu, force Benjamin Netanyahu to accept any deal that is done with Iran.
Interesting. You know why that's interesting? Well, there's a lot of reasons, but this next clip might explain it. 3 hours ago, Israel launches retaliatory strikes on Iran.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We begin with breaking news out of the Middle East, where Israel says it has struck military targets in western and central Iran. It comes just hours after Iran fired multiple waves of missiles at Israel, the first time it's launched attacks since a ceasefire came into effect in April. And these images we can bring you now are from a few hours ago, and they show missiles in the sky over northern Israel. The Israeli military says they were all intercepted. No injuries have been reported. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says the attacks mark the beginning of a full week of continuous strikes. U.S. President Donald Trump had earlier urged restraint by Israel. He told U.S. media ahead of a phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu that he would urge the Israeli Prime Minister not to retaliate. Well, for more, we can speak with our BBC Persian Washington correspondent, Kashaya Junaidi. Kashaya, it seems like Israel has not heeded President Trump's request not to retaliate, and things have escalated since we spoke to you an hour ago.
Yes, it seems so. And the Iranian state TV just reported that explosions had been heard in Tehran, Tabriz, northwestern of Iran, and as well as Isfahan, central Iran. Israeli military, the IDF, has also reported that in retaliation to Iran's attacks, they've hit targets in western and central Iran. There is no indication what targets have been hit in either state IDF statement or the Iranian television reports, and we don't know whether there are casualties or not. It's still in the very early stages of reports coming out of Iran, so we are waiting for more.
All right, Kashai, thanks very much for getting us across those recent developments.
Yeah. Perhaps not shocking, Israel has decided to respond militarily once again to Iran, who was responding to Israel doing a thing. It's just over and over and over again at this point. I knew this would come at some point. I was hoping it wouldn't, but it does feel like this is back on. The United States and Israel and Iran have been levying more and more tax at one another for the last week. And now it seems like that's spread out to direct hostilities between Iran and Israel. Trump wants everybody to cool it. He wants a peace deal, but it's a peace deal that's never coming. And I think Iran has recognized that. Because they listened to his fucking deranged speech. Well, whatever you want to call that interview with Kristen Welker that we just heard. But they heard him say that he's not going to give them money before any negotiations. But that's literally what they came out and said the night before, right? Last night, just to recap, last fucking night, an Iranian official, an IRGC top brass official, came on CNN, did an interview, said that the United States owed Iran $24 billion, that they would not speak about peace at all until they received it. And Trump just came out in that Kristen Welker interview and said, actually, no, we're not going to do that. I don't know if he's aware of what Iran said. I don't know if that's the direct reason why they did this. But it feels like it must be part of the calculus. No doubt. Of course, they were also talking about Israel's striking of Beirut again, but they've been striking Beirut over and over and over and over again. I don't know why this one would be worse than the last. Israel's done like dozens of strikes on Lebanon since the fake ceasefire started there. I feel like it has to be another reason on top of the latest strike. No, it's not good, Paul. Not good at all. What time is it? Oh, shit. It's 8 hours in. Okay. Fuck. Over 8 hours. Wow. I had a normal length stream tonight, and it got fucked up because of that Trump interview and these new strikes. Kind of added time to the situation. I still have a bunch more stories I want to talk about. So, let's move on from that. Go to India real quick. Finish up this stream. Because that's... Oh, I've got one more clip, and then we'll go do that. Let's talk about the stock markets and oil prices right now. Things are not doing good in Asia. Markets opening like 8 hours ago or something like that. I can't do the math.
Asian stocks plunged on Monday morning as investors hit the brakes on the red-hot AI rally. South Korea's tech-heavy Kospi index took the heaviest beating. It was down around 6% by late morning after volatile trade had earlier triggered a 20-minute halt. Chip giant Samsung matched the overall decline. Meanwhile, Japan's Nikkei index was down around 4% by the same time. That follows a similar drop for the Nasdaq on Wall Street at the end of last week. One analyst told Reuters that doubts have crept in over tech earnings, partly following weaker-than-expected numbers from U.S. chipmaker Broadcom. Last week's hotter-than-expected U.S. jobs data have also all but wiped out hopes for further rate cuts by the Federal Reserve this year. Then there's Iran. Tensions in the Middle East have flared again, following Israel's strikes on Lebanon and Iran's retaliatory strikes on Israel. International benchmark Brent crude was up around 3% on Monday morning, once again heading towards the $100 per barrel mark. That's despite weakened action by the OPEC Plus oil exporters group to reassure markets with a further boost to output.
Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to calm oil markets, as I mentioned earlier. Oil prices are back up to about $95 a barrel. That's what is it, Brent crude, I think it's called. It's Brent. I can't remember which one it was. Sorry. Don't quote me on that. All right. Let's see. What do we have next? Yeah, all right. Now let's go to India. Talk about a little political party that rose from the ashes. It's now getting international attention. Having its first official event. The viral youth-led movement called the Cockroach Janta Party, or the CJP, which I believe, although I haven't had this confirmed yet for me, I believe it's a play on the party of Modi, which is the BJP. And we actually talked about these guys, like, what was it, like last week or like 2 weeks ago or something like that? Well, check it out. Now, the strange name came from, I believe, this guy, although it's hard to tell, the photo's a little blurry, and there's a hand in front of it. But a elected, I think like a judge or something, I can't remember exactly what his title is, but like a high-ranking official calling, like, basically like lower caste people and students and like people who are struggling in India, like cockroaches. And people didn't like that. And this one guy started this movement as something of like just like a meme, like a political meme, but it turned into a movement very quickly. That was footage from their first ever in-person rally, and you can see it was like thousands like attending it. I don't know exactly how many. Here's one more clip on this. France 24 from yesterday.
The so-called cockroach in chief is back home. Abhijit Dipke founded the Cockroach Janta Party, or CJP, as an online joke only 3 weeks ago. He's now back in India for the party's first real-life protest.
Education Minister must resign. Education Minister must resign.
The movement started after India's Chief Justice likened government critics and some unemployed young people to cockroaches. Dipke, who's studying in the U.S., used humor to convey a generation's frustration over the state of education, unemployment, and limited economic prospects. The response was immediate. tens of millions joined the group. One of their first demands, the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan.
Even the bare minimum requirement of being able to conduct exams is not being done properly. We have come here with a hope that this will bring a change, that the dream of a developed India that we envision will be fulfilled.
This is so fascinating to me. Tens of millions of people join this group overnight. It's intense. It's intense just how much support for this is. I mean, clearly this movement speaks to people something that they're feeling. My God, I got dudes wearing cockroach masks in the fucking street.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The anger comes after exam paper leaks and marking errors affected millions of students. Indian authorities have removed top figures on the National Examination Board, but for the CJP, it's not enough.
On WhatsApp, I'm constantly getting messages that we will shoot you outside the moment we see you, or we can even come to USA and we can just get you there. Don't you think you can get away with this? You better stop this movement.
The movement has become one of the largest online expressions of dissent against the government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. More than half of India's population is under 30, and the movement has tapped into their concerns about the economy and democratic backsliding. Modi allies have dismissed the movement as a social media stunt, and some have suggested foreign interference.
Foreign interference. Right. Sounds similar to things that our politicians say here in the United States about things not going well for them. All right. Now, before we leave this region of the world, I want to go north. About as north as you can go before technically leaving India. And go to the Kashmir region, a long contested region, stretches back, at least the contested nature of it that I'm aware of, back to, I mean, nearly 100 years now, and British partition, I think 1947 is when the partition was enacted. Ever since then, things have been completely fucked here. But that is often intentionally swept under the rug by the government of India. At least that's according to Middle East Eye from who's got the clip here from yesterday.
This is a land advertised as heaven on earth, a paradise. But its people are living in a prison, and for decades, the world has looked away.
There is this massive uprising against Indian rule in Kashmir, and lots of people, mostly young people, are killed on the streets of Kashmir.
I tried to run, but they caught me by my hair and dragged me. But they still weren't satisfied, so they shot me with a pellet gun.
Nestled high in the Himalayan crown, Jammu and Kashmir is a land of sweeping valleys, alpine lakes, and ancient glaciers. And if India had its way, this would be the only Kashmir the world would ever come to know. Welcome to a new episode of Echoes. The contemporary story of Jammu and Kashmir begins in 1947 when the British partitioned the subcontinent into India and Pakistan. The two new states went to war over the territory, and Jammu and Kashmir ended up being divided between India, Pakistan, and later China. Today, Indian-controlled Kashmir is the most militarized region on the planet. Over 750,000 Indian troops, roughly 1 for every 16 civilians, are deployed across the state. And yet, open your phone and what you will find are snow-capped mountains and influencers calling it a paradise. So who controls the story of Kashmir? And what happens when you try to tell a different one?
The Indian. That's all we're gonna do this clip just because of how long the stream is going. But suffice to say, when you try and tell a different story, bad things happen. And the government doesn't like that. Unfortunately, there's stories like this. A lot of them from the late 40s, I would point out. There was like a wave of these sorts of decisions made in 47 and 48 all over the planet that have had repercussions till now. One of these big geopolitical decisions, of course, was Israel. Oh God, I'm so tired. All right, we're almost done. I can see the end. I can see the end of the tunnel. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. By the way, Space Bams, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many fantastic ways out there for you to show your support. Unfortunately, no longer YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, or gifted memberships, since we were demonetized in late April. Still working to get that back. But in the meantime, still got Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Throne and Patreon. All right, let's go to Taiwan for a Sunday, some fun Sunday action here. Round up the stream. Red pandas arriving in Taiwan from China in a rare cross-strait zoological exchange.
Aww.
Look at the cute panda. I find these red pandas fucking fascinating. They're like cuter raccoons. Like bigger, cuter raccoons. They look like their faces look like raccoons. And they're like big, kind of like almost like a big dog, like a baby bear or something. I think they're technically in the bear family. I'm actually not sure about that. I'm just realizing I don't actually know what family, but because they got the right, they have like bear paws, right? Like you see the way that the claws are. So weird. They're such strange animals. Now, the significance of this red panda is that this is the first time in, I think, decades that the Chinese animal like has been brought to Taiwan like in an official capacity, like from one zoo to the other in a like cross country cultural, whatever you want to call it, like exchange. And since we're talking about bears, pandas, whatever, whatever the fuck that creature is. Hold on, I should look this up. Hold on. We're just sitting here. What is a red panda? A red panda, also known as a lesser panda, is a small mammal native to the eastern Himalayas and southwestern China. Dense reddish fur, but what is it? But what kind of animal is it, though? Red pandas are not actually closely related to pandas, foxes, or even raccoons. What? What?
What?
What are you talking about? None of them?
What you talking about?
Instead, the red panda with its distinctive round face, red and black fur, and bushy ringed tail is in a family of its own. Oh, they're special. They are special. So fascinating. And cute. All right, people, 2 clips left. Penultimate one up next, staying on, well, I was going to say bears. I thought I had done something smart. Apparently I'm dumb. But from red pandas to Japanese bears causing chaos in the streets of Fukushima. Here's the Guardian from 5 days ago. Oh God, that's not what you want. Oh shit! I think it's a baby bear, or right? Oh my God, Jesus Christ! And then this. Does it run? It runs into the fucking building. It's wild. This freaking Jeep comes out of nowhere. This guy was down. I was down for the count. Fucking Batman comes like in from fucking nowhere over here, chasing the bear down. Instead, the bear goes into a fucking like an apartment building or something, perhaps endangering even more people. The bear mugged him. Shit was fucked up. That's not what you want. Just minding your own business, walking around. But apparently, bear attacks have been a real problem lately in Japan. Actually, it's been like more than a year. I think it's like been like a couple of years that these bear attacks keep increasing. People are suggesting it's related to climate change, or a reduction in their main prey species populations. Speaking of food, final clip in Japan. NHK World Japan. Oh boy, sushi showdown. The World Sushi, I can't say the words properly. The World Sushi Championships. In Kita-Kyushu, Fukuoka Prefecture.
Start!
14 chefs were judged for technique, presentation, and customer service. They had 6 minutes to prepare different types of sushi in the first round. Akamatsu Ryota from Iwate Prefecture in northeastern Japan. Wait. What did he do? Akamatsu? He was the overall winner. Oh. Look at this fucking goofball. Foreign sushi chefs took part in an exhibition match. Damn, that's rough, dude. Indonesian chef, I was so nervous I couldn't even sleep last night. Guy was only in an exhibition match. Couldn't even sleep. It's kind of sad that only Japanese chefs can compete. If you're not from Japan, exhibition for you. No good. Can't compete for the crown. You can get a fake crown. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, says Japan.
How rude.
The space station does not have a sushi restaurant. Mutiny. Really? Over sushi? Really? Does that seem wise? You sent me PayPal? Okay, thank you, Blue Tomato. Very much appreciated. Oh, you mean the one from last night? Right, yeah. Like you donated one right after the stream ended. Yes. I was going to message you on Discord and say thank you. So, thank you. Okay, well, I guess that's the end of the clips here for the stream. Went a little longer than I wanted to, but not bad. 8.5 hours. Pretty much right on the money. I really do need to get sleep here, though. So, hopefully you were all adequately value-tained on this Sunday Fun Day. And hopefully just a little bit informed. Well, we got through another stream. Quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen, Nadia, Choki, Skeld, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Wayland, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Glory Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Prisla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right, all of these people have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Can't forget this. These are your galactic benefactors. Individuals who've taken their galactic patronage to the next level. Slightly more expensive, but twice as helpful. And a few other extra benefits. Like this. A special shout out. PB has been a benefactor since the very beginning of the existence of the benefactors. Nadia, coming in at a close second. Is not here, but is always appreciated and hopefully doing well. Oh, and one of our great galactic modesses. Beautiful, fantastic. Missing, but in action, but greatly appreciated. Donald James X, sweet galactic guitarist. Omega Star, another galactic mod, who also thinks the show so great that they should be a galactic benefactor. In fact, third galactic mod on the list, MIDI Doctors. Disco Wolf, also on the list, not here. Haven't seen you in a while. Disco, where are you? Get in here. Narwhal by nature. You were here earlier, but now you're not. I hope you're doing well. Callie Brading, one of our European benefactors, much appreciated. Callie. Scouts, hailing all the way from Australia. Icebreaker. Haven't seen Icebreaker in a while, but hopefully doing good. Fingers crossed. Knock on Space Whip. Selena, another galactic benefactress of awesomeness. Mish, up in here too. Free Palestine. You know it. So many sweet galactic benefactors like Lori Lunchmeat. It's truly incredible just how many of you think that the show is this meaningful. People like Hermit Horologist, our galactic clockmaker, or HBX, another beautiful individual. Perhaps Manda. Manda show. Frizzla! One of our avian benefactors. And a Glitchmaster. Can't forget CJ from the 6. No. Don't do that. Don't sleep on CJ. The Anarchist. Anarchist is all up in here too. So many beautiful people. All galactic benefactors. Taking their Patreon experience to the next level. Thank you for your attention to this message.